all my life. How could I lose to these miscellaneous things like you? Shocking fan. This sword, Jinghong's sword, is named Jingfan. Hongtao, your defeat was not unjust. It is rumored that Sword Saint has 3 swords. Shocking the mortal, slaying demons, and banishing immortals is just a sword, isn't it? This sword is already at its peak. The other 2 swords are not human swords. Do I acknowledge your strength and have any last words? Only when I die will I not be able to speak of Kyoto. Although I am paranoid, I am not the lord of the Mongfu Pavilion. Did you see this sword? Master Money War. Shocking is really scary. However, even the more terrifying senior swordsman only used his first sword in the face of such a gun god. But the younger generation is particularly curious. Isn't this just the first sword? Why do I see that Senior Sword Saint's true energy has been depleted to an unimaginable extent? Tianren breath. Sure enough, the biggest mistake Wuzhou made at that time was not killing you. Speaking of which, I'm even more curious now that there are such powerful swordsmanship skills. Why didn't you use it at all when killing Yangjiu and Wuzhou? What are you worried about, Lu Tu? It seems that the person really told you a lot that Lu Tu was going to be used at that time. That crazy dog couldn't see hope and would naturally bite people. At that time, I wanted to find an opportunity to severely damage him and then use Jingfan to kill him, but Yang Jiu was as cunning as Yang Yuan. After chatting for a few sentences, you also took the opportunity to recover some, right? Coincidentally, my senior gun god has also recovered some. Senior gun god, go chase the Yuan. With your current state, if you have one more sword, you will be in danger. Understand? I still want to run. Senior Sword Saint has never used the last 2 swords. Actually, that thing needs to be consumed, right? Allow me to remind you, Senior, that I am here to kill you. Your true energy is lacking, and if you don't use it again, you may not have a chance. Moreover, if you don't defeat me quickly, it will be dangerous. Use Shinner to force me to draw a sword. Do you really want to die? I didn't dare to appear in front of Senior Sword Saint before, as he had concerns about killing other princes. If he were to kill me, it would be a side event. But now it's different. Although I'm not a match for my seniors, you can't kill me. Arrogant and arrogant. What the hell is that? Surprisingly, it destroyed a city wall in one fell swoop. This is what Sword Saint calls difference, isn't it? This power is truly astonishing. Although I have read many records. But what I saw with my own eyes is truly despairing. I knew the Lord must be fine. Yes, I'm fine. Miss Yenner must be very disappointed. After all, whether I die or die as the Sword Saint, Miss Yenner is always a sure winner. After all, the Lord of the Pavilion is the one that the young master has decided to assist, and Yenner naturally follows her husband's lead. Who would believe this saying that Fu sings and Fu follows? It's just that I couldn't tell whether this sword was a demon slayer or a banished immortal. It seems that the top 3 sword saints in the world are indeed the best in the world. What are you doing again? I remember the last time you were so diligent, when the sword saint wanted to kill you. Previously, it was cultivating true chi, but now it is cultivating techniques. Do you know why a top-notch level in the military can compete against the Jianghu Broken Mirror? Forget about anything else. This won't be difficult for me. Jianghu practitioners value true chi in their cultivation, and true chi determines their realm. However, military and martial arts emphasize skills, such as killing and fighting for one's life, which naturally gives them an advantage. Not bad, so my next step is to go to the battlefield. I have the ability to swallow heaven in my true chi, and as long as I have money, I am equivalent to having unlimited true chi. In terms of skills, I naturally have to resort to last-minute cramming. Didn't you already send the equipment to the 100 battle camp when you went to the battlefield? Why do you still have to go to the battlefield? Why do you really think that the Northern Army said it could be bought with favors, or that you could use favors to subdue a battalion? But my goal is to gain control of the Northern Army. Although I don't believe in my uncle's way of eating, living, and enduring hardships with soldiers, I believe that the military camp respects the strong. If I have outstanding military achievements, I will always lead by example. Even if I spend every day in the camp with girls and gnaw on bare paws, no one will refuse me. But on the battlefield, swords have no eyes. Have you really thought it through? I didn't really think about it before, but last night Lao Lu taught me something, and I feel like I can do it again. Anger. Lord Wang is certain that this is for our 100 battle camp. Deputy Commander of Su Feng's 100 battle battalion. Of course, only you are fortunate to have such a young master as your leader. Just buying these wine and meat alone cost 3,000 taels of military equipment, but 5,000 sets of steel tools, horses, crossbows, gunpowder, and other miscellaneous items add up to at least 600,000 taels. Wang An's military supply officer. How much is it? 600,000 taels. Where did this young master come from? With such a large investment, when did the 100 battlegrounds ever fight such a prosperous battle? If you become developed in the future, don't forget your brothers. How much more 600,000 is enough for me to add 3 more camps? I know that kid is rich. Who would have thought this kid would be so rich? When you reduced the equipment of the 100 battle camp before, everyone laughed at you. Now it's causing a stir in the morale of the army, and everyone wants to go to the 100 battle camp. Let him, who will make young Master Yang rich. But in the end, if he can't win the hearts of the army, this batch of equipment will still belong to us. If that's the case, it's okay. However, at night, the 100 battle camp posted a notice stating that they would be paid twice as much and promised to equip themselves with steel tools. Now, the veterans are doing well, but the new recruits are all restless and rushing into the 100 battle camp. Who gave this kid the right to modify his military pay and even secretly recruited soldiers? What does this kid really want? I don't know what this young master is thinking, but in the past 3 days, he has only been transporting things one by one to the 100 battle camp, and I feel envious when I look at him. And he himself has not appeared yet. On the contrary, there are already no less than 50,000 people who have signed up for the military, but the establishment of the 100 battle camp is only 5,000. No, it's not something this kid can do. What are his plans? So, should we stop it? What are the 5 reactions? I should have been waiting for your attitude, but 3 days have passed and there is no attitude on your end. The 100 battle camp is acting recklessly again, so I'm afraid they can't calm down anymore. Okay, then let them handle it themselves. Those who enlist will not be granted military status, but will not be expelled. Let that kid arrange for himself. If the 5 generals come knocking, there is no need to stop them. But in that case, I'm worried that if it continues, it won't end. I'm still there, no matter how they make a fuss, but there are always times when I'm not around. At that time, they were still making a scene like this, which was truly an unresolved issue. My subordinate understands now. Over 800,000 yuan in 3 days. You can make money, but you don't spend money like this, do you? Money. And at most 1 year, you will find that these silver bills are not as useful as grass paper. Why do you really want to be a housekeeper? Didn't you say you wanted to use your strength to impress those people? That's right, so I decided to meet the deputy commander. After all, he has been the commander of the 100 battle camp since its establishment. I heard that he is a 3rd-rank general with military achievements. As a battlefield iron general, you are only a 4th-rank general. How could he please you? Going now is equivalent to seizing power. He will definitely not cooperate with you. It's better for you to start as an ordinary soldier. If they accept your feelings, they will definitely be grateful to you and better accept you. You're wrong. Actually, those ordinary soldiers are the most difficult to deal with, and this commander is the one who can cooperate with me the most. Why? A person who can become an official must have at least 2 conditions. First, ability, and second, awareness of current affairs. Since he can achieve the position of deputy commander, if his ability is not particularly outstanding, he must have enough awareness of current affairs. One reason why I spent so much money is to help the deputy commander understand the current situation, while the soldiers at the grassroots level are more and more clueless and inexperienced. However, I don't dislike it because as a soldier, they don't understand the current situation and are not as adept at recognizing their beliefs. This is their rare advantage. I will protect their advantage, but the only thing I don't like is that this kind of person is easily incited. On the contrary, the deputy commander, who understands the situation, once he recognizes the situation, his loyalty will exceed your expectations. You all take a good look at me, take a good look. There are still 2 cities left, and the rebels are about to attack Kyoto. Your Majesty, rest assured. It's just that your Highnesses underestimated Hong Tao's retreat this time. I'm sure your Highnesses will learn a lesson and never underestimate the enemy again. I dare not whitewash the peace. In the current chaos, I can adjust the Northern Army. Second, I request your Majesty to personally launch 3 expeditions and relocate the capital. Is Yang Gong confused now? How can he do these 3 things by talking nonsense? Especially since the old prince of the Jinbei army is still alive, how can we let this army of tigers and wolves take control of Kyushu? Moreover, if we retreat, how can we reward him? There is nothing to be sealed. This is truly the sorrow of a courtier. I kindly ask your Majesty to reconsider. With the current strength of the rebel forces, relying solely on Kyoto and frontline soldiers is powerless to stop them. How could I, Dakian, be forced to such an extent by a mere rebel? I don't believe my 420,000 elite soldiers can't stop a mere rebel. If your Majesty is unwilling to move the capital, you cannot trust the military officials in Jinbei. Please personally lead the expedition with your Majesty. Your Majesty, please reconsider what Yang Gong said about serving the country and the people. Yuan Zhizhong, I naturally know that I am no longer in my prime. I am not afraid of dying on the battlefield, but I am afraid of losing the morale of my soldiers. There is no need to doubt the loyalty to the North, but the Northern Rome have been restless since the beginning of the year. The North must not be lost. Your Majesty, the safety of Kyoto is more important than anything else. I know everything you said, so I have already issued a decree. Let Lao San come back to the southern region to recuperate and save his strength for many years. Good generals like clouds will surely quell the chaos. I trust my own son. The third prince, His Majesty the King of Chu, cannot have such a situation. If the prince returns to the capital, there will be great chaos. I don't think you want to see Yang Gong's pros and cons like this, do you? Your Majesty is truly worthy of your actions. Your Majesty has trusted your Highness, and I have also trusted your Highness's abilities. Yang Gong. Oh, it's been so long. In private, Chao Gong hasn't called me Yang Gong for a long time. I don't believe you don't know what the situation would be like if your Majesty called the King of Chu over at this time. Is the prince in power besieging Kyoto, or is it the King of Chu whom you truly support? Today, Yang Gong, let me give you a few words. The emperor said he believed in his own son, but he didn't say which son he was. I said I believed His Highness, but I didn't say I believed any of His Highness. Can't we, Your Majesty, see clearly the situation that allows the King of Chu to return to the capital? And can't the princes who are in the midst of the chaos of usurpation see clearly? So how could Your Majesty really let His Royal Highness the King of Chu come back? Are you saying this sentence is meant for the 2 princes on the front line? With the abilities of the 2 princes, if they are determined to retreat and rely solely on the troops at their disposal, as long as there is no internal conflict, there will be no problem. However, the current problem is that the 2 princes cannot cooperate, so our current emperor has given them an excuse to cooperate. Common enemy. King of Chu. This can only be said by Your Majesty himself. Whatever I say about relocating the capital and launching a personal expedition is just nonsense. You have been with Your Majesty for so long and have only learned a little bit of conspiracy and trickery to control people's hearts. How far are you from measuring the world? So you should just be an honest father-in-law. That's why your majesty fears you so much. Phone Joe. Someone, quickly capture that little lady for me. General Hong once said that for the rebel army, we cannot bully women and children. Are these women and children? From what I can see, they are all the families of the powerful and privileged who are following them and causing trouble. Now that they have lost, they should suffer. And what's wrong with the brothers licking their blood and enjoying themselves? Just Honga. Honga, Honga, you know whether you are my elder brother's soldier or Hongtao soldier. Today I bullied women and children. What can he do to me? What is my relationship with my older brother? What is he? Come on, little lady. I like you, someone with delicate skin and tender flesh. I also like you, a brainless person like me. As Mr. Liu expected, it's just a mess. If it weren't for Hong Tower and other unruly people, it would have been peaceful in 3 days. Who are you? Jinui pseudo-character Camp General Flag Code Mass Greetings to General. It's really not easy for the third in command to catch you. Don't be afraid, people like you are the best gift from heaven. I will never kill you. I just want to know where the granary is, where the grain transportation is, and how much you are worth in the eyes of the bloodline of Emperor Hao. I will never betray my elder brother. You guys, kill me. It doesn't matter. Their greatest skill is to make you reveal your secret, masked girl. Can you help General Zhang? Don't worry, sir. I will definitely take good care of General Ho. Gather the Jinui and Yang family soldiers to avoid Hongtao. Let's go intercept their grain path and see if there's a chance to catch big fish. The prince you claim to be the smartest prince of the emperor, but now it seems that he has 1,500 brocade clothes in his hands, which could have done more. But now he has forced you, a civil servant, to personally go to the battlefield. Tiger brother, don't underestimate Wenshua. Wenshua is not a corrupt scholar or a gentleman. He is good at the 6 arts and Wenshua. As for the Yu King, the only thing he's doing now is not being completely swallowed up by the King of Qing in this war. Where else does he have any thoughts on the battlefield? All we can do now is to try our best to slow down their footsteps, give the person in Kyoto more time to consider, and also buy some arrangement time for Yan Gong. News from Kyoto to recall the King of Chu. Confused, who came up with such a foolish move? At this moment, calling back the King of Chu undoubtedly announced his succession to the throne. Your Majesty proposed that Yan Gong approve. Your Majesty, even if Yan Gong approves. Oh, I understand now. No wonder he is Yan Gong. The court has 400,000 soldiers and horses, wouldn't anyone dare to fight against me? How did you shoot 3 times and kill 4 broken mirrors? I heard that even the sword saint has been seriously injured. You should know that if the top 3 sword saints don't appear, it's the best in the world. 7th brother, now is not the time to hide his strength. Now we have to rely on Mr. Sword Saint to deal with Hong Tao. 2nd brother, you have misunderstood Master's injury. I think you have also seen it. Can't you understand the broken mirror master beside you? I heard that Mr. Jian Sheng has a sword called Exiled Immortal. I believe killing Hong Tao with this sword is not a big deal, right? 2nd brother was just joking, it's just a rumor. If there really is such a sword to kill 2nd brother, wouldn't it be just right? If I were the only prince left here, I would have the ability to make Hong Tao retreat. The Crown Prince values you too much. This time we went to the national crisis together, you played your cards to the fullest. I hope you can suppress the rebels on the battlefield and also suppress me. But the Crown Prince didn't expect that you couldn't suppress anyone, which made the current situation so awkward. 7th brother, it's better to keep your word. If you break through the city again, 7th brother knows the consequences. 2nd brother, look at the retreat. Withdraw troops. Is it possible that the reinforcements have arrived? How could there be any reinforcements now unless father is willing to let the other 4 armies come to assist? 2nd brother is overthinking it. If there really were to be another Four Realms army, neither of us would want to see it. After all, we still have one brother with the most powerful military power. King of Chu. If father calls him over at this time, it means, Shoo, it's better not to say this. No one wants to hear it out loud. Your Highness, the frontline cabinet led by Lord Lu launched a surprise attack on enemy food and captured local generals alive. Currently, negotiations are underway with the rebel leader regarding the withdrawal of enemy troops, which is one of the conditions. Mr. Lu Wenchua. It's true that the person chosen by Yang Gong won the only battle now, which was fought by a civil servant under Yang Gong. Even if none of us want to acknowledge this military achievement, there's no way we can't erase it because it's too dazzling. You burned my provisions and dared to come see me. The famous gun god is well known throughout the world, and the Battle of Fengyang Pass witnessed the invincible posture of the gun god. So I dare not confront you again and can only take some unconventional ways to make you laugh. No need to talk nonsense. How did you finally let my brother go? Your Highness, as the bloodline of Emperor Hao, when Shuo dare not overstep his bounds. If it weren't for his official position, he should have knelt down and worshipped upon seeing the bloodline of Emperor Hao now. Please don't take offense, Your Highness. Actually, it's a negotiation. When Shuo came here to provide guidance to Your Highness. How do you say that? It's very simple now that the food and forage have been burned. If you persist, there is a high chance that Your Highness will lose the battle, and if you continue to fight like this, your sworn brothers may also have to sacrifice the flag in front of you. If you lose the battle like this, you will also lose your brothers, which is very inappropriate for Your Highness. So when Shuo thought that His Highness had now obtained the land of the four states and fought repeatedly, his soldiers were also suffering greatly. Now that there is no food and resources, it is difficult to predict the outcome of the battle. The land of the four states is also not managed in such a way. A defeat is likely to be a military defeat and a mountain collapse. All previous efforts have been lost. Why don't Your Highness withdraw his troops and rest for a period of time, and manage the land of the four states well, train troops, collect grain, and absorb the resources of the four states? Even if we lose at that time, it will only be a gain or loss for one city. Sir, what do you think? If the food and supplies are available, I will definitely support Your Highness. But now all the food and supplies have been burned, leaving less than 5 days of stored grain. Within 5 days, I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat the soldiers in the capital. The continuous battles are indeed exhausting. At this point, we absolutely cannot take a step back. If we do, we will be entangled. With morale still high, we can sit back and receive full credit. If we retreat, it will be a cliff of 10,000 feet. No wonder he is the god of guns who has worked hard and achieved great success all the way here. I'm sure if our army were to suffer a major defeat, Gun God would have broken through this imperial city. Not to mention the rebel army, even our army highly praises Gun God, and even Your Majesty is angry and has lost him. You're sowing discord. When Shuo dare not just say that since the uprising of the rebel army, the name of the god of guns has been widely heard, and no one knows that he cannot help but have no intention of stirring up trouble. General Hong, there's no need to worry. I'll promote General Hong to the position of Marshal of our volunteer army and lead all the volunteer army. Your Highness, I have no intention of taking power. All I ask is for a horse to set foot in Kyoto. Even if I am a pioneer, it doesn't matter. I just ask Your Highness to agree to my request. If I can't defeat Hongtao, I will die on the battlefield. How could the rebel army not have Hong Shui? Since the uprising, Hong Shui has been on the battlefield and it's time for him to rest. Moreover, our military supplies are indeed insufficient. It would be better to retreat and rest, and then turn around. We can first take Haizhou and then Yangzhou. Even if their fourth border army comes, it will be of no use. Your Highness, this idea is indeed wise. Now that our rebel army has been advancing vigorously into other states and counties, there have also been rebel uprisings. We can also contact these people to continue to strengthen our power and overthrow Dakian with a strategy of encroachment. How to explain to the soldiers when they retreat like this? Don't worry, Wenshua has come up with a great reason for His Highness to withdraw his troops. Today, Your Highness can say to the public that Wenshua used your brother to threaten you to retreat, and that you, as a brother who values loyalty and righteousness, have to give up everything and retreat. This way, not only can you avoid a defeat, but you can also increase your reputation. This time, I am planning for His Highness, hoping that if His Highness's destiny returns in the future, he can give Wenshua a chance to rectify the situation. Your Highness, you cannot listen to this thief disturbing the morale of the army. Your Highness, please note. Now that the grain and forage have been burned, General Zhang's arrest is all caused by him. If he is truly sincere to His Highness, how could he do these things? I, as an official of the court, naturally need to plan for the court to bear the burden of the ruler's worries. If Wenshua is really the kind of person who lacks loyalty, I believe His Highness also looks down on me, but Wenshua really wants to see the moment when His Highness's destiny returns. Okay, I'm not a fool. I naturally know that officials in this court are the best and intimidating people, and you don't have to praise me here. As the bloodline of Emperor Hao, I naturally know the rules of not beheading envoys, so I won't do anything to you. Don't worry, Hong Shui. I have no doubts about Hong Shui from beginning to end, just because what he said is indeed in line with our current situation, and I promised Hong Shui to help you conquer Kyoto. I promised to do it, but now we cannot take our brothers on an adventure. But Your Highness, I have made up my mind, Lu Wenshua. We will withdraw soon. Please send my brother back as soon as possible. Your Highness is wise. Is Lord Qian so idle? Why have you been staying here all this time without returning to Wuzhou? I'm struggling with whether to get rid of you here or not. After all, you are the cause of that chaotic era. It's boring to probe like this. If someone knew about me, they might dare to attack me, but you definitely wouldn't dare. Oh, girl, you're really confident. You should know that the 10th in the world can't protect you now. Uncle Fu was never here to block someone like you, and you know better than anyone that you only have a chance when I'm alive. And if I really die at your hands, or whoever I really die at, the young master will help me seek revenge. I always have confidence in following the young master for so long. You can still threaten me with that, but you need to know. That person is currently only hiding in the north, and there hasn't been a single subordinate with a broken mirror around until now. Others don't eat this trick. The king of Qin has 5 broken mirrors in his hands, and the king of Yu also has a sword saint master who has fought until today, repeatedly retreating. And looking at the young master's subordinate Lu Wenshua, he only relied on a broken mirror and hundreds of brocade clothes to retreat from the enemy. I have to admire Lu Wenshua for making the most correct decision in the current chaotic situation. Going alone to the enemy camp to lobby for withdrawal shows more loyalty and bravery. Now Dakian really deserves to have come this far. First came Hong Tao, then Lu Wenshua, who was as skilled in both literature and martial arts as Zhao Qianyu and Yang Yuan, but they suffered injustice and were demoted one after another. Is it true that Diqian is not destined by heaven? If the Lord really thinks so, why don't you honestly return to Wuzhou and I'll keep you safe for the rest of your life? If you don't think so, then the Lord should have moved and the mob wouldn't have retreated. If he had retreated, it would have been a cliff of thousands of miles. However, Yenner guessed that the Lord was worried about the one in the palace if he didn't leave. You really can't hide anything from Miss Yenner. Wenshua is quite capable, and it's not in vain for me to take him step by step to his father's side. It's indeed good, but currently there are nearly 4 states in the hands of these rioters, and the court is just breathing a sigh of relief. This mob leader is really a mediocre person who can't even see his own fighter jet. The reason why he has been able to win so smoothly all the way is because he fights fast and slowly, and Hong Tao is unstoppable. So the only way for him was to risk everything and take a desperate gamble. Now that he has retreated, he has lost all the opportunities, and those 2 princes are scared. If the Chu King really brings his troops back, they can really go home and wait to meet the new emperor. So next, we will definitely leave no room to eliminate this group of rioters. Although their aura may be slightly inferior, which prince can participate in the seizure of the throne is simple. So the turmoil can be considered suppressed. This is just the beginning. Everything is just the beginning. The king of Yu and the king of Qin both have military power, and the one in Wuzhou is also eager to make a move. How could it be that the thunder is loud and the rain is small this time? And now the most important thing for us is to meet the person who knows the times, or if he really knows the times, he should come to our door today. General Su Feng brings the 100 battle talisman to meet with the 100 battle commander. Sure enough, I didn't read it wrong. Su Tong led you on a wide road. What, sir? Are you planning to kill me before leaving? That's right. If these so-called rebel forces in front of us really have a chance to make a comeback, I will definitely kill you. But we both know that once we retire, they will never have a chance again. Even if those two princes are stupid, they will not let this fighter go. Sir, with unparalleled courage, why not choose a good leader to serve? I know what the gentleman is asking for, and I think you should know that Yang Jiao has already married Miss Li, and he loves her with 10 miles of red makeup. Let's all decorate the city together. That's also the second reason why I didn't kill you. Otherwise, if you thought you made all my plans go down the drain, I would really let you go so easily. Sir, did you go in the opposite direction of the army's retreat? I never went back and told that kid that the character Li was a derogatory term from the Shangwan family towards my girl. Back then, her mother gave her the character Xin. As for not seeing their mother and daughter for so many years, it's only because as an elder brother and uncle, they couldn't shelter them from the wind and rain and have no face to see her. And I heard that I didn't want my girl to marry that kid, but the most satisfying thing that kid did was burn down the official family, so I accepted this marriage. Moreover, that kid took advantage of me. My girl has never practiced martial arts before, so if that kid cultivates her with all his might, she can reach the pinnacle of that realm. But what are your plans? Shangwan owes my sister what I want to reclaim this time. If there are no soldiers, then attack the city alone. Brother, you should practice martial arts well and leave all your food, clothing, and expenses to me. Did you eat? Brother, it's okay to go hungry for 2 meals, but as a girl, we can't go hungry at home. I'm already full after eating. Leave the leftovers for my older brother. If I don't take care of my younger sister, she will naturally treat me well. Sister, don't worry, brother will definitely become the only gun god in the world. When the time comes, take your sister to eat and drink well, and no one will be able to harm you in the slightest. Doctor, how is my sister? Why did she suddenly faint? I beg you to save her. This girl has been advised to eat too much wild vegetables and weeds, but she refuses to eat properly. Sister, isn't she? Poor and wealthy, your sister copied books and woven cloth to barely provide for your food and clothing. She can only eat wild vegetables dug in the field, but as a little girl, she can't tell which ones are edible and which ones are not. No more practice. Nothing's as important as my sister. After that, I'll take care of her. Brother, you must become the only gun god in the martial arts world so that I can do all of this with meaning. Sister, I have been promoted to the 3rd rank and become the commander of the Kyoto garrison, 7th rank. You can have your own small mansion, don't worry, brother. At this age, as long as you can go to the battlefield once and get a military merit official position, it will be even higher. Congratulations, brother. Brother, I'm pregnant with Lord Shangwan's child. Shangwan Zhang, I don't care how big an official you are. In this world, no one can bully my sister. The Shangwan family is not a place where you can act recklessly. My master has shown kindness to the young lady who is pregnant with the Shangwan family's child and must stay, while your family cannot stay in Kyoto. Lord Shangwan promised me that he would give my brother a bright future. As long as the little lady never appears in front of the world, gives birth to a child safely and steadily in the backyard, and does not leave the backyard, the official will naturally keep her word. Sister, Your Excellency Shangwan has no time in his life and doesn't want us to be known. In fact, it's not a big deal. Losing freedom is better than many families, isn't it? Brother, it's okay. You must become the world's #1 marksman and wait for my brother to come and pick me up. My sister blames me for entering the broken mirror too late and becoming a gun god too late. I hate that if you don't have good luck at this time, my brother won't be able to break through Kyoto for you and break through the eunuch family imprisoned in you. The head of the Qian family's imperial court, Hong Tao, came alone to attack the city. Why is Hong Tao suffering? A military strategist with 10,000 enemies can block ordinary enemies with broken mirrors. The combination of hostility can help him fight beyond his level. In the city of Kyoto, only Yang Gong may be able to block him. I can't stop him, and he's not here to kill me or the emperor, let alone bully the people. What does Yang Gong mean? It doesn't mean much, it's just the literal meaning. Since the government cannot provide justice to others, what does it matter if they find justice themselves and the prime minister feels guilty? Don't you have no time in your life? What's the benefit of Yang Gong doing this? This is not the time for us to fight. This Hong Tao is the leader of the rebel army. As the commander of the Jinyui, it is your duty. All right. Give face to your in-laws and go back. I can't bear to let you in, but I can't let you in. Yang Gong's daughter is fortunate to marry into the Yang family. Thank you for not disliking her identity, emotions, or reasoning. I should listen to everything you say. But I'm here today to ask if the little sister of the Kyoto garrison captain in the Shangwan family is worthy of you. Now, the gun god sister is not worthy of him. He used his identity to suppress my siblings and destroy my sister's life. Now, I am using force to kill him to pay for my sister's life. Is it too much? It's nothing, but he deserves to pay with his life when he becomes an official. He has already enjoyed a lifetime of glory, while my sister never enjoyed a single day until she died. I remember that although there were harsh punishments from his Shangwan family, they made my daughter grow up, so today I only killed Shangwan Zhang. Yang Gong's lack of in-laws will make things difficult for you today. Yang Gong, are you okay? I'm only asking about it, Shangwan. I have no intention of affecting it. Make way for me. Hong Tao is grateful, but if he insists on blocking me, he will die with only 4 words. Prepare a carriage quickly. You poured too much water and even transferred all the elite members of the Jinyui to the palace. Are you really going to help Hong Tao? I don't want to release water so harshly, but he even called me his in-laws. How could he not give me that face? But I don't think he has much chance to attack the city alone. It's not that easy. There is a forbidden army patrol camp in the city that claims to be an enemy of 10,000 soldiers, but there is no real enemy of 10,000 soldiers. Hong Tao is too impulsive and might as well find an opportunity to assassinate him. Your vision is still a bit poor. You underestimate this gun god too much. You should know that his marksmanship and military strategy are actually equally outstanding. He may seem brave but lacks strategy when calling out at the city gate, but in reality, he is also assessing the situation. Do you think I brought all the Jinyui into the palace to make way for him? So what are you? Take a good look at the current situation. The Forbidden Army in Kyoto has been transferred, 2/3 of the surrounding troops have been deployed to the front battlefield, and now it is the most empty time in Kyoto City. As for those 2 princes, they are busy chasing after them while they win, and have no time for him to care. You said that at this moment, if all the Jinyi Wei and all the forbidden forces in the city are pursuing him, then the emptiest place will become where the gun god provokes. Palace. What if there is such a person waiting for such an opportunity to attack your majesty? I'm afraid this will be the easiest opportunity to succeed. Have the identities of these assassins been verified? Your Majesty, these assassins who are skilled in using curved knives and poisonous insects should be assassins from the east. Yodong country, this Yang Gong was the former commander of the eastern region back then. Chao Gong, don't forget that the elite guards of the Jinyui are guarding the palace. That's Yang Gong's order. Misunderstanding me, it's not what I meant. I just said. Yang Gong, the assassin of the Eastern Kingdom, must be familiar with it and must have a way to deal with it. There is no other intention. Eastern countries can also enter from the southern border, right? Nanjing is the fiefdom of Lausan, but if you want to infiltrate Kyoto, you can still avoid the eyes of the Jinyui. Lao must have also provided a lot of help. Sure enough, this is why the Lord didn't leave. If Yang Gong really doesn't have any plans, I'm sure whatever you say will save the Emperor. Anyway, my relationship with him is still there, and if anything unexpected happens to him, it's not particularly advantageous for me. I have to say, I was overthinking it. As long as Yang Gong is here, there won't be any mistakes. So my first dislike is playing chess with young masters. The second reason is that I don't want to be an enemy of Yang Gong, or if it weren't for my relationship with the young master. I'm sure the Jinyui has already surrounded us by now. Quan Chi Bai also heard that you left your hand on my girl and on me back then. Although it was humiliating, your skills were inferior. I don't blame you. But if you're blocking me from seeking justice, then I won't hold my hand anymore. A few days ago, I watched Sword Saint's 2 swords, 1 sword, 1 sword, and 1 sword, and now I have some insights. This one-shot stacking my gun is intended to stack hostility and then suppress it with invincibility. The swordsmanship is exquisite, but the gun is the king of 100 soldiers and should be used with ultimate destructive power. Therefore, the day of the gun shattered the stars. This gun has the power to destroy the city, it can only be dodged and cannot be hit hard. Fortunately, in the Battle of Broken Mirrors, I had the master take away all the family and servants, otherwise this one shot. You killed 5 fake broken mirrors, but you are definitely not a match for the 4 of us. You can suppress them with invincibility and many other means, but in fact, in a protracted battle, we only need 3 people to completely defeat you. Let's give it a try. No need to try. I'm telling you, he didn't lie. Although they may not be among the top 10 in the world, they are still real. If they drag you and hit you, you will definitely lose. I have already reached this point, how can I step back? Isn't that enough? Last time, Xiao Jiu only burned down the main residence, and you turned the entire Shangwan family into this. And this time, everyone knows what you're talking about. Shangwan Zhang won't be so busy with his life. Not enough for my sister. Is it good enough for you to risk your life here? Your calculation is good. There are indeed people who want to attack the Emperor, and as you thought, I expected this step and placed all the elite in the palace. That's why I gave you this opportunity now, but if everything in the palace is resolved and you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. If you take a step back and say you're not afraid of death, what if you really kill the current head of the court, Xiao Jiu and his wife? That would be a heinous crime against the 9 clans. I can't care about that much. As Yang Gong, you can naturally protect them. Keep them safe, haha. It's good if I can keep myself safe. Why don't you listen to me? Your nephew and son-in-law will definitely not let go of Shangwan Zhang, and your niece is eager to break through the lack of a teacher's guidance. I still have confidence in my son. What do you want to do? Tell him you will help you, at least it's much better than doing it yourself. You've said all of this. If I'm going my own way, you're blocking me, right? If you weren't my daughter-in-law's uncle, you wouldn't have been able to enter Kyoto. And more importantly, I won't just watch you die. It's better to take this opportunity to see Miss Hong. Okay, this time I'll show you my affection. Even if I charge a little interest for coming to the government this time, I still have to calculate this account when the chaos first arises. The tomb of Hong Nguyen. Warm and cozy. Brother, I have become the only gun god in the world. Luzhou. Your Highness, we have taken back Fengzhou. The front-line troops have started attacking the rioters in Luzhou, and they are now in a state of defeat. Seize the opportunity to pursue and retake Luzhou. Didn't second brother find it strange where that gun god went? What are you pretending to be stupid with me, seventh brother? Even if we attack with all our might now, you should still be able to hear this intelligence, right? That gun god went to attack the city alone. Yes, attacking the city alone will surely become famous throughout the world in a few days. But what I saw more was second brother's layout on this matter. I underestimated second brother and thought you only cared about the war in front of you, even a bit short-sighted. Now it seems that second brother's success today is not a coincidence. I really can't understand what seventh brother is saying. Just a reminder to seventh brother that if you are still alive, you should thank my king for showing mercy. Since ancient times, the second brother of the Tian family, who had no relatives, wanted to ascend to heaven in one go and then throw everything onto the third brother. If he really succeeded, the second brother would win everything in one game, but unfortunately, he forgot about Yam Gong. Seventh brother's speech is getting more and more profound. I really can't understand it. If nothing happens, please lead your Yangzhou cavalry to continue attacking the enemy. Second brother never thought that the pillar of the country today is no longer the father emperor. But as long as Yang Yuan is still alive, all of our princes will be restrained. Now I only have the Jinyui and the second brother of Yangzhou in my hands, who are also suppressed by Yang Yuan in the officialdom. The third brother is not to mention that both the southeast and southeast regions are now old subordinates of Yang Yuan. Second brother, what does this mean? Yang Gong. Second brother, please don't dream of subduing Yang Yuan anymore. Even before, Yang Jiao has emerged and can endure for so many years. 2 generations of the Yang family have been monopolizing power like this, and even the emperor's father is just afraid. Rongbin Wang, think again. How could the imperial army be so powerful? Where is Hongtao? Where is Hongtao? Big brother, it's just Fengzhou. Big brother, there's no need to panic. Luzhou is easy to defend but difficult to attack. As long as we successfully reach the army of the Luzhou court, there's nothing we can do about it. Where did Hongtao go? Someone saw Hongtao alone heading towards Kyoto, possibly for revenge. This is troublesome. This is troublesome. Without Hongtao, what can we do to block the court's mirror-breaking warriors? Your Highness, there's no need to worry. We still have so many soldiers. As long as you conserve your energy, there is still a chance to send troops to Kyoto. You're right, you're right. As long as you give me time, I still have 1,000,000 heroes left. Your Highness, there's no need to panic. Why don't you let me stay here and lend a helping hand, Your Highness? Who are you? Oh, Your Highness, you forgot your background. I also forgot who gave His Highness the first bucket of gold and the first batch of soldiers. You don't, no, you are the leader of the gang. Your Highness, your words are not accurate. You are no longer a hall leader of the Green Gang, but a powerful force of the descendants of Emperor Hao with millions of soldiers and horses. The Green Gang dare not restrict Your Highness anymore and only wants to seek the dragon's merit. I'll help you. Your Highness cannot believe my family's plan. Leader, I'm joking. I've never seen anyone with the same intelligence and strategy as the leader. It's a great honor for the rebel army that you're here. This time, Su Tongling is showing loyalty. If the grandson of the old prince had such financial resources, he should know what to do even if he wasn't blind. If the young master gives orders, he will go through fire and water without hesitation. Not bad, to be honest, I haven't led troops before. I need Su Tong to help me with many things. The first question now is how these soldiers can subdue me. Nowadays, everyone sees the benefits brought by the young master. If it were any other army, they would probably have been grateful to the young master by now. But the Northern Army is different. The army that has always been easily bought off by favors is not very interesting, so I also need to find a new way. The young master will definitely cooperate with whatever he wants to do. General, have you not seen that the 100 battle camp is like celebrating Chinese New Year every day? The young master of the Yang family is really rich and has nowhere to spend money. Giving soldiers something good to eat and drink is like having money and nowhere to spend it. What's the point of those dandies in Kyoto spending a lot of money just for a brothel courtesan? So buying people's hearts like this is also despicable. The 100 battle camp was originally your reserve camp, but now it has been given to him by the general. When can my northern army be bought off with money? I think that young master should have thought about this. I'm curious now about how he managed to subdue the 100 battle camp. But what's wrong with you lately? I don't know if it's my imagination, but you're always provoking me and the young master of the Yang family. Previously, I knew you were advocating for me, but in recent days, you have become more deliberate. The final general dare not provoke, but the general and I have suffered too much oppression from these aristocratic young masters along the way. Now that you have become a Kirin general, you still have to endure it. I have my own decisions on these matters. The young master from General Wang's family has arrived at the military camp. After hiding for so long, did you think of how to conquer the 100 battles? That's quite curious. I just don't agree with that young master. What the hell? Just wanted to buy us off with a few drinks. You're right about Sister Ling. Only Sister Ling's bed can buy us off. Okay, whoever beats that young master down today will get into my mother's bed. You all seem so cowardly that you become soft when it comes to handling things. Can I even get into your bed if I knock that young master down? It seems that there are still those who can get tough. As long as you can knock him down, I'll let you in bed. Hey, you look a bit familiar. I don't like getting into bed with acquaintances. Let's talk next time. No, 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 I still want to see what kind of betting can conquer the 100 battlegrounds. Next time, I'll drink a little too much this time. Go wake up and drink, you guys chat, you guys chat. No, let's finish this conversation. I happen to be the young master you mentioned. I didn't expect you to have such a big opinion of me. I drank too much, I can't hear. Why are there still women in the military camp who are like this? Phoenix General's personal army was not in a suitable position due to some injuries, and she did not want to join the logistics and other non-main forces, so she was arranged here. Young master, I was really joking just now. Now that the wine has also woken up, please let me off the hook. Are all the loyal soldiers of the Phoenix Generals so flexible and adaptable? Isn't bailing more special? The female soldiers in Phoenix Camp are usually quite aloof and rarely have contact with male soldiers. So let her follow me. I thought the Jinbei army were all rigid people, but seeing her, I still thought it was good. No, 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 young master. Although I am full of vulgar language, I am the daughter of Manhwa. Please spare me. I know she actually talked about the feelings of many of you just now. In my heart, I'm just a playboy. Why should I sacrifice my life for me? To be honest, if I had encountered this situation before, I might have thought carefully about how to persuade you to use conspiracy and conspiracy tactics. But this time, I would like to use some more direct and simple methods. Gather all the members of the 100 battle camp and also inform other camps to come and watch the excitement. Especially those 5 generals, tell them not to carry it anymore. Come on, everyone. Are you planning to? It's simple. If you don't agree, then go ahead and take it. If I win the entire 100 battle camp alone, can you accept it? Boast without shame. This is not Kyoto, not a place for you to be a playboy. Did he get scared out of his wits by the military camp? What are you? Ask the 100 battle camp to gather at the martial arts arena and tell them that if they dare not, forget it. Are you really crazy? Do you think if I defeat them all, I can get into Phoenix's bed? How do I know that I'm not a general? Really? That's a pity. I always feel like you know this problem better than anyone else. It's just that everyone wants to see how I can subdue the 100 battle camp. Then I'll tell them that Yamgyo doesn't need any conspiracies or tricks this time, just use military methods to make them convinced. General, is this young master really stupid? I'm afraid not even the oldest Xuanwu general can handle a one-on-one battle with the 100 battle camp, except for the Grand General. Although not as strong as Qilin camp, Baijian camp is still an elite force in the northern region. Even if a mirror-breaking warrior can only reach a maximum of 2,000 at the moment, breaking through the realm may be powerful, but their true energy is not infinite. Unless a warrior with 10,000 soldiers relies on killing intent to crush low-level warriors, but that requires killing. It's a pipe dream to defeat the 100 battle camp alone with wooden equipment on the martial arts field. Phoenix injured, White Tiger bloodthirsty. The only ones who ultimately care about this matter are you and me. Because everyone knows that the next heir to the Northern Territory will only arise between you and me. This young master has lost face today and should go back honestly. Before going back, my Qinglong camp can give him a military merit. After all, no matter what, he must be in charge of the Jinyui. The North cannot lose this ally. I've already said this between you and me. You must be valued by the Grand General, and I must be valued by the old prince. However, both the old prince and the Grand General have high expectations for Yamgyo. Don't talk about bloodline anymore. We've all learned from the old prince. You should know that for the old prince, the most important thing is never that bloodline, otherwise he wouldn't have watched helplessly as the general remained unmarried for so many years. Young master, why don't you reveal to me what methods you have? Your words have already brought out the limelight. Just now, I heard that both the Qilin general and the Qinglong general have been alarmed. I'm afraid the old prince and the general will also come soon. Can you also tell me how to deal with the Phoenix general? Qinglong Qilin are all opponents. Baihu has a bad temper and only asks about war, not military politics, and Xuanwu. Not to mention what I heard about Qinglong's father. Now that I am isolated and helpless, the only hope is for this Phoenix general. Our general doesn't like military politics either. It's evident that. As for my trump card, there seems to be someone who is dedicated to military and political affairs in such a leisurely place. You'll know soon. Indeed, both the Grand General and the old prince are present. I heard that my dear grandson's words were astonishing, and as a good grandfather, how could I not come and witness such a big scene? This kid said he doesn't play conspiracies and tricks, but in the end, he still plays the same set of opportunism. But this time, I'm afraid it will really make him famous. General, what does this mean? Is it really possible that he can defeat the 100 battle camp alone? That's right, to be honest, all the people who have been able to cultivate his technique to his level throughout history are the most powerful and influential. People like this never have to go to the battlefield in person or fight, so no one thought they could use it like this. Madam, why don't you go and watch the young master fight? You should know that the young master has never fought like this before. What's so good about this? Poor people, rich people, and martial arts. In this military camp, except for those officers, there are high-level warriors who are mostly 9th to 7th grade. How many 6th grade ones are already very good? No matter how he says it now, he is still a 4th grade martial artist. Martial artists are not good at killing enemies because their true chi can also break through mirrors. However, true chi is never a problem for him. This time, he will definitely win. Madam, you're really stubborn. You don't want to see the young master suffer, do you? There are some things that true chi can make up for. But some moves are difficult to catch up with in the short term in terms of experience. The young master will win this time, but most likely it will be a disastrous victory. Although he is timid, he is also afraid of pain. But there are some hardships that I'm not sure I can endure, but he can endure them with a smile, and I can't bear them for him. The top-notch chi tonifying pill is also eaten like this. Even if you give up, don't be discouraged. So many people want to hold on to themselves. I am currently in the 4th rank and can easily defeat the 5th rank with just one strike. I have also watched the group from the 100 battle camp, but at most, they are only in the 6th rank. If my true energy is sufficient, every blow can fly one. For me, it's just 5,000 attacks. Oh, you also need to be careful not to get chopped off, but to separate your true chi and protect your body, and be prepared to get beaten up 5,000 times. Wait, you're practicing the swallowing heaven technique and you've even reached the 4th rank. The maximum number of people who can cultivate and swallow the heavens is only 8th grade, and they will lose all the possibility of advancement afterwards. However, if there is really a 4th grade warrior with infinite true chi, he will be in the army of low-level warriors. Okay, here comes the young master. Come on, you guys go together. He actually came. Is this young master foolish, or is he really underestimating us? I don't care if he's stupid or underestimating us, but as long as he stands on the martial arts arena, no matter what kind of fight he gets, he can't retaliate against us. I really can't figure out how he dares to stand here. With his realm, 1 against 100 is already the limit. It's difficult, but he can definitely do it. Xiao Su is right. Yang Jiao is someone that both the old prince and I have high hopes for. You and the old prince. It's the general. I understand now. You misunderstood that Yang Jiao is excellent, but I hope you are better than him. You were taught by me. Why should you lose to Yang Yuan's son? It's the Grand General. Come on, let's agree beforehand that even if I die on the martial arts field today, no one will blame you at all. This is the iron law of the Jinbei army. Don't hide your hands, don't say you dare not use your full strength when you lose. Then I offended the young master of the Yang family. Although there are millions of people, I have gone. Sure enough, it's still too forced. It seems that you still don't agree. Keep going. If we can't finish today, we'll call tomorrow. Refer to Commander-in-Chief. Phoenix is good at guerrilla warfare, White Tiger is good at strong attack, Chilant's military strategy is elegant, Green Dragon is precious in its divine speed, Xuanwu defends the city, and no one can shake it. Now, as the commander of the 100 battles, I will establish the name of the 100 battles army soul, which will never fade away and will continue to fight to the death. Just like my commander, although there are millions of people today, I will go. Not retreating from 100 battles. It really looks like Yang Yuan. I thought he would say something more like Chang Sheng, but now it seems that he has taken it seriously. My obedient grandson is not easy. Young master, no, 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 is what you just said okay? I'll be your personal soldier. Just now, you were indeed a little narrow-minded person. Don't have the same knowledge as me. You are so handsome on the martial arts field. I will definitely go all out for you, so you are considering me. Stupid, stupid, stupid. Even if you have unlimited true energy and haven't practiced any moves, how could you hit so many people at once? If you had used a real knife, you would have been killed by a random knife long ago. Xiaoli, you missed the shining moment when I was consecrated in front of you. Stupid, only outsiders care about how high your achievements are. Family only cares about how much hardship you have endured. Seeing you in such a miserable state, I think it's better for you to be more ordinary. Cough cough, Xylear said this and lost her conscience. If I am so ordinary, why should I marry you? That's why I didn't stop you from going. My little Lee has grown up. It's dawn. My young master has been here for 5 days since dawn. If it weren't for Xia Xiaoxia and the people from Medicine King Valley, even if you didn't die this time, you would be useless. It's so serious. The ribs are almost non-existent, and the meridians throughout the body have been pushed to the critical point by true qi, let alone the hidden injuries on the body. Especially the hand that swings the knife, even if an ordinary person swings it 5,000 times, it is difficult to bear, let alone if you really chop people. It's my fault for being too impulsive this time. I knew I wouldn't win so easily, but I never expected to almost confess myself. This time, thanks to everyone in Medicine King Valley and young hero Xie. We were just helping you heal your external injury, but you suffered such a severe internal injury. If we need to adjust, it's hard to say for over 6 months. Your internal injury can be treated so quickly because of Lu Lao 07. Who, Lao Lu? He won't crown me for my internal injury, will he? He saved me with his own cultivation. Lao Lu did put in his own cultivation for you. After all, you were injured too severely this time. Are you kidding? Who told him to do this? No, Lao Lu. Lao Lu, get in here for me. Lao Lu. Wow, my young master. My young master has been wanting to be young for 5 whole days. I really want to be young. Are you okay? Are you still skilled in martial arts? You haven't done anything foolish, have you? Does stupid young master mean teaching the young master anger? You're becoming more and more aggressive, Xiaoli. How dare you tease your officials? Also, let's forget about Xie Xiaoxia and Xylier. What do you mean by that? Although I can't argue with you, I still don't think highly of you learning to be aggressive. I just fell silent because it's not because of Lu Lao. Old boy, please explain to me why you passed on some hostility to me before you did at this moment. What was previously handed over to the young master was just a means of manipulating hostility, and now this is the true hostility. And the so-called hostility is a type of evolved killing intent that requires killing popularity, but it is easy to get lost in the killing process. Moreover, excessive hostility can lead to demons, causing minor damage to the body. Listen to me slowly, young master's internal injuries are mostly caused by the support of true qi. It is very slow to resolve them with medication. Since the old boy is so dangerous, you actually used it when I was seriously injured to try to replace the young master, right? So another benefit of anger comes out. Regulating true qi is said to be regulating, but in fact, it is mutually consuming. After all, suppressing anger still requires true qi, otherwise anger will harm the body. Understood, so from now on I can cultivate hostility. I don't recommend cultivating hostility or killing to nourish qi. If you really practice, it's easy for someone like me to not break the mirror. Killing to nourish qi. Yes, and the biggest advantage of being aggressive is that it can accumulate infinitely and become stronger as it kills, which is most compatible with the young master's butcher knife. Hey, you're not planning this from the beginning, are you? Let me inherit your mantle, young master. Didn't your evil pupils kneel and beg you to teach him? I've taught you, haven't you seen him for so many days? Extreme North King's Court. Your Majesty, with the current internal turmoil in the Great Qian, Xiao Wang feels that it is an opportunity. Isn't the military always decided by the imperial uncle? It's just that Uncle Wang, big or small, has always had more losses and fewer wins when facing the Jinbei army. Now, he hasn't taken a single city and has exhausted the national treasury. The national strength of Dacian is far superior to that of our northern Rome, and it is also because of this that they have failed many times before. But now the internal turmoil in Dacian is completely flawless, and I don't believe that the northern army can stop the power of our country. Wu Xiao, regent of northern Rome, the mirror-breaking warrior. If Uncle Huang has confidence, it's best to make a decision like this. Wishing Uncle Huang a triumphant return. Why did your Majesty agree to allow the regent to send troops? Isn't this a good opportunity for me, the northern Rome, during the current internal turmoil in Dacian? Although the regent may be domineering, why should I stop him this time? But you and General Zhao. I love him, and I won't fall in love with anyone else except him, but I'm not his wife now, and he's not my husband either. I am the Empress of Beirong and the Prince of Jinbei and Dakian. I want to make my people live better and protect them from harassment. This is our responsibility, not our love. But in that case, otherwise, why do you think we separated in the first place? Several times, he wanted to kidnap me and make me his queen in the north, while I wanted to defeat the north and recruit him to the palace as his queen. I agreed to keep watch over my obedient grandchildren. Why do you keep bringing me back? You go quickly and call another carriage. I have to go to Geison's place again. I'm not sure if I'm feeling better now after being injured so badly. How old are you? Don't you know? Without day and night guarding you, your body must not be able to bear it. I don't care, I just want to take a closer look at my good grandson. After all, at my age, one glance at him and one less. You kid, it seems like you haven't held back anything good. Why do you need me to remind you that after all these years of being in power, Beirong will definitely make some moves in the next few days? Regent Wu Xiao is indeed an impeccable opponent. He can also be considered as the leader of the revival of northern Rome. If it weren't for the emergence of talented people in the northern region of this generation, I wouldn't have been able to suppress him. Speaking of talented people, today on the martial arts arena, I seem to have seen that little girl Phoenix. Speaking of which, that little girl is not married to my good grandson. Don't think about your good grandson for now, let's think about your son. I figured it out this time. I've fought with Wu Xiao so many times, but he hasn't won. It's not interesting to keep fighting like this. Why don't we just leave it to them? Kid, retract this sentence. I know what you're thinking. But you should know that the security of the northern border is more serious than that of Mount Tai. It's okay to be fooling around. If you are careless with me in this matter, I will kill you. Dad, I didn't have a tiger's eye. The first reason is that I will eventually grow old and there will be a day when I can't use a knife. The North will eventually be handed over to these young people. There is no more suitable trial than this crisis. As for the second point, neither she nor I have been willing to give up the responsibility we carry on ourselves for so many years. I don't want her to end up alone. How many concubines does someone have in their harem? The Empress is also an emperor, and there is no such thing as a good person. Such a daughter-in-law cannot enter the Jinbei Wang mansion. It doesn't matter. After being the leader of the Northern Territory for so many years, the 9th general in the world, and being a tough guy for so long, I also want to try the taste of being an empress. Speaking of which, I am becoming more and more interested. You said that even if you are the best in the world, you have never had such an experience. Have men from all over history never had it? Just damn it, don't play with that stinky kid Yang Yuan. Now you really don't have any face at all. I learned this from your good grandson. Damn it, my good grandson. That's cute. The wind in Liuzhou hasn't dissipated yet, and the snow in the north has also blown to Kyoto. It's really a chaotic time. The old master and young master's record of one enemy and one battalion has already spread among the northern army. Having such a beginning, young master will surely have a smooth sailing in the north, so I think the snow in this north should be auspicious snow, indicating a bountiful year. Ruishua almost got caught up in half of her life during the harvest season. But this time, I really saw his growth and never gave up fighting to the death. These two sentences also have a bit of momentum. Yang Gong, there's one more thing I don't understand why you sent 2/3 of the Jinyui to leave the capital. It's nothing, just looking for something or exploring some people's information. Perhaps due to too many changes, I feel like I can't protect this kingdom anymore. Luzhou. Now we have also one half of Luzhou and Liuzhou are progressing smoothly. Now that the rebels are fully defeated, there are only 2 states left, but why has the progress been so slow these days? Isn't the other party already without Hong Tao? Without Hong Tao, there should be an extra chess player who is very good at playing chess. The set of rules that is very good at horizontal and vertical integration, where the weak are surrounded by the strong are held by the strong, and the weak are defeated, which was originally a way to play Go, but now it can be used in military affairs. Second brother, our defeat is not unjustified. If we make too slow progress, Father will recall the King of Chu. Father, the Emperor will not do this until the last moment. Although our progress is slow, we are still suppressing the rebel forces. And at this moment, even if you call yourself third brother won't come back. On the contrary, second brother, what did you think about what happened before? To be honest, second brother really killed the wrong person last time. You are not in a hurry about Yang Gong's matter. We need to consider it from a long-term perspective. Yang Gong's matter is not urgent, but our brothers hope that only third brother will have an accident with Father Emperor. He has troops in his hands. If he wants to enter the game, the first and second brothers should know. Qing Jun sighed. So if something unbelievable really happens, my second brother and father can still have an advantage, but the most beneficial one is still my good third brother. You're not taking care of your injuries anymore. Now you're famous in one battle. Don't rush back and take an extra 2 days off. People from the military camp won't say anything about you because of this. Don't worry, do you know why I chose this time to come to the north? Do you really think that in those turbulent times of military achievements, I am the best at slacking off in troubled waters and staying in Haijo? I can manipulate more. I am still aware of this, although you need to be in charge of the royal guards. But those military achievements can no longer attract you. Do you want the north? Not bad. When is the best time to take charge of the north? Is it a peaceful and prosperous era? We're going to war. The northern Rome planned to take advantage of the situation to rob and attack the northern border. Not bad. To conquer the north, I need to fight one battle at a time. And war cannot be separated from soldiers. I need the fastest time to reorganize. My uncle naturally has his own plans. If he wants to do something, he won't wait for me. You should be honest and practice at home. It's not suitable for me to bring women into the military camp now. Wait for me. How dare you shoot wildly in the Jinbei Wangfu while seeking death? At your age, the peak of the second tier is only a line away from the first tier, which is not bad. Hit you enough. The gun intent is good, but the basic skills are a bit lacking and I haven't kept up. I'm sure you've been eager to break through lately, haven't you? Hee hee, children can't achieve what they want quickly. An assassin is still babbling and waiting for me to capture you. You will definitely be beaten all over the ground, searching for teeth so that you can't even speak. Can you do it? Your gun is weak and lacks killing intent. I heard that kid forced you to kill, didn't he? Why is your gun still so weak and lacks sharpness? Who are you, a broken mirror? I told you your gun is too light. Let's try the weight of this gun. Do you feel like your gun is really light now? Broken mirror, you are definitely a broken mirror warrior. It's just that your cultivation level is higher than mine. But it's okay. Now that I have the opportunity to enter the first level, I am eager for opponents like you. Talent is not used in this way. It seems that no one has taught you well in these years. Let's suppress your blood burning for now. How could you possibly suppress my blood burning? Who the hell are you? Don't rely on this method anymore in the future. It's okay to deal with ordinary broken mirrors, but there are plenty of ways to suppress you like us. By the way, you just said that the mirror was broken, but I have been using a second grade level from beginning to end. It's impossible that your gun is intended for second grade. How could it be so thick? Since you don't believe me, let me show you the shooting technique of breaking the mirror. By the way, you should also know that I'm here to kill that kid, so if you take this shot or not, it's over for him. Do you dare? Saying tough words won't save anyone. Gun is the king of 100 soldiers. Gun name is Shattered Star. I can't hurt anyone while I'm here. Give it to me. Broken. Call. Call. The girl said to speak harshly, but no one can protect her. Martial arts are ultimately killing skills. Pursuing martial arts is certainly good, but the level of martial arts is still determined by its destructive power. Your gun is too light. I know. I already knew that I couldn't protect the Sword Saint in front of the top 10 in the world, so there's no need for you to repeat it. Don't you want destructive power? Didn't you say I dare not kill? Okay, today I'll tell you who hurts him in front of me, and I'll definitely kill him. I said, Senior Gun God, why don't you provoke Shaoli like this? This is her minefield. Oh, at first glance, he's truly worthy of being Yanggong's son. Don't worry, I have my own limits. I rely on pretending to gesture to your own niece to kick me. Are you really kicking me? Then I'll kill him later. Let me see what kind of storm you, a small second grade, can stir up. Also, didn't I say I wouldn't let you use blood burning? Give me the town, That's really a powerful shot. You're right. No one has taught me since I was young. I can only learn from my opponent's tricks, but I haven't encountered many people who can use guns along the way. Your move is just right. Gun is the king of 100 soldiers who can withstand various gases. The blood-burning chi is adding to the gun, intending to boost my true energy and barely reach the critical point. By the way, this gun is called Shattered Star, right? I've only seen you once, and yet you. This person is not insignificant, but this shot can only harm him at most. I have to take you away now. Xylear is thinking more and more comprehensively now. Nothing is as important as your safety. But one day I will defeat all your enemies for you. Good, so talented. How could you have such a talent? It's all my fault. It's all my fault. But girl, have you forgotten that no one has ever taught you? Wu Dao Road, from Didao to Jian. Defeat the move in 1 day, defeat the defense in 2 days, and defeat the enemy in 3 days. You are. Girl, it's been so long since we last saw each other. I've been obsessed with you for over a decade and missed out on too many things. Uncle, you are uncle. I can't bear the responsibility of being an uncle after your mother's death. My mother talked about her uncle the most before she closed her eyes. At that time, I blamed my uncle for not coming to see my mother for the last time, but my mother told me not to blame you. When I heard about this, your mother had already left. I don't have the courage to come back, let alone face you. That uncle now has the courage. Although I didn't kill him, I let the whole world know about your mother's suffering. And let the whole world know that she is not helpless. Unfortunately, it's still too late. Mother's luck is really out of reach. Hong Tao is actually the uncle of Shangguan Li. Isn't that equivalent to being that kid's person? The only one in the entire Northern Army who can suppress him one-on-one is me. Do you want face or not? General Jinbei, holding a telescope, gossips about his nephew and where did you come from? He is the 7th in the world and you are the 9th in the world. General, let me see. Let me see too. I love this kind of drama. Wait. You've been watching for so long, and the old prince is educating you. Listen carefully. He didn't mention you, did he? How did you get raised like this? You don't have the appearance of a soldier or a girl. Dad, this is boring. The ranking of Tianji Pavilion is just deceiving others. Why do you still take it seriously? If it's true that there are only 3 in the top 3 in the world, then it's easy. Hong Tao has added another insurance policy in the northern region, which makes me feel more at ease. Why did I get in? I can't see it anymore. Yeah, I'm so angry. You can rest assured that young people in the north are like this. It's just a special case. But you're right. I'm still worried about sending them to the battlefield like this. We have to do something first. For example, if they want to fight, let them fight first. Do, are you saying that at this moment, you need to? Isn't now the perfect time? I have no reason to blame my uncle and mother. Just not to mention, Mom. What's the reason why Uncle came this time? He still came to the door in this way. I came from Kyoto and met Yanggong. Yang Gong told me that you need a teacher and that Yang Jio will help me with things that I haven't been able to do. That gun got senior. That foot kicked lightly. You should call me uncle. Sure enough, you were serious about that kick. When you have a daughter in the future, you will do the same. Wait, what do you call my uncle? Senior Gun God, uncle is the leader of the rebel army, the 7th in the world. You don't know this kid didn't tell you. I came in and Lu too, and that kid from Tianji Pavilion didn't stop me. They must know about it. Are you keeping me in the dark again, Yang Jio? Is that interesting? Okay, besides us, no one can guess that you have this relationship. What's the use of me telling you? It makes you worry about your uncle's safety every day. In the end, you had a more comprehensive idea. This girl shouldn't have known my identity at that time. Xylier does need a master like uncle, but as for what uncle wants to do, I cannot help him. I beg your pardon? I am clear about your thoughts because that person was the one who harmed your sister's life for you. If someone treats my sister like this, then I will definitely break her into pieces. To me, he is my wife's father. I cannot understand the pain of losing your sister, but I know that although that person is not a qualified father, Xylier will definitely suffer when he sees him die. Uncle wants to seek revenge on his father. That's right, but this kid is right. I didn't consider your feelings. Instead of letting him die like this, why don't we take all his official positions and dismiss all his wealth? Isn't it better for him to spend his whole life guarding his mother-in-law's grave and confessing? Killing him is easy, uncle. If you want to do it, I don't think it's difficult. But isn't uncle joining this group of rebels just to see him have nothing? In the end, I had no choice but to attack the city alone, but now I have to tell my uncle that what you can't do, I can do it. I think that's also why my father asked you to come find me. You're serious? That's the Prime Minister of the Cabinet. What if I can't do it? Your precious niece is now mine. You can only trust me. Xylier, please treat my uncle well and learn from him. I still have to go to the military camp today. After all, I will try my best to fulfill everything I promised to go out. Commander-in-Chief, your most loyal guards are reporting to you. It's okay if you have your leisure time and elegance. I need someone like you to be a scumbag too. Tell me, there should be some changes in the past few days. At least Northern Rome won't be idle, and neither will my uncle. I thought the commander would care about other generals. As your loyal henchman, I have been collecting information for you these days. There's no need for Qilin to be upright. Although Qinglong may not have the same aura, he still has his own military glory. After all, they are all people brought out by their grandfather and uncle, and this is not bad. The commander is guessing what the general wants to do. My uncle probably wants to pass on the throne, but the Northern Rome army is about to invade. My uncle wouldn't let us go to the battlefield like this. If I were him, I would definitely give us a chance to fight internally. Let's fight within the Northern Territory first to avoid any mistakes. Commander, I knew you must be an interesting person. More interesting than anyone else, not bad. The general is preparing for a military camp competition. This is not the right time for the big martial arts competition. It should be said that he is truly a great general. General Beirong is already mobilizing troops, and we should have made arrangements earlier. If my guess is correct, don't tell anyone about the general's actions. I shouldn't say too much about it. General, what does this mean? Can't I even say it? Not only you, no one should say that except for the old prince. No one has the right to comment on whether what the general did this time was right or wrong. The grand competition is so bold, it seems like the hand of a great general. Alas, it must have been 20 years since the general made that decision, and it's time for the prince's mansion in Jinbei to hold a celebration. What do you mean, the one from Beirong? No, I can't be wrong. That person made such a decision at this time, just like a general. I thought the general would step down, but I never thought he would step down in this way. No, I have to go with the general this time. Although I look down on Su Tianyang, that's because he doesn't know how to repay kindness. The general treats me like his own and has no hidden military skills. I don't agree with that Yang family playboy, but the general is in power for one day and Qing Yang follows him for another day. If your child has a larger demeanor and a broader perspective, why should Su Tianyang suppress you? Now he can't hold me back either. I will meet the commander later. All right, I know you've been subdued by me, so don't mess with these formalism. Go ahead and do whatever you need to do. Why doesn't the commander like this set? It shouldn't be. Today for lunch, one person will have one chicken leg. Thank you, Commander. Okay, let's talk about it. What have been the military competitions in recent years? It's like this big competition, divided into 3 parts. Wu 1. The first general's personal military strength, the second general's ability, and the 500 elite soldiers are attacking each other. The third general's theory is to attack each other. Everything else is considered normal, but I have a book of 36 strategies. I don't know if I should talk about it or not. What plan? Never mind who always took the lead in the past big competitions. 5 years ago, there were still 100 flowers blooming. Since these few years, either Kirin or Qinglong takes the lead in almost every major martial arts competition, but Qinglong wins more and loses less. What about the Phoenix? My general is not good at these things. Moreover, the archers of the Phoenix camp are the strongest and not good at infantry or horseback combat. However, they may not be able to participate this time. Last time they encountered the Northern Rome, my general was seriously injured and has not recovered yet. That doesn't sound like much to this Phoenix. Who said it? Who said it? My general is the only top-notch archer in the world who can reach the divine realm with just one arrow. Is it as divine as you said? Anyway, you'll know when you see it. Luzhou Volunteer Army Camp. Master Lu Yin'er has arrived. You may not know her strength, but now she has completely replaced me. If she wants military power, then you can give her it. The longer she drags on the front line, the more convenient it will be for me to handle things, and most of these mobs are still dominated by you. As long as everything is done, I will help you eliminate anyone who infiltrates your side. It was the owner Lu Yin'er, the king of Chu, Qianzhan, and these people who thought they were working together to create chaos and used me as a chess piece and the person behind the scenes to execute the game. However, in the end, this army belongs to the owner, and your intelligence far surpasses theirs. It's just that after the matter is accomplished, under one extreme minister, above 10,000 others. Under one person, master, do you want to? What does it count in the face of the impending disaster at that position? Just choose any prince to cooperate with, as long as you can't sit firmly in that position. I can hold back the defeat, which is already the limit. Hongtao is eager for success, and Nanxiang is the mediocre master. I just captured the state and county, but I don't own the state and county land. I can't make money, the people can't raise troops, and there are no thriving industries. Miss, it's already a matter of time before this group of rebels collapses. Emperor Yang Yuan in Kyoto will surely die. Let's take another look at this matter. I think he should also know that he has blocked too many people's paths in the chaotic times he is facing. Is Miss Yin'er missing a breakthrough point? I don't know if I can do it now. After all, Miss Yin'er has been planning for so long, and Xiao Wang still needs to put in some effort. It seems that almost all of these rebels have been infiltrated by the king of Chu. Everyone understands that without the help of various parties, Nanxiang, that useless person, could not have reached this point today. What are your highness's plans? Now that the emperor has begun to doubt your highness, please do not tell me that you want to attack Yang Yuan, otherwise there will be no further discussion. Do you know my relationship with the legitimate son of the Yang family? Relying solely on the Yu King and the Qin King is naturally not enough to kill them, but with me and the Qin gang on top of that. Moreover, Miss Yin'er is well aware that her father, the emperor, does not trust Chao Jingqi and is also restless. Nowadays, everyone wants Yang Yuan to die in this chaotic situation. Not bad for blocking the way of so many people. Even if he is Yang Yuan, he will die. Miss Yenner should be a smart person. Even if the girl marries Yang Jiao and gives birth to his Yang family, Yang Yuan cannot betray his majesty. So, Miss Yenner, you will eventually have to confront Yang Yuan. Let me ask you, do you really have the confidence to surpass Yang Yuan? As for Yang Jiao, is it more important for you to have a great career or a man you have known for less than 2 years? All the princes, the rebel emperor of Dongchang, must deal with Yang Yuan. At this moment, half of the Jinyue have left the capital, and even Lu Tu is not by Yang Yuan's side. There is no better opportunity than now. As expected, Your Highness the King of Chu is right. There is indeed no better opportunity. I understand that instead of being defeated by Yang Yuan in the future, it is better to seize this opportunity once and for all. Please rest assured, Your Highness. I can still handle personal matters and great achievements clearly. Okay, she's truly the woman I value. You've been getting more and more clingy lately. 2 days ago, you went out for a walk, yesterday you went shopping, and today you're admiring the moon. How come the situation on the front line has eased? It's not that easy yet, but those rioters probably won't be able to resist for a few days. I was too busy and neglected before, so naturally, Madam needs to compensate. It's just a name for a mob, and I don't know what your majesty is thinking. As long as you send me the Northern Army, the chaos can be easily quelled. Now that we're almost at our doorstep, we still suspect that the country is almost gone. Can't we trust our own subjects? What the madam said is absolutely right. Our emperor is still suspicious when the country is about to be lost. It's just that, not to mention the affairs of the court, which worries the madam, but in fact, Big Brother should go to Northern Rome again. Go find that empress. Oh, my Big Brother has been here for so many years. They have a royal snow lotus stationed in Yen, and he's almost an old man yet to complete this matter. Back then, he and I had already managed to kidnap that woman to the border, but as soon as she cried, her elder brother softened and let go. Who would have thought that if she softened her heart, she would become the Empress of Northern Rome after a delay of only so many years? It's not that you insisted on going to Baron for training, which made my older brother itch, and you insisted on going and seeing that woman, which caused a lifelong delay. Yeah, it's really strange to say that all these years have passed in a blink of an eye. Madam, do you want to go back and see Big Brother? I think this time is different from before. Big Brother is really getting old. So this time, Big Brother plans to go again for the last time. If we can't bring him back this time, he really won't have a chance. I'm in Kyoto now and the situation doesn't allow me to leave. Madam, it's better to go back to the north and see my elder brother. Big Brother takes care of me in every way possible, both emotionally and logically, and he wants to go back. Coincidentally, Xiao Jiao is also in the north. Don't you always want to have a grandson? You can also supervise and urge them and their couple more. It's okay for Xiao Jiao to have a grandson and stay at home, even if he can't be at home. It's just that I'm always worried about you being alone at home. Madam, what worries me? As long as I am in Kyoto, who in the world can hurt me? Who in the world can hurt you? How old are you? You're not a fairy, even swords can hurt you. Madam, rest assured that the person who protects the dragon may not necessarily protect it, but the person who protects the country must protect it. Has Madam forgotten how she used to pacify the country's difficulties and suppress the martial arts world for her husband? Now, looking at the court, all the officials who serve as husbands are also one person below 10,000 people. I naturally know and know better than anyone that when I first met my husband, I knew this was my Xiaoruru's man, and no one in this world can compare to my Xiaoruru's man. Madam, it's so good to have you. I really don't want to leave you for my husband. Don't worry. I can only stay in the north for a maximum of 10 or 8 days before returning. The north is where I was born and raised. But where my husband is my home. It's Lu Yinner's carrier pigeon again. This woman really has great vision and can even deliver carrier pigeons to the prince's mansion in Jinbei. If you guess correctly, my mother will arrive in the northern Kyoto in a few days. Most of the Jinyui have been dispersed. Yangon is in danger. These days, I've been too focused on matters in the north and really don't care enough about the situation in Kyoto. However, fortunately, Miss Yenner may owe her another favor this time. I don't think she would also take action against Yangon. After all, those rebels are all her people. Never underestimate Yenner. I have always said the same thing, never be an enemy of Yenner. I know Miss Yenner's plan, but my father has no reason to do so unless there is a bigger mastermind behind this matter. It's just that we still need to pay attention to the Kyoto rebellion. Let Wenshua take over the intelligence. The internet cafe chaos came too quickly, and there is a shortage of manpower. Moreover, there is an urgent competition in the north, and the Northern Rong army is pressing on the border. Uncle has to go north again. Speaking of Northern Rome, we just received news from Hayu sister that they have started to support some nobles who oppose the regent. Recently, one of the 3 lords of Northern Rome has set up a connection. Well done. If it's going to be chaotic, it's better for everyone to do it together. I'm not ready yet on the battlefield, but I'm willing to engage in power struggles at any time. Northern Rome. Can you represent the business alliance? Mo Wenyon, Grand Preceptor. Your Majesty, rest assured that I can fully represent the business alliance. Nowadays, in turbulent times, the business alliance has slowly grown up. I heard that even some chambers of commerce in my northern region have joined the business alliance. My young master once said that business knows no borders and places great emphasis on a harmonious atmosphere that generates wealth. Therefore, the business alliance strives to build an alliance that is fair to all merchants. What we are fighting for is not the interests of the country, but the interests of every merchant. What you said sounds good, but it's just a cover-up for your own plot. Not respecting national borders is because you do not want to be controlled by the state, and there has never been such a businessman who is not controlled by the state since ancient times. The ambition of the young master behind you is surprising. There are many precious herbs and exotic treasures in the northern region, but there is a shortage of food. Our business alliance can offer the lowest price, and you should be aware of the benefits. That's why I turned a blind eye to your actions. You came here today just to test my attitude towards the regent's army, right? I am worthy of being an adult. Although our business alliance knows no borders, we long for peace. I really don't want to see chaos in the world, so this set of excuses is just deceiving others. As for you, didn't you come here just to delay the regent's army? Otherwise, you wouldn't have bought so many courtiers. It would have been a shame if you bought a high-ranking courtier for 1,000 taels of gold and brought us some food and jewelry to speak up for you in court. This has nothing to do with backbone, but rather the harsh environment of northern Rome, even for courtiers. I am aware of everything you said, and I can also clearly tell you that I do not approve of the regent's military action because the cold winter is approaching. The far north is too poor. So if you want to stop the regent from sending troops, I will give you some support, but if you do anything that harms our country's interests, I will spare no effort to solve you. Adults love the people like children. I admire them. I don't know which expert is behind you. I don't know how you're progressing, but I have to remind you of one thing. Never underestimate that regent. If you want to stop the war, keep this sentence in your heart. Thank you for reminding me, sir. I will definitely remember it in my heart. President, we can get the support of one of the 3 excellencies, and things will go much smoother in the future. We all rely on the young master to win the battle thousands of miles away, and with just some intelligence, we can clearly analyze the situation of northern Rome. We know that this imperial censor will definitely help us. Sometimes I really feel that the young master may be a divine figure in the sky. Glass soap and white sugar can create these wonderful objects, but now he is also adept at handling things between the 2 countries. Never simplify things too much, young master. He just helped us open up a path. And the censor just said never to underestimate that regent. Is it that serious? I think that adult is exaggerating. Do you think that adult is a mediocre person? You can see the young master's layout of the business alliance at a glance. Gonzi treats every merchant fairly, which is the first step towards crossing borders. Gonzi's purpose in doing this is to hope that the business alliance will not be controlled by any country. These things are also what I learned after taking over the business alliance, and that person was just an adult who guessed the result from seeing the layout. So that regent is really difficult to deal with. Be careful with your actions. If you encounter an indecisive situation, report it to the young master as soon as possible. Are you sure it's too exaggerated to use this to pierce rocks without using true chi? Any warrior with a gun can pierce rocks with divine weapons. Why can I become the #1 gun user in the world? It's precisely because I can do things that others cannot do. When you can penetrate rocks with a wooden stick, you should know the difference if you replace it with a divine weapon. This is gun intent. Chi-EFA. The gun you understand is first for gas and then for intention. Of course, the higher the gun intent, the greater the destructive power. The manifestation of breaking the mirror is the control of the power of artistic conception, but true masters not only hone their chi and intention, but also their skills. Chi technique. Nowadays, your gun is not fast enough or fierce enough, which is actually due to a lack of skills. Why are these Northern 5 generals so much stronger than the ordinary Jianghu first rank? It's because their skills have been honed far beyond the ordinary first rank. Speaking of which, you should also know that the place where skills can be honed the most is the moment of life and death, followed by killing. After all, martial arts exist from the beginning to kill an ordinary person. It takes time for a warrior to kill someone, and their efficiency is dozens of times higher. All martial arts in the world are killing skills, and the battlefield can best meet these two conditions. Coco is. It's a bit hard to understand. After all, for the vast majority of people, learning martial arts is to eliminate violence, protect the country, and safeguard the nation. These are right or wrong, because if you think about it carefully, the essence is still killing. So I increasingly like the Prince's Mansion in Jinbei because they never hide the words killing and slaughtered, just as those two swords never need to be guarded. Although it may not necessarily require killing, I know that you, as a child, do not enjoy killing and do not trust that you are going to the battlefield like this. Therefore, this method is used to help you hone your skills. If you want to break through the first level, you need to at least do what I just did. Okay, I understand now. What are you doing with that girl behind your back? Just pretend that I don't want to disturb her martial arts practice, and I'll come find you. I just want to ask, do you have a chance to learn Invincible? You're doing a good job in intelligence work, you know I know this stuff. I dare not hide it from you. We are about to have a big martial arts competition, and the first one is to compare the generals. I can use my current methods to clear some small monsters, but I don't have a chance to fight these big bosses with my current methods alone. What little monster is holding onto what silk? Don't worry, I just wanted to ask if you could teach me something truly practical. I don't want to learn any Chi-E skills either. Just go learn them, little Lee-er. I'm more interested in your other set, which is knowing a little bit about everything. I understand that you want to cultivate invincibility and rely on this power to defeat the 5 generals. Isn't this so-called invincibility the #1 move in the world? And I have infinite true energy, which I think is very exciting. Invincible, the gap that we can make up for in this realm is actually not that big. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been forced to that extent by the Sword Saint, but it is indeed helpful for your realm. I knew it, so uncle, please think of a way to teach me. After all, we are all family. Do you not know your own martial arts training qualifications? You haven't even mastered your chi well, just like learning artistic conception. So I can't learn. It's not that I can't teach you, but there are indeed people who can teach you. After all, invincibility is indeed a special existence. You can't even teach me. Who else is there? I heard from Lao Lu that you are the second person to learn invincibility. Lu Tu's evaluation of me is too high. If he wants to learn, he can learn most of it. However, that guy was disdainful of learning when he was young, and now he may still have no interest in it. I can't teach you, but that senior can't. You wouldn't say he's the best in the world, would you? This joke is a bit too big. Where can I find him now? The old prince doesn't tell anyone, but there's no reason to keep it from you. That number one in the world. It's clearly there, right at the prince's mansion in Jinbei. What do you mean the world's number one is in the Jinbei Wanfu? How is this possible? Of course, the vast majority of people don't know about this matter, but those who have been in contact with that realm know about these things. There's no reason, is the world's number one also surnamed Zhao? They are blood relatives of the Jinbei Wanfu, don't they claim to be guarding something? I'm not sure what they're guarding, but I've had contact with that senior. I know he's guarding here to receive the most powerful and ultimate knife in the world. Grandfather, he wants to force his father-in-law to resort to violence. It's not right either. If it was to force my grandfather to take the knife, he should have succeeded long ago. After all, he is the best in the world. How can we say about coercion? This senior is different from everyone else. At the age of 13, he created an invincible spirit. At 14, he was invincible. At 15, he reached that level. What is said in the martial arts world that the youngest broken mirror is a joke in front of this person, and once he reaches that level, his body will not deteriorate. That senior will be forever 15 years old. So many people call it the first child. That's right, child. Taoist, monk, and scattered person, there's another woman recently. If you want to avoid those in troubled times, it's best not to have any further dealings with these people. The person behind the scattered money battle. I heard that during the battle with Sword Saint, something similar to the physique of a Buddhist Vajra emerged from Qian Zhan's body, which was a gift from an individual. Hey, aren't you staying in the north? What kind of intelligence network can make you know so clearly? After all, the water in Kyoto is getting deeper and deeper. I suspect there may be a bigger mastermind behind the scenes, so I reorganized the intelligence and couldn't find the mastermind. But I do know how you demonstrated your power. Since in the eyes of the Jinbei Wanfu, I have to find a way to hold onto this world's number one thigh. You can think more about the mastermind behind the scenes, but I think you shouldn't think about hugging your thighs. As for why, you'll know when you see that senior. What's going on? It's not the first day I've been on a long trip. Don't worry, I'll be back in most a month. This is not a chaotic situation outside. I'm worried that Madam's journey may not be peaceful, but Big Brother always needs to go see her. I am Yang Yuan's wife and the legitimate daughter of the Jinbei Prince's mansion. No matter how chaotic the world is, no one dares to attack me. In times of peace and prosperity, if someone wants to take over the military power of the Jinbei Prince's mansion, it is difficult to guarantee that they will not attack the wife. However, in times of chaos, no one wants to provoke the Jinbei Prince's wife to become a peaceful and worry-free person. So you should wait patiently until the chaotic times have initially stabilized, and don't bother yourself like that anymore. Madam Nature, there's no need to worry. Yang Gong, don't you come with us. Please reconsider the situation regarding Yang Gong's eastern border. In times of chaos, it is beneficial for you to serve both the monarch, the people, and the country in the eastern border. Yang Yuan has always been feared by people all over the world. If Yang Yuan withdraws, wouldn't this Kyoto be looked down upon? Besides, it's not my son who can make Yang Yuan retreat. There's only that kid in the world. So what are your plans? If you are guarding Kyoto, you should recall all the Jinui now. Even if they reach that level, they will still be executed. Yang Gong, do you want to use your own life as bait? It's just that these few princes, the East Factory, and no one else are worth it, unless. The world is in chaos, and the bets of heaven and man have been like this for thousands of years. It's just that I, Yang Yuan, don't like it. I, Yang Yuan, still don't like the chaos caused by a dispute over luck. Yang Gong, do you want to fish for Tianren? Wen Shuo's greatest fortune in his life should have been meeting Yang Jiao in that small county in Yangzhou. Yang Gongsuo, Wen Shuo, has already understood his willingness to advance and retreat with Yang Gongsuo. Even though I took a big risk this time, why don't you go to the east? You go with him too. Without you, he won't be able to win over the crowd. Yang Gong, please let me stay by your side. Didn't they just want me, Yang Yuan, to die? I still say the same thing. If I were Yang Yuan alive, the world wouldn't be in chaos. When Yang Yuan dies, my son will rule the world. So you should be aware that if Xiao Jiao wants to dominate the world, he needs chips. If one northern mirror is not enough, then add another eastern realm. There's no need to say too much. My decision has been made. You guys go ahead and prepare. You all step down, don't come in without my orders. I will take my leave. Since you have arrived, please show up. It seems that your highness did not succeed. At first, I thought that my senior was taking action against your majesty to help me, but upon closer reflection, what truly benefited your majesty was the king of Chu. Could it be that the person you truly helped was the king of Chu? No, I know too much is not good for you. You just need to know that as long as the emperor dies, I can help you sit in that position. May I ask who is more powerful compared to Sword Saint? You don't need to test me anymore. I've already told you that I'm not among the top 3 in the world. If I really reach that level, many things will become easier. What is your real purpose? If you don't take action, how can you help me? It seems that you have developed some distrust towards me, but now I can tell you that that woman seems to control everything and drive everything, but Nanxiang is mine. As long as the emperor dies, this mob will become your power. Even if the king of Chu comes back, what will happen? How is this possible for the leader of the Nanxiang rebel army? The only thing to be wary of is Qian Zhan. Behind him stands a real top 3 in the world. But he can't get into the game yet. As for that woman, she's just a smart and arrogant person who's been fooled by her intelligence. I feel more at ease with what you say. I was planning to continue following your arrangement, but the king of you strongly opposed and agreed to kill Yang Yuan first. Not only that, but also the Chu King, the leader of the Green Gang, and the East Factory are all targeting Yang Yuan. Why did Yang Yuan behave like this? Why did they pick the most difficult person to deal with? You didn't push them to take action against the emperor. Yang Yuan dispersed the majority of the Jin Yiwei's father emperor, who feared that he had reached the extreme and the assassin who had accompanied him to conquer the world was not by his side. No one would be tempted by such an opportunity. How could it be such a coincidence? Unless... Yes, we are all aware of such opportunities. Unless Yang Yuan intentionally did it, it's absolutely impossible, but who exactly is he fishing with his own bait? It's impossible that the woman I've been using all along has never walked up to the stage. She can't be aware of my existence. I can't figure it out, so senior, do you want to take a risk? What are Yang Yuan's plans? Originally, the world was in chaos, Kyoto was empty, and Hong Tao could have smashed through the Prime Minister's mansion alone. This was the best opportunity to kill the emperor, but Yang Yuan focused all his attention on himself. Still the same question, do you want to take a risk? Alternatively, you can do what you want while everyone is surrounding and killing Yang Yuan. However, Yang Yuan did it for you, so it's impossible to imagine this. Now that Yang Yuan has set up a plan, I can't see through it. I lost again, so it seems that my chess skills haven't improved in recent years. Even though I have nothing to do, I am just looking at the chess records. You can't win against Lao Dao, but Lao Dao doesn't understand how you realized that person's existence. To be honest, his game was very clever, and Lao Dao thinks he can succeed. I didn't guess it was just a plot. When the mob broke through Luzhou, I didn't panic, and it didn't matter if we broke through Fengzhou. In my eyes, the mob was just a mob. If your majesty allows me to take over military power, I can flip my hands. The only thing I'm worried about is that there's still someone standing behind this group of people, so I decided to play this game in front of me. After playing chess with you for so long, I finally heard these words. Only now can I confirm that there really is such a person. You're just calculating with me, kid. It seems like the old Taoist said it's okay if he leaked it, because you won't stop. As the commander of the Jinyui, my job is to eliminate all hidden dangers. If I call everyone back now to startle the snake, I don't know when he will have the courage. It's better to solve them all at once. Is it worth it? Just for the sake of this one, it's worth it. If it were normal, it wouldn't be worth it, but it's a person from outside the world in great calamity. Isn't my son the one who should be robbed? You already know. I am not a fool, nor am I a narrow-minded person. He bears the blood of my young family and is full of sincerity towards me and Ruru. At that time, Wu Zhou heard that the Sword Saint could kill me, and he even offered to lure the Sword Saint to kill me as bait. From that moment on, he was my son Yang Yuan. No, he was originally my son Yang Yuan. So what are you doing? I didn't want to go any further, but my son has become a victim of robbery and I have to do more. Still the same. Not to disappoint the world, not to disappoint the family. Good grandson, you want to see the best in the world. Isn't the big martial arts competition starting now? And my grandson is definitely going to the battlefield, so naturally he needs to learn more things to defend himself. Speaking of which, Grandpa is the number one in the world. How could you not tell me about such a big thing in our mansion? Is this the one I didn't tell you about? How should I put it? After spending too much time with him, you will forget that he is the best in the world. Why did you say the same thing as Hong Tao about martial arts? Let's not talk about it for now. I'm becoming more and more curious about this person now. Okay, since it's good son who wants to see it, Grandpa has no choice but to do as good son wishes. This is the legendary number one in the world. Grandpa, you're here. My grandson misses you so much. Grandpa, this is Uncle's son. Isn't Uncle your illegitimate child? How could my grandfather be like someone who has illegitimate children? This is the world's number one Qin Tian that you most want to see. The undisputed pinnacle of heaven and man in Qin dynasty. He is the best in the world. He's my grandfather's grandson, no wonder he doesn't come to see me anymore. It turns out he has other grandsons. I'm angry. Grandpa, what exactly is this? He said you would be disappointed. He suddenly arrived at the mansion 5 years ago. Who are you? There are still people like you in the world. You are very good. I thought you would walk the same path as your father, but you walked a different path. Your father's knife slaughtered the world, and you killed all living beings with your knife. You're mocking me. Even the Sky Tunnel people say that this path can only become a general. Group attack is unparalleled, but individual combat can only rank 9th in the world. Are you an idiot? Why do you have to let others tell you the result of the path you have chosen? Why do you have to let an old fortune teller tell you if you can succeed? Who exactly are you? I just don't care what others say. I believe that what I have chosen is the best because it is the best, so martial arts should also be invincible in the world. Invincible intention, you are the best in the world. What's second first? Can you ask that old man if the difference between him and me is 1 or 2? So I dare not say your future destination. Why do you believe that old man? It seems like I saw that person. The number one in the world is really at the prince's mansion in Jinbei. Otherwise, who do you think is the person who taught you archery skills? That scoundrel little brat general, are you joking? I think he's just a blind cat running into a dead mouse. No, when I first met him, I knew that being the best in the world should be like this. Grandpa favors me. Grandpa doesn't love me anymore. Woo, Grandpa, there are other grandsons outside. I don't live anymore. Are you sure that the person in your memory is really him? I haven't finished yet. The day he defeated that kid, he also saw me. Ching Tian thought it was a legend, but he didn't expect you to actually exist. I want to meet your stinky old man Dao Tian Tong. Although he has caused countless mistakes, some things can still be believed. He said he saw the ultimate level of knife skills, the one that slaughtered the world. You're here to force me to take a knife. That's right, no matter what the cost, even if it means slaughtering the entire Jinbei Wang mansion. Okay, I didn't expect you to reach such a level. My father became the second best in the world and has never left the north, nor has he ever dealt with this person. The first encounter between the second in the world and the first in the world happened today, just my father. Father really had a knife. I really didn't come for nothing. This knife can really slaughter the world. Come on, let me have a good understanding. I will also accept this knife with gratitude. Laozi refused. What are you saying? If you don't kill me, we'll see how you can handle the Jinbei Wangfu. I am the best in the world. I can destroy the prince's mansion in Jinbei. Kill all 5 generals you personally trained. Go ahead. I'm really going. I'm not joking. Please. I really keep my word. Wait. I knew I was scared, so I'll take good care of myself. Otherwise. It's nothing to kill, but if the floor is broken, you have to compensate. What's wrong with you, you old man? You're really not afraid of me taking action. I want to kill someone and no one can stop me. I believe you don't know how to kill, and it's not that you disdain killing. It's because you are more righteous than anyone else that you are invincible. I don't know what you're talking about. Very lonely, right? So you're waiting for someone to surpass you, including other warriors and even me. Seeing those stunning geniuses, there is a worry that they will be surpassed, so there are countless killers in the martial arts world. And you, on the contrary, hold invincibility and reverence for the kings of the 100 Paths court. Even beggars on the roadside have their own paths. You believe that there will always be someone who will catch up with you. One person is the path that you will only achieve and not destroy anyone, so you have never killed anyone. I see. How did you know? That old man from Tongtian told you. Next time I see him, I will definitely break his crutch to make him have a good memory. Along the way, I used killing as an excuse to force many strong people to take action, thinking that I was a paranoid martial arts madman. In order to protect those around me, they would fight with all their might even if they were afraid. That old man is not a good person, but he never told me anything about you. He just had the privilege of seeing your fist marks on the Arctic glacier that year. At that time, what brought me was despair. What kind of person could deliver such a devastating punch? It wasn't until I became the second in the world that I realized that you were truly invincible. It's a bit interesting. Why are you willing to stab me? I'm already so old, how many more knives can I wield? So my knife is meant to protect the North, it's impossible for me to mess around with you. My knife and my path can't surpass yours, and you can definitely handle it, so it's meaningless. I'll help you make it as long as it doesn't violate my principles. It doesn't make sense, and I'm the king of Jinbei. You're just a vulgar warrior and can't kill anyone. What can I ask of you? Oh, you don't care about me, and I don't care about it. My dream now is to have a grandson. Can you help me? Then I don't care, you have to take a knife and let me see your way. See, just say you're a vulgar warrior and go play with yourself. I heard there are many experts in the northern Rome area who are not as good as you. Grandpa. You. Grandfather and grandson also let you hug them. You should also chop them off, right? This damn thing is the best in the world. Surprisingly so otherworldly. Do you still have the face to say that it was you who didn't keep your word back then? This grandson has been keeping you for 5 years, a whole 5 years. Do you know how I lived? The grandson I'm talking about is not. You didn't say anything about your own grandson at that time, but the Prince of North Town spoke without believing it. What's wrong with the fact that the King of Jinbei speaks without believing him? He's as good as someone who's 7 years younger than me and can be called Grandpa. I'm really grateful that I've lived so long and seen so much. 7 years younger. Yeah, he looks like this now, but in fact, he's 7 years older than me. So if we can truly achieve this level of beauty, maybe there will be someone who looks down on the world. I don't care, I don't care. Today you have to chop me off. So you saw it too, right? This is the #1 in the world. Are you sure you still need to learn invincible intentions? Senior, please teach me how to be invincible. Oh, if you want to learn my invincibility, you can. If you ask your grandfather to stab me, I'll find a way to teach you. Senior, please take a good look at my qualifications. Are you sure I can really learn to be invincible? Of course, I'm not like your grandfather who always said he would do it. As long as you can make your grandfather stab me, then I'll teach you invincibility. Oh, I see. Good. I knew you could make the decision earlier, so I didn't have to go through so much trouble. Because your grandfather has tricked me before, this time you have to let him perform the knife first, and then I will teach you. Senior misunderstood that the deal between you and me has nothing to do with Grandpa. All I need to know is that I can learn to be invincible. This way, even if we don't win, it shouldn't be too ugly. What do you mean, I'm going to have this temper tantrum? No matter what I say, I'm the best in the world. Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Of course not. I will give you an irresistible condition. I can't refuse. You underestimate me too much. Don't worry, let's have a chat. Rolling away, you're even more shameless than your grandfather. These are all empty words. You just want to use your bare hands to trap a white wolf. How could that be? Old Lu and Lu Tu are my people, right? Shengguan and my wife only saw the shattered star of Gun God once and could replicate it. And that old Taoist also told you what destiny my wife has. And besides, you're thinking about why my grandfather isn't splitting you now. It's not because he's worried about the North, but I assure you that in just 1 year, I can make the North worry-free. At that time, you will definitely be chopped. Why do I believe you can do it? The ultimate swordsmanship, Not to mention the distance, just say that after Lu Tu breaks the mirror, I have the right to make him ignore you. You. Don't be angry, let me analyze for you first. What you have now is Lu Tu's full force strike after breaking the mirror. Besides, I also promise you that my wife's full force strike after breaking the mirror is already worth it, isn't it? Don't worry, there are still discounts. As long as you give me your invincibility now and have a chance to see me lead the North, then Grandpa won't worry about the comfort of the North and will naturally give you that knife. A price 3 times that of a happy senior, isn't it really tempting? Why don't you take action and teach me? This kind of good thing can't be found even with lanterns, and after I take charge of the North, there is also after-sales service. If you can't threaten someone, I will threaten them. After that, you don't have to call anyone Grandpa anymore. I knew my obedient grandson was fooling people, but how did he make it? Even I was tempted and felt like he had taken a big advantage. Everything I said is true. He fell for it. Your grandfather is my grandfather, and my grandfather is your grandfather. By calculation, we are family. How could I deceive my family? Don't hesitate, my family. Dubai is about to start. If I lose badly, I won't be able to become the Lord of the North, and I won't be able to promise everything to my family. You can't lose, you promised me. Only by becoming the Lord of the North can you do it. Thank you for your family's trust. Come on, family. Don't hesitate, hurry up and make the payment. Hurry up and pass on the credit. Okay, for the sake of passing on to my family. This is the invincible power, it's really addictive. Okay, I reckon you won't have any problem using these 10 or 8 times. 10 times, 8 times. Wait, leak. Didn't my family just promise to teach me? How did it become 10 or 8 times now? Didn't I already teach you? If you can learn it, then learn it. If you can't learn it, then it's also good to satisfy yourself with 10 or 8 attempts. That's how you taught Hong Tao. Otherwise? Okay. 10 or 8 times, then 10 or 8 times. Anyway, next time the chives will still grow, we can still cut them. What does chive cutting mean? It's not very interesting, I just like to eat chives. Don't worry, my family. I will definitely do what I promised you. I thought you were always pretending, but I didn't expect it to be pure natural. What the hell do you think I can't tell he's fooling me? Although it is indeed very impressive, I also know that he took away my invincibility without giving anything. So what are you? I have been stingy with outstanding younger generations. The Tao is here. Whoever wants it, take it. Isn't that my usual practice? And I'm also very interested in his way. Maybe he's the next person to surpass me. After all, the highest level of the swallowing heaven technique throughout history is 3rd grade. I think it could be even higher. Before you, invincibility was the ability to dominate the world with one's own strength, which is also the invincibility in the eyes of everyone. After you, you will be alone, not competing or competing, just guarding the road while moving forward, allowing the heroes of the world to chase after you with all their might. What is invincibility calculated by defeating the strong with the weak? Isn't true invincibility what it should be like? At the top of the martial arts path in front of me, I pave the way for everyone. Behind me, everyone climbs and walks further on the path I have paved. So throughout history, you have been the only undisputed number 1 in the world. Invincible intent, that senior actually entrusted invincible intent to you. No, although he is not stingy with martial arts, it is a difficult task with a different meaning. How could it be so easy? The legendary number 1 in the world is really at the prince's mansion in Jinbei. Of course, I conquered him with my personal charm, so I entrusted him with invincibility. The next thing I need to do is find a way to advance to the 3rd rank. With the addition of invincible intent and heaven-swallowing skill, I should have the power to fight in one battle. What's wrong with you? When you went to see the world's number 1, you didn't even tell me what you've been hiding from me lately. Xylier believes that you will also be disappointed when you see that person, but since the number 1 in the world is really there, you still need to see more after that. After all, there is still no answer to what the Great Tribulation and the things they protect are. Didn't you conquer him with your personality charm? Just ask him no, after all, the invincibility has been passed on to you. If I didn't ask him directly, he wouldn't have told me. If it weren't for his unbeatable intentions, I wouldn't have been able to deceive him. Alas, it's only been a few days now and I miss my wife again. If I had known this, it would have been better to leave with her. I can let you go. Wei Chen pays his respects to your majesty. You should know that if I were to come as an emperor, I wouldn't see you like this. You don't have to fight with Yang Yuan for so long and still don't understand his character. I have been with you for 40 years, and you are no different. You're really reckless. I dare not, your majesty. Didn't you say that you're not here as an emperor today? Therefore, I seized the opportunity and naturally didn't hesitate to speak up. Yes, that's why you say that. I don't blame you because after 40 years of wind and rain, you actually don't know me. I don't know. Your Majesty, and I can't blame anyone else today. But to this day, I have never regretted my words. Perhaps I am such an unrepentant person. You and I have influenced each other for so many years without any results. I don't think there will be any results today. I'm here to give you a way out. Anyway, we used to be the best brothers. Now not only am I giving the world the opportunity to kill me, but even your majesty is fueling the fire to kill me. However, I don't understand. Your majesty should know that if I die now, the country will not be stable. That's my business. As long as you confess to the charge of colluding with the rebels and plotting to harm the emperor, I can let you live in hiding. I am willing to protect the country in such a situation that your majesty is still fueling the situation. It must be that you have a backer, so this time I can only protect the country and cannot protect your majesty. My kingdom, even if I can protect my own safety, it's not up to you to decide. Your majesty has told me that a boat can carry people, water can carry boats, and even capsize boats. And your majesty has also said that the kingdom is the kingdom of all people, not the kingdom of one family. When I heard your majesty say these things, I decided to follow your majesty's dream mountain. So it's not that I don't know your majesty, but that I'm too foolish to keep up with your majesty's changes. You just take care of yourself. Yang Yuan is really arrogant, thinking that only he himself guessed the mastermind behind the scenes and underestimating your majesty. How could our palace not have people of that realm? The ranking of Tianji Pavilion can only rank in the martial arts world, not in the heavenly realm. Nowadays, the Great Qian Rebellion is nothing more than the usurpation of the throne and the rebellion of the people, as well as the unknown pseudo-heaven and man, and of course, the layout of Yang Yuan and the others. They just don't know that in this game, I am the chess player, and the pseudo-heaven and man is just a chess piece. You are pushing the princes to come to the capital and kill Yang Yuan behind the scenes. If you take the opportunity to attack you, you will definitely be beheaded by your master, and Yang Yuan will die afterwards. The prince must not leave the capital. Yang Jiao and the Eastern Army will definitely seek revenge for Yang Yuan, but the target of revenge is His Majesty's prince, and it will not affect His Majesty. When both the princes and Yang Jiao suffer losses, your majesty can take advantage of this situation to seize everyone's military power. This is really a game that makes me feel helpless. Afterwards, the four realms return to the court with peace and no chaos of usurping the throne. Zhan'er can take over my throne and become the national teacher. Mingjun will succeed to the throne and Tianren will govern the country. I can extend the prosperity of Deqian for 100 years. Practicing martial arts during the day and staying up late at night feels like an ironclad body. There are too many changes now, and the more comprehensive the intelligence, the more nervous I am. Fortunately, if I stay outside the chessboard in Kyoto, I will be even more unable to see the situation clearly. If only Lu Yin'er were by your side, she would definitely help you share your worries and not make you so tired. I haven't married Miss Yin'er yet, and when I'm tired, I can't sleep with her in my arms. Having the swallowing heaven technique to accumulate true energy is not a problem for you, but to improve, you still need some understanding of martial arts. I don't have any martial arts talent. Do you have any better ways here? There are naturally better ways to do it. The line of life and death can naturally stimulate potential, but it doesn't necessarily mean it can be broken through. However, this is the only shortcut. Otherwise, these 5 generals would be able to reach the pinnacle of excellence before the age of 30, which is also one reason. Is there a line between life and death? But a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. Okay, I'll think about it carefully. Commander-in-Chief. There has been news from the Wangfu that the first battle of military strategy and tactics will begin in 3 days. Fortunately, this is not a martial arts competition. I still have some time to think carefully about how to break through the 3rd rank. You have never led troops to battle, and it is true that military strategy and tactics are effective. Although I don't know about military strategy, I can write an article about my grandfather Xiao Liar, the Prince of Jinbei. Do you think this has a chance to win the championship, or is it because my command of the Royal Guards makes my father more persuasive? You're serious? General, that's really great. This first battle is your best military strategy. Except for the Grand General and the old prince, no one in the entire Jinbei army can surpass you. Don't always underestimate what happened to Yang Jio in the martial arts arena. Haven't you changed your mind about him yet? Even if it is mentioned now, it still makes one's blood boil with a hint of determination. It's just luck. Don't say these words anymore. Send me the greeting sticker and I should also meet this young master of the Yang family. Why do you want to see him? He should have followed the old prince to meet that senior. Although he has been staying here and not leaving, he may have actually regarded the old prince as a confidant. Who are you referring to? A highly respected senior is now able to reach the pinnacle of first-class status at such a young age, thanks not only to his own talent and hard work, but also to that senior. Since Yang Jio has also met the senior, his goal now must be to break through the third rank, and I can probably guess what he got from that senior. He must help him anyway. What do you say to help him? Why should I help him? Why not help? Regardless of whether he is the grandson of the old prince, he is now the commander of the 100 battle camp. He is our comrade in arms, our brother. He can break through the third rank and is a fierce general on the battlefield, which is of great benefit to the Jinbei army. Now you are asking me why I helped him. General, that's not what I meant. It's just that you already have the opponent Qinglong. I'm worried. Qinglong Amin, do you believe Yang Jio's favor? Qinglong will also help. It's impossible. I've seen how Qinglong has suppressed you all these years. How could he be so magnanimous? Ming, do you have any conflicts with Yang Jio? Why have you become less and less like a soldier since he came? I don't want to hear you explain anything either. Just don't say these words again next time. Qinglong has been very targeted towards me over the years, but he has never overstepped his bounds. On the battlefield, I have always trusted him with my back, and he has never disappointed any of us. Think about these things carefully. If you say such things or have such thoughts next time, don't stay by my side anymore. Why is Su Tianyang Qilin so cowardly? Why doesn't he dare to compete for that position? He's so unambitious. How can I complete the task given to me by the adults? So it's really impossible to sow discord between Kirin General and other generals. Our people have become his confidants, but no matter how we guide them, Kirin will not waver and has even begun to doubt him. Qilin won't do. What about Qinglong? The person who approached Qinglong was directly identified by him and is now missing. Those who approached the White Tiger were directly killed. As for the Phoenix, I haven't been able to find her trace since the last siege. No Phoenix, there's no need to provoke. If there's a chance, I must kill her first. That woman's arrow is too difficult for me and even for the entire Northern Rong army. This is the situation on the side of the Northern Army in Wanya Town, and the voices opposing your military deployment on our side are getting louder and louder. Even your Majesty has wavered. Yang Jio's handwriting is really impressive. Zhao Tianyu has always been disdainful of sowing discord, so he's not that difficult to deal with. Now that the North Army has an additional Yang Jio, it really puts me in a bind. How will your Majesty explain it? What else do we have to explain now? We couldn't defeat the Northern Army on the battlefield. If Yang Jio really becomes the heir of the Northern Territory, do you think we still have any chance of winning? So my king still says, either don't do it or do it completely. The commander is still worried about breaking through the third rank. Is there any battle that can be fought recently, preferably one that can put me on the brink of death? If I don't reach the third rank before the martial arts competition, I will lose very badly. I don't think the commander needs to worry too much. Now that everyone knows about your plan to break through the third rank, I don't think it will be long before someone comes to help you. Can you help me? It's not a Phoenix General, is it? To be honest, the Swallowing Heaven technique also has dual cultivation effects, but it's really inconvenient for me to bring my wife here unless I go to your place. You're all handsome. You really like to joke around, but it's best not to say that in front of my general. Otherwise, she will definitely shoot you like a hedgehog. That's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Don't take it seriously. Since Phoenix won't even come to help me, who would come to help me? Of course, they are two twisted people. Commander-in-Chief. General Qilin is seeking an audience outside, and by the way, General Qinglong is also present. However, General Qinglong was grabbed by General Qilin as he was about to leave. I told you, although these two guys have smelly and rigid faces, sometimes they are really cute. Okay, we're all here. Let's come together. What am I here for? I'm just passing by. Do you have to pretend to be hypocritical like you every day? Everyone has to help. This is a military camp where the law of the jungle prevails. If you can't adapt, then leave here and don't let others drag you down. Okay, I understand. It's just our green dragon general. Why are you carrying a dragon blood spear? You should know that this is the gun you use to kill enemies, and it's still contaminated with killing intent. Why don't you go to war with him? Even if you lead the Central Army, we are still at the same level. So I'll do whatever I like in the military camp. Why bother with me? Okay, then I admit I'm here to help him break through the third rank. Now he only needs a life and death line to break through in a short time, but my killing intent alone cannot create that atmosphere. If General Qinglong is okay, then let's help together. I have a lot of things to do in Qinglong camp, and we're about to go to war. Who else is like you, showing off and playing with your love for soldiers every day? Please. Cough, let's talk about that first. I'm really busy, I just happened to pass by here. For the sake of your plea to me, and considering that he is the grandson favored by the old prince no matter what he says, I reluctantly helped him out. Yes, thank you, General Qinglong. Don't let it happen again. Actually, General Qinglong came first and sneaked around in front of our door before entering. When he saw General Qilin, he turned around and planned to run away. There are people in the north who are as close friends as my grandfather and as pure as him. I finally know why that senior stayed in the north for 5 years. There's still one over there, Commander. That's White Tiger. He came here also for. Based on my understanding of him, he probably came earlier than anyone else. I thought it was true that no one helped you, so he helped you. Qilin, Qinglong, and Baihu, you actually know everyone. Who are you? I am the most trusted personal soldier of Phoenix General, and naturally I have a wide range of knowledge and experience. So keeping me by your side, Commander, will never be at a disadvantage. It seems that I don't need to explain my purpose specifically. The killing intent of the enemy of 10,000 soldiers can allow you to break through the third rank without experiencing the battlefield. Don't worry, there are no such cheap things in the world. If you want to enter the third rank, you will experience life and death. Our killing intent can create that atmosphere for you, but if you can't hold on, you will also be truly dead. It's not really death, it's just that I was killed and my air pressure collapsed, making me a bit dementia. What's the difference between that and being dead? So you need to consider whether you can trust us or not. Maybe we can take this opportunity to increase our killing intent and directly crush you to death. If you die because of this, even the old prince and the general can't say anything about us. You all trust me, what else can I trust that I can't? If I really have an accident because of this matter, your risk is the greatest, right? It's clearly a thankless task. Not only did you come to help me, but you also took risks for me. Yang Jiu feels ashamed of this. Well said, if we really can't handle it, it's still our fault. Not bad, truly Yang Shuai's son. If you really die, of course I'll curse you two below. But it doesn't have much impact on you guys anyway, you won't be able to hear it anymore. Let's go find a quiet place. I find it difficult to control the level of killing on my own, but compared to the two of us, there won't be any major accidents. It's best if you die, but in case you really survive. This is a favor, how are you planning to repay it? Small problem, each person presents 3,000 sets of steel tools with both hands. Of course, if you two make me the heir of the Northern Territory, it's not a big deal for the armed steel weapons of the entire army in Jinbei. After all, I don't have anything else but money. Okay, 3,000. You'd better keep your word. I also think that as long as it's 3,000, it's good. If we really want to arm the entire army, I can also ensure that Commander Yang becomes the logistics manager. This location is indeed suitable for nouveau riche. The Northern Army in this town may not have Qilin or Qinglong, but they cannot do without Phoenix. Of course, after all, Phoenix will be the only woman. What does it have to do with that? Do you know what it means? The relationship between the 5 generals is now like this, and your contribution is invaluable. If it weren't for your daughter's body and personality, both the old prince and I would think you were the most suitable heir. There is still some self-awareness, and Phoenix's request is very simple. As long as we can see these phoenixes die without regret, the Northern Army and Harmony are as close as brothers. Luzhou. Miss, I really can't hold on anymore. There are too many fake broken mirrors on the other side, and these refugees can't stop them. Then we won't be able to defend Luzhou. Returning it to them would mean retreating to Liuzhou. Since the young lady is ready to retreat to Liuzhou, why is he deadlocked with them here? It's clear that this stalemate will only consume our troops and not be beneficial. Give Yang more time to prepare. After all, if we are expelled, the first thing the 2 princes will do when they return to the capital will be to take action. Although even I cannot fully see Yang Gong's actions, it is still good to buy more time. Understood, miss. Now that Dakian is in chaos, what we need to do now should be to watch the tiger fight on the mountain. In this game, if Yan Yuan and the Emperor die, our opportunity has really come. Uncle Fu, you are wrong about that. My game has just begun. At the beginning, it was difficult for you to go and kill Yan Yuan, but you had no reason to do so. Although you promised the King of Chu, it was just adding fuel to the fire. This game in Kyoto. I have to go. Your Highness, those rioters have retreated to Liuzhou. We have recaptured Liuzhou and Luzhou. Very good. Finally, we've taken over the lost territory and can go back to complete the task. As for Liuzhou, which is already a disorderly place and the poorest continent in my Dakian, I believe these rioters can no longer stir up any storms. The war in front of Second Brother has indeed ended, but our war has only just begun. I know everything you said. I have already contacted the 4 broken mirrors from the Prime Minister's family who can lend us 3. Moreover, Chao Jingqi can also bring in 3 of the 5 broken mirrors in the Imperial Palace's Memorial Hall, so that 6 broken mirrors can be obtained. At this point, Second Brother, you're still hiding. The Shadow Master has already broken the mirror, isn't he? And there are still those shadows. So, with the addition of the protagonist, I have 4 broken mirrors on my end. What are the plans of the 3rd brother and what can he do for me? A Sword Saint. A Sword Saint can withstand 10 broken mirrors. The 10 broken mirrors were in Wuzhou at that time. How can I remember the Sword Saint being blocked by a group of first-class soldiers and coming back? Second Brother, did you say that too loudly? Okay, then I'll add a broken mirror. Second Brother, don't look at me like that anymore. I really don't have your family's big business. Third Brother, what can you do? Second Brother and Seventh Brother never expected us to meet so soon. Third Brother is confused. Now the entire military camp is under the control of Second Brother. If he gives up killing Yang Gong and turns to deal with us, won't this directly end the usurpation of the throne? As long as the Sword Saint is by my side, I don't think Second Brother will do anything deadly. After all, Second Brother doesn't want to lose both sides. Besides, how could I not have made sufficient preparations to come today? Be careful, Shinner. This person has a heavenly aura. He is at least a pseudo-heavenly being. The top 3 in the world of heaven and man. Third Brother is really amazing. He was able to hire such a person as a helper, which really impressed Second Brother. Second Brother and Seventh Brother, there's no need to be nervous this time. After all, we're not enemies this time. Master Sword Sink is indeed knowledgeable, but there is one more thing he said wrong. This is a true heavenly being, but after he died, he was trained into a martial corpse by the Southern Xinjiang technique and fell from the realm of heavenly beings. This is impossible. How can Southern Xinjiang's witchcraft refine heaven and man? That's right. If you master the martial arts corpse, even if it's a first-level realm, it's enough to do so in 49 days. 10 elders died in order to refine the Tianren Gu tribe for a total of 20 years. Sanji's relationship with the southern region over the years is truly enviable, as even such precious things can be offered to Sanji for use. I'm really curious about what third brother promised them. When will seventh brother sit in that seat and ask me this question? After all, seventh brother doesn't have the right to question me now. Please forgive me, third brother. I spoke too much. Didn't third brother invite someone else? The legendary leader of the Green Gang. Qingbang Liufu and another elder with broken mirrors will also come to help. In total, there are 10 broken mirrors, 1 sword saint, and 1 pseudo-heavenly being. Unless all of Yang Yuan's subordinates are in Kyoto, he will undoubtedly die in such a battle. You also came to persuade me. Still came with them to kill me. It seems that not only the younger generation, but everyone knows that Yang Gong is very dangerous this time. You have also received a gift from heaven and man. No way, the elder cannot refuse. But this time, Yang Gong misunderstood me. I'm not here to persuade Yang Gong, nor am I here to kill Yang Gong. I just wanted to ask if Yang Gong is willing to assist me. Oh, your statement is quite interesting. You should know that I have the current situation, and His Majesty is also involved in it. He's him, I'm me. Yang Gong should know that what I disdain the most is becoming an emperor like him. I am already old and can still assist you for a few more years. I can give Yang Jiu everything he couldn't give you, not just you. As long as you nod, I will fight alongside you in this battle. That's also what you mean. The third most scattered cloud in the world. What he meant was what I meant. What I need is not a puppet emperor like that. Even if I sit in that position, I won't be able to be a national teacher for a few days. Becoming a national teacher is your purpose. So, Your Majesty's trump card is actually this. I can only see the whole picture from the outside, and now you seem to have seen the whole picture with just my words in the game. Even today, I don't know what plans you are making. I said I can't stand the manipulation of right and wrong by heaven and man. To put it simply, you heavenly beings are just a realm of martial artists with specialized skills. Why should you, a group of martial artists, decide on major world events? I agree with your idea that if all the heavenly beings were like that child, this world would not be like it is now. So none of you are the best in the world. I'm also curious about what you're really fighting for now. If you really fight for it, you're really that kid's opponent. It's really hard to say about this, that child. Let me put it this way, those people have too low a realm to know the true strength of that child, so they can naively follow in his footsteps and hope to catch up with him one day. But for us, the child's immense strength left us in despair. That's why you took a different approach. Don't try to trick me anymore. I can only tell you. Some people enter this era of great controversy because of this reason, but most people choose to enter the world because it has nothing to do with that child, because we all know his personality. Okay, then that's it. Before you entered the world, I really couldn't know your secrets, but now that you have entered the world, some secrets cannot be hidden from me. So this is your choice. To be honest, if their lineup were to charge towards me, I'm not sure if I could definitely block it. That's my business, so I won't bother seeing you. Seeing you now has indeed relieved me of many worries. Even if I fail, even if the situation gets out of control, you will still be there. After all, the best outcome for other princes would be the next Your Majesty. Why doesn't Yang Gong know these things? Of course, I still have my own things to do. It depends on our relationship over the years. Can you please do one thing? What if I really fail? Find a way to protect the Crown Prince's family. The Crown Prince will die of heart failure before the age of 30 due to congenital heart disease. If you really reach the end, the Crown Prince will find a way to help stabilize this country and make some truly capable ministers loyal to you. You should also see that he is doing his best to protect this country, and all he wants is the safety of his Crown Princess and children. Among his princes, only the Crown Prince impressed me. So I promise you this. This should be enough, right? So how do you two plan for me to experience the life and death line? Don't worry, you should first adjust your breath to the best state. The enemy of 10,000 soldiers should know, right? The killing intent perceived on the battlefield sofa is somewhat similar to old Lu's hostility. This kind of killing intent can deter lower-level warriors and achieve a crushing situation, making you a few enemies. You call this the enemy of 10,000 people. The saying 10,000 enemies is just a boastful statement. There really is one enemy against 10,000. However, this kind of killing intent can indeed help us achieve unparalleled group attacks on the battlefield. So what you need to experience is the killing intent of 10,000 enemies who are currently only in the 4th level and can withstand 2 peak levels of the 1st level. It can make you experience the real life hanging by a thread. It's so mysterious. On the battlefield, we can use 10,000 enemies against thousands of low-level warriors. They may become timid and lose their true strength due to their killing intent. But that can weaken their fighting spirit with 1,000-on-1. But what about 2-on-1? Have you ever thought about what kind of pressure it would be? A mountain that only 1,000 people can bear, I have to bear 2 seas alone. Not bad, your metaphor is very vivid. Don't say anything more. I'm afraid he'll be scared out of his wits. So you also know the danger involved. Adjust yourself to the best state. Let's start. I've heard quite a bit about it. It's not about using real knives or guns, it's just using air pressure to kill people. If you haven't been to the battlefield before, you shouldn't really be scared to death, right? Okay then. Here we come. This is the killing intent of 10 million enemies. Is this bastard pushing too hard? 2 top-notch mirrors of the 1st grade, like 1,000 enemies of the 2nd grade, cannot withstand my grandson, who is only of the 4th grade. Have you ever seen a 4th grade warrior who can single out 5,000 elite soldiers from Jinbei? Hey, you know how to eat it. Why don't you eat it together with the bowl? Let's see if my grandson can make it through. If he can't, give him a hand. My grandson is gone, isn't there still this biological grandson? I don't have the heart to joke with you. The pain of decapitation. Pain of piercing through the heart. The pain of dismemberment and burning. Are there still tens of thousands of people rushing to kill and leaving no remains? This method is actually nothing to your generals. After all, they have all been to real battlefields and slaughtered one side. But your grandson has never been to a real battlefield and has experienced such killing intent. It's really hard to say if he can withstand it. You can't save him either. This is the path he chose himself, and I won't interfere. But to take a step back, he hasn't experienced the battlefield. If he can really endure it, then the benefits are not ordinary and can be compared to breaking through the 3rd rank. Dad, seniors, take a look. That's hostility. Although I didn't kill anyone. It's said that carrying it over is definitely not an ordinary 3rd grade, but rather the purest killing intent. Lu Tu's cleansing of the red dust can be called turning back, while he can be called smashing the south wall. Killing intent. Then I will stop killing and kill to nourish my vitality. Knife here. What a killing to stop killing. Congratulations, you have entered the 3rd level. It should have entered the 3rd grade. How can we break through stubborn rocks with a wooden stick if we can't keep our hearts as calm as water? Although that kid broke through the 3rd level, no matter what you say, he's still in the peak state of the 2nd level, so you need to calm down. The dryness of the heart can also be a source of strength. My martial arts level is my only bottom line. I absolutely cannot let him catch up. Absolutely not. You really did it. I have entered a product. I ultimately got into that category. Ha ha ha. Side 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 side. Side 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 side. It's just that it's all my fault. Uncle is indeed paranoid, but that's still your choice. I just want to ask Uncle to let me see the best in the world. King Qing and King Yu returned victorious. Thanks to these two princes, the rebels have all reached Fengzhou. Yes, a few days ago, there was a rebel leader who attacked the city alone and directly destroyed the Shangwan family. How did I hear the guy is a gun god who came to avenge his sister? Shoo, do not discuss the Prime Minister without permission. Second brother, we have finally come this far. Seventh brother has the Sword Saint, and third brother has a puppet with a pseudo-heavenly realm. What I'm really worried about is whether my two younger brothers will take advantage of this opportunity to kill me too. At least I won't. Maybe by then, I can still help second brother. After all, third brother is powerful now. If second brother is gone, I will be heartbroken. Although I have never liked seventh brother, it is a pleasant thing to be able to share the same interests as seventh brother now. There's actually one more thing that worries me. The Yang family has more than one chess player. Yang Jior can rest assured that I have found a very suitable opponent for him on Yang Jio's side. Leaving Kyoto and jumping out of the chess game may be a beautiful move, but since he wants to stay away from the game, he should never get involved again. Opponent. A distant opponent in the far north. How could that be? The Imperial Censorate is one of the three excellencies. Wait, it's not good. You should listen more to the Imperial Censor's words. I am not that soft-hearted Zhao Tianyu. When it comes to war, I will never be hindered by anyone. If you attack one of the three excellencies, you won't be afraid of your Majesty the Empress. I'm not afraid of the king, I'm afraid of letting the soldiers down. They fought bloody battles ahead because a few foolish courtiers in the rear let them bleed for nothing. Do you know that the Imperial Censor is? I know he is not a corrupt scholar or an ignorant civil servant. He has the ability to govern the country. But if it contradicts our king, then why should the enemy be indecisive? You can let our king and Yang Jiu talk about the conditions. Chess should not make the owner difficult, let alone after my death, the owner will have new chess pieces. You can't even commit suicide in front of the mirror breaker. Pull it down and torture it severely to uncover Yang Jiu's plan. If she dies, let's all the people who forced her to confess die together. I'm only happy to have entered the third tier, but I've encountered something like this again in just a few days. I must go save her. Why do you speak like that and trust me so much? No, it's just that it's too risky for you to save Xia now. Moreover, Xia was captured by the Jinyui and had only one way out. Although this was her duty, I couldn't express it and always felt that I had to go and save her. Xylier, you're wrong. Not only is saving her too dangerous, but I even suspect that it was exposed so quickly. Even in Kyoto, there are people who want to distract me and go to Beirong. They're going to attack my dad. Let's go back to Kyoto. There's no need. I'm grateful to be Yang Yuan's son countless times. If I were an ordinary person, I should have endured less pressure and lived a more comfortable life with more choices. But there will be another enemy named Yang Yuan. Maybe when they realize my existence, I will be killed by the Jinyui. If that's the case, you're not planning on going to Kyoto. Who do you think is the one who can see through the big picture in such a chaotic world? And I jumped out of the Kyoto chess game and rashly entered, not only risking becoming a pawn, but also disrupting the person with the highest layout. Yang Gong is laying out. Dad naturally sees the whole picture clearly, and these bizarre arrangements must also be for someone. I never worry about whether my dad's goals can be achieved, because since he has a plan, he will definitely do what he wants to do. The only concern is whether he will do something foolish. Young master, and madam have arrived. Mother, how could she be at this time? Since he picked up his mother, that old man really intends to do something foolish. Xiaoli, we need to change our schedule. I will never let tragedy happen to me. Mom, my son can't accompany you these days. Where is my mother? Madam is not on the carriage. Young master, forgive me. These days, Madam said she's not feeling well and doesn't want us to disturb her, so. Dad. You saw everyone clearly and calculated clearly, but only underestimated my mother. Perhaps when you met, my mother was really innocent, but after staying with you, this old fox, for a long time, she will still be influenced by you. Madam, she. Don't worry, I think Dad will protect himself no matter what happens this time. After all, he can still distinguish between priority and urgency, and thanks to my mother, I can also relax and go to Barong to have a good meeting with His Royal Highness the Regent for a while. I'm sure Ruru has gone back, but I still don't know what Yang Yuan's plans are up to now. From the beginning, I didn't agree with my precious daughter marrying that stinky kid. With such a heavy mind all day long, there is no need for me to look like a soldier. Don't say such angry words, old man. Back then, besides Yang Yuan, there were several daughters who were willing to marry you. After all, at that time, besides being good-looking and having a bad personality, even my brother couldn't stand it. At that time, everyone thought that Yang Yuan marrying Ruru was 100 harms and no benefits. But later on, the daughter who even worried about getting married became a woman that even the Empress in Kyoto envied. You should know that this was all because of Yang Yuan. Nonsense, if he can't even do this, why should I marry him the pearl in my palm? But this time he must have really taken a big risk, otherwise Ruru wouldn't have either. My son-in-law is fine, but if anyone dares to attack my softness in Kyoto, I don't care about any emperor, any heavenly being, or any bullshit sword saint, I will strike him. You're really getting better as you get older. The most amazing thing for me now is that at your age, can I be the same as you? I asked you to flatter me. I asked you to tell this sentence to everyone in Kyoto. Tell them that I'm serious. If my daughter is bullied, I can't even keep her safe and still be a fart. Send them the words King of Jinbei as well. I understand your concern for your daughter, but don't you show any concern for your son, such as his marriage. Get out of here, my son who can't even marry a wife and still be nothing. Dad, people tend to favor sons over daughters, and some even refuse to withdraw their troops without seeing their sons. You prioritize women over men, so why do you always give me the feeling that you're here to carry me? This is a message from the Prince of Jinbei. TSK, women are just wrong. Even you are so afraid of the North Prince of this town. Isn't he already disabled? I heard he can't even get out of a wheelchair. During his rise, the heavens were more or less in seclusion because of his sword. Coincidentally, that child had some problems during that time and became the true #1 in the world for a period of time. Like the world's #1 sword saint. Sword saints are incomparable. If it really annoys him, it will be very troublesome, but it's just trouble, not unsolvable. Is this old prince really that powerful? If we kill Zhao Ruru, will he directly send troops to Kyoto? If that's the real chaos in the world, we can take the opportunity to rise up. Shenner, I advise you not to do this. What you may end up waiting for in the end may not be some Jinbei army horse stepping on Kyoto, but the old prince wielding a knife alone. TSK, how did Yang Jiu get into this pregnancy? His mother really gave birth to him directly at the end of his life. Others may not know, but junior brother, you must be aware that although his identity has brought him a lot of help, there are also various pressures that come with it. That's why I want him to become my vassal. If Chang Sheng were in his position, he would probably have died young, but he did his best. By the way, congratulations to senior brother for breaking the mirror. Borrowing the cause and effect of this chaotic world, the more one breaks the mirror, the more one can feel it. There may really be a power that influences this world in a mysterious way, such as the emergence of talented people in times of chaos. I don't like your theory. In chaotic times, talented people emerge only because there are more opportunities and the original class is broken, which gives us more possibilities to stand out. Has that junior brother ever thought about why warriors break through faster in turbulent times? For an ordinary person, the chaotic times have broken the 9 continents pattern, and opportunities have become more abundant. For us, people have used the chaotic times to break something, and the opportunities for martial artists to advance have become more abundant. The top 3 protected things in the world. I have to ask Master about this. The 2 wisest decisions I have made in my life were to accept you 2 apprentices. You were right about many things, but I still can't tell you now. The only thing I can tell you is that that thing is not actually guarded by the top 3 in the world together, but by the Taoist of Heaven, or rather, the Taoist of Heaven's lineage is all guarding it. Since that's the case, why are the top 3 in the world all divine dragons who can see the head but not the tail? I don't know about scattered people, but that child, who was the best in the world, I once saw him ask about my sword. Afterwards, he became the undisputed number 1 in my heart. Master, I am now very curious about what kind of person this world's number 1 is who can make you give such a high evaluation. Because he affirmed my way more than I did myself. At that time, I used external force to cultivate swordsmanship, which was despised by my master and fellow disciples who thought my swordsmanship was impure. And I am also regretting whether or not I should have added these external forces to my swordsmanship. After meeting him and listening to his teachings, I was able to achieve the later shocking slaying of demons and banishing immortals. You've never said these words to me before. The banished immortal Li Bo, I haven't used this sword since I trained it. Do you know why? You once said that there is no one in the world to match your sword. That's just a big story. Back in Wuzhou, I knew that if I used that sword, Lu Tu would definitely take it and burn it to ashes with me. The current practice of this sword is just that the senior said he wanted to see the most brilliant swordsmanship in the world. I named him Zhuxian because that senior in my heart is like an immortal, and he is the true immortal. It's truly a regret in life not to meet someone like this once. This has also given me a renewed understanding of martial artists, which is the most amazing thing in the world. Now I'm just worried that this world's number 1 might have something to do with Yang Jiao. Bye-bye, that guy was reincarnated too well. You don't have to worry about that senior being extraordinary and devoted only to martial arts. Not to mention that the seniors were originally self-taught, and even if they were, they would never be bound by these worldly emotions. Well, then I can rest assured. Yang Gong, Qin Wang, and Yu Wang have returned. All the experts in breaking through the boundaries in Kyoto are in action. But they are all broken mirrors, and we really can't keep up. Since we can't keep up, we won't follow them anymore. They'll hide here, wander around, and their ultimate destination will only be here. It's Yangon. There's even more important news coming from the north. That kid from the north has decided to join the Northern Rome to save people. To be honest, I don't think it's an accident. Whether it's for saving people or for the regent, he will definitely go to Northern Rome. The news from Yangon's northern territory is not this, but rather. Okay, you go ahead. I'll tell him the rest. Madam, how could you? You've been raising me like a fool all these years, not letting me worry about anything but making me arrogant and domineering. I have never told me the difficulties, but I am not really a fool. But madam, don't explain to me. Just know that you can't send me away now. Even if I die, I will never leave you. Only. Previously, there were indeed adventures, but now that my wife is by my side, how can I still lose? I don't know what you're doing or what plans you're making. But no matter what I say, Zhao Ruru is also the daughter of the Prince of Jinbei. She won't be like other young women who can't even do what she wants to do. But you just need to remember that I am your wife, and I will never abandon you, whether it's winning or losing, whether it's life or death. I don't blame you for sacrificing yourself for your dreams, but I blame you for not taking me with you when you died. What are you laughing at? Are you laughing at me? I know I wouldn't normally say such things, but today the atmosphere has become tense. I laugh at Kyoto and laugh at the world. Everyone says marrying you would be harmful but not beneficial, but who knows? I, Yan Yueng Wang, spent all my luck to marry you. How could a husband expect such a wife? No, my dear grandson. Grandpa's son can promise you anything else. This matter is not acceptable. Do you know that Wu Xiao is not a good bird? If I had known he would stop my obedient grandson Sun Tian, I should have killed him long ago. Since I'm in the north, I can't avoid fighting him. Instead of encountering him on the battlefield where I am not good at later, it's better to fight him in the place where I am good at first. I also don't approve of you going this time. You should know that Wu Xiao and all the enemies you have encountered are different, or that the ones you have encountered before have no comparability with him. But I still have to go, can't I stay under your wings all the time? But we can't let you take such a big risk from the beginning either. You should know that even your father and this stinky kid almost confessed when they teamed up in Barong back then. Okay. That's right, so we don't have to rush and wait until we defeat Wu Xiao on the battlefield. You have plenty of kung fu. What I mean is that I need to explain why I have to go properly. Good grandson, don't struggle. Even if I expose the heavens today, I won't let you take risks. After all, you are the only child in the Jinbei Wangfu and Yang family. You know I was caught dead this time, right? The key moment for a dead soldier is to make sacrifices for you. Although it's unfair, everyone has their own destiny. I know I am aware of how to deal with the dead, but I need to let you know in advance. That dead man is pregnant with my child. What you're saying is true. I'm going to have a great-grandson. Of course, how could I deceive you about such a thing? Dad, don't listen to this kid's nonsense. How could that be? How could this be impossible? Does every man have to be like his uncle, with his beloved in his own hands, and at least leave a seed for the Jinbei prince's mansion before putting it back? Humph, how can this disloyal and unfilial thing compare to my obedient grandchildren? Father, in that case, things won't be taken lightly. Order the entire army to send troops to the northern Rome. How dare Wu Xiao murder my great-grandson? The first thing he did upon meeting him was to kill him. Just leave this matter to your grandson. You don't want your grandson to become a useless person who only relies on his elders, do you? You can't even save your own son by yourself. Coco is. Grandpa, your grandson has grown up. Okay, since you want to go, Grandpa can't stop you. This time, Grandpa should make more arrangements for you. Thank you, Grandpa. Dad, are you really suffering from senile dementia? You can even think of excuses like this. Are you just senile? First of all, I don't want my good grandson to make things difficult for him. He has come up with such excuses. What reason do I have to refuse? Let's talk about you again. Back then, if you could come up with such an excuse, the Northern Army would be willing to capture the Northern Rome for you, because from beginning to end, my northern territory did not lack a Jinbei princess, only a true heir. But is it really good to deceive everyone like this? Nonsense, is it just a matter of bringing someone back and having another child? No matter how much I try to persuade this girl, she won't listen. This time, I've decided to go with you. Uncle, we're not going on a trip this time. There are already enough people going together. If you were to follow us, the goal would be too big. Then you let this girl stay and I'll accompany you. Isn't letting this girl go just to protect you? In terms of martial arts, I'm far superior to her. If you can persuade her, then I have no objections. I have 100 ways to bypass Xylir and go to Barong. But you also know Xylir's temperament. Even if I bypass her, she will spare no effort to pursue Barong at any cost. But you don't even have a broken mirror around you. Although Lu Tu's strength is impeccable, he still hasn't broken through. Who said there's no breakthrough around me? Who is it? You still have someone I don't know about. Yam Gong left it for you. You have been in the north for so many days now, and you should know that although Xylier's martial arts talent is high and even astonishing, she is not the most talented one around me. Are you joking? My girl isn't the tallest yet. Wait, are you saying? Morning hearing of the Tao and evening entering the Tao. Before, he didn't break the mirror because he felt there was no need to break through the realm, but now with so many changes, he should also know that the peak realm of the first grade is nothing. You're too young to see through the world. There aren't many first-class products in the world, but a broken mirror is definitely a rare existence. Are they rare and insignificant? How do I feel like I've encountered so many obstacles, and even feel like anyone who doesn't break through an obstacle these days can't make it out? That's because you're standing too high. High enough that for a warrior, only a broken mirror is qualified to appear beside you. That's the truth. Although it's difficult to break through the boundaries. But there is the biggest leak of martial arts in the Baywang Mansion in this town. I think you will cherish this opportunity. The treasure of Tianji Pavilion. Is it a bit early for you to come see me now? Please advise, Senior. May I ask if you have any misunderstandings about me? I never point fingers at anyone's way. All I want to do is ask questions. I will not deny any path nor interfere with anyone's path. The younger generation came to ask the senior about the way of invincibility, which is the way of invincibility. That's a good reason. My way is here. If you want to take it, that's it. That junior has offended me. You see, this is what you call invincibility. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. I've already said that I won't teach others or point fingers at their way. As for my way, as long as you have the chance to see me, if you want to see it, then go ahead and see it. Junior wants to ask again. You are serious. You have practiced the heavenly way and should know the gap between us. That punch just now was just a third-rank punch from me, and I could easily punch you with all my strength and attack you like this. It is indeed a despairing gap, but it is a gap in terms of force, not on the road. I heard that Senior has reached that level in 3 years, and I think you should know better than anyone that with just one sudden realization, this gap can be easily bridged. Interesting, no wonder Tianji GE has lifted you so high. Do you know why I don't want to appear in front of those young geniuses? Because after seeing my way, what arose in their hearts was not transcendence, but despair and the loss of all faith. Over time, I no longer want to appear in front of the world. After all, the title of the #1 in the world is enough for those people to continue pursuing. Thank you, Senior, for pioneering martial arts for the younger generation. I'm not saying this to show how great I am, but to think that you are a very interesting person. I thought the Jinbei Wangfu was already very interesting, but it seems more interesting to be around Yang Jiao. Just for what you just said, I'll ask you again. But if you have to figure out how to handle it this time, I don't want to hold back any longer. Although I won't take your life, I don't care if you get seriously injured. Please advise, Senior. I already said it's not teaching. Is that shameless old bastard planning to demolish the entire Jinbei Wangfu? Who probably went to challenge that little brat Senior again. It seems like it's really itchy. Who is it? As long as you don't lie down for 3 to 5 days after the challenge, you won't be able to get out of bed. I still like you calling him a little brat. Humph, that stinky kid is really talkative and telling you his identity. There is such a loud noise and such genuine chi. Could it be someone who broke the mirror? Shouldn't it be White Tiger? Those brats, including you crazy girl, won't be able to break the mirror for 3 to 5 years. Who else in our northern region can break through the mirror? Oh, I understand now, young master. My grandson now has the posture of a submarine dragon. Just wait for the masters around him to break through the mirror one by one, and no one will be able to stop him in the world. I don't really care about these things. I just want to ask if you can let me follow him to Beirong. Beirong is about to compete. What are you doing there? I naturally think that the young master's side is more interesting. And I'm definitely not as good as them in terms of comparison. It's better to just pry it off and compare for someone else. After all, I'm a 100-battle soldier now. Nonsense, if I give you an excuse, you'll climb along the pole. Do you know that the person that Northern Rome fears the most on the battlefield is not Zhao Tianyu or me, but you? I don't know what they're thinking. If we were to fight alone, I wouldn't be able to defeat even a second-rank general. What are you pretending to be stupid with me? Why did you get hurt last time? You don't know yourself. The Northern Rome sent a broken mirror, 3 first-class ones, all prepared for death and no return, just to kill you. Isn't my injury already healed? And if you don't say it, not many people in this military camp know my identity, let alone the Northern Rome. Besides, all the other generals have been to Northern Rome for training, why can't I, you? I don't care if you refused me before on the grounds of safety. Other generals have experienced it alone. This time, I will follow the young master. If you don't let me go again, it won't be acceptable. But it's okay. If you can't fight or run away, I'm good at it. If I really want to go, you can't stop me. You're nothing. Anyway, you brats have grown up and the old man's military orders are no longer effective. My parents were killed by the Northern Rome people. It was the Jinbei army who adopted me and provided me with food, teaching me how to learn literature and martial arts. This is my home, so I like to see brothers and sisters and live in harmony, and you are never the old lord but grandpa to me. Get lost, don't we all agree to let you go? We still need the old man to shed a few tears for you. It would be nice to see that scene. I have never seen you cry again except when the old queen passed away. Don't make any more mistakes. Thank you for your guidance, senior. If you say that again, I will really beat you to death. He will come to ask the senior for advice someday. Even if someone like you breaks the mirror, they can't protect Yang Jiao. After all, you haven't even killed anyone. Senior has never killed anyone. Do you think someone as powerful and unrestrained as me needs to kill someone? If only I could become as powerful as my predecessors. Ha ha ha, it's interesting. I've met so many people, but not many of them have satisfied me. Can you be considered one of them? By the way, since we've talked about this, let's say more. Have you ever thought that you are the one who saves the world? In my eyes, the heavenly Tao hexagram is ultimately a small path. At first, it was indeed because of the guidance of the heavenly hexagrams, but Feng Jun not only knows how to divine and calculate, but also has a pair of eyes that can determine some facts with his own eyes. Oh, so you only thought Yang Jiao was the savior after seeing him. Natural Windlord has always believed that hexagrams are only directions, and only his own eyes can give the true answer. If it's so interesting, then I really want to see what kind of person Yang Jiao is. Young master, it's almost snowing heavily. Are you sure you want to leave today? How dangerous this time is, I can't even count in my heart that you're planning to go with me. Grandpa is really willing to go. But it's just a female soldier from the 100-battle camp. What could the old prince be reluctant to let go of? Besides, I've decided to be the most loyal lackey to the young master. How could I be so greedy and afraid of death? The Jinbei army is already interesting enough, or in other words, you are the most interesting among these 5. I don't know what the young master is saying, after all, I can't afford this one word. I heard that there is a broken mirror warrior beside the young master, and he just broke the mirror. Why haven't you seen him now? He will naturally appear when he is needed. Hey, kid. Baron, let me go around with you. Oh, isn't this my big brother? Little brat, senior. How could it be that you came out? How could that old man keep begging me? Plus, I have some interest in this kid, and the thing about the Arctic glacier hasn't been seen for 7 or 8 years, so I came up with it. This is the #1 in the world. Why is he a child? Oh, you're the greedy wolf. Interesting. If it weren't for my disdain for inheriting, you would be more suitable to be my disciple. Since I am fortunate enough to meet the rumored #1 in the world, I need to ask my senior for advice. Now, we're all ready to set off. Why don't we look for an opportunity? Can. I knew it would be interesting to follow you. Shangguan Li is also one of our 5 generals and a famous scenic spot in Dingding, the western regions. He is a descendant of the sword saint and gun god of the 3 battles. How could it be that powerful? Do you believe this? A few months ago, a woman was bullied by a canary and couldn't lift her head. That's really good. Do you want to be so serious? It's just a fight. Although Senior is the best in the world, please take it seriously. Shattered Star is a shot that Hong Tao realized in Kyoto. You can become so familiar with it in just a few days, and it should be your strongest shot, so that's enough. Using Qi as a medium, mind as a carrier, and skill as a killing tactic. Xia Fengjiuan's understanding of the Tao is unparalleled in the world. But what you are pursuing is the destructive power of your moves. Am I losing sight? Why are there 5 little ones? The first grade is ultimately different from the second grade. The control of Qi and intention has reached a certain extreme. Madam, she already understands these things ahead of her time. The previous realm simply did not support her to unleash her true strength. Now that she has reached the level of a first-class lady, she can freely unleash her potential. Younger creates a gun shadow. Please try it out, Senior. Not bad. Although Qi, Ji, and Yi are not at their peak, they are wonderful in blending with your way. I see it. Surprisingly, it's still unscathed like this. No, 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 I'm satisfied with your shot. Since what you are seeking is the destructive power of a move. So let me show you the ultimate destructive power. This is a bit ominous, isn't it? Of course it's not good. This punch is the one I saw in the Arctic Glacier back then. For Xia Fengjun, martial arts is the Tao. For you, martial arts is destruction and a move. For that old scoundrel, martial arts is just a knife. But I think martial arts encompasses everything. Accidentally exerting too much force again. Just let you take a look. By the way, you all like handsome names. Then I'll give this move a name too. Fist name. What kind of punch is this? Is it too exaggerated? If the main villain doesn't let the protagonist live. This is the punch I saw on the Arctic Glacier. At the time, there was only one thought in my mind. A punch of wind and rain extinguishes the 4 seas without gods. Did you see that? The Qi and intent technique of this punch. I don't like to keep things private, nor do I like to teach people. As the saying goes, if you want my way, take it. It's always there anyway. Hey, could you bring me some fruit? I punched you and got hungry again. Young master, you need to. Seeing such a punch at his age is really a big blow. Good grandson, it's better to enlighten him. I know. You don't have to worry about that little Lee after all, that's the best in the world. How old are you now? You're already very capable. I will do it for you. I beg your pardon? One punch of wind and rain extinguishes the 4 seas without gods. One day, I can also do this for you. Before meeting him, I thought that the things that the Mirror Breaker could do for you were also limited, but he showed me the ultimate martial arts of the power to turn the tide. One day, you will reach your pinnacle, while I will reach mine. As a high-ranking official and a talented candidate, I will be paired with Yang Jiao. You always deserve it. Not bad, young disciples of martial arts. Is this the right way? How can one fear heights when they see a summit climb? Heavy hostility, complicated worldly affairs. Do you want to learn from my invincible spirit? Little one doesn't have that ability, young master. Don't make fun of him. Do you not know how to learn or disdain to learn? How dare I? I just think it's good now. Why do I have to do so much to cling to my obsession? The little one already has enough obsession, nothing more than picking it up and letting it go. What a turn back. Do you want to come up and sleep together? Even though the Jinui has left. But there are still a few dark guards in the auxiliary team, and they can still know if there is any wind or grass movement. Madam, sleeping peacefully is the most troublesome thing for those guys. They can't schedule a date and are still so timid when they know there's no one around me. If I were them, I would go back steadily. There are already so many people who are still afraid of me. Until now, you still don't want to tell me what your plans are. Senior, isn't he able to calculate? It's just that the old Taoist doesn't have much intention of knowing your plans for those things. You should know that even if you were really dead, the old Taoist wouldn't take action or have that ability. After all, the thing being guarded is already very laborious, and there is really no extra energy to offend so many broken mirrors and pseudo-heavenly beings. I am naturally aware that after all, it is the younger generation who are unwilling to join the leadership of the senior. It is not surprising that the senior is not willing to do so. I just think that my son, with my father like me, has enough restrictions on him everywhere. If he is tied to any faction again, it will be even harder for him to do it in the future. Are you expecting too much from your son? Is it because I have too high expectations for my own son? Isn't it because you tied him to the position of the one to be robbed? Is it because you have too high expectations for him? Are you planning to help him cope with the robbery? But you should know that you can save this dynasty but not control this world. The commander of the Jinui cannot control the heavenly beings like the top 3 in the world. It's impossible. How could you have such a plan? You should know that there is no such condition for becoming a celestial being now, unless you are with that person. Wait, you're not in the game to verify that person, but to verify that person's method. That's why I'm telling you so much, because my seniors are not exposed to the world of mortals or cause and effect. At the beginning, I was thinking that if such a person appeared, I would think about his purpose. It wasn't until the appearance of the scattered person that I confirmed my hypothesis after knowing his purpose. You're gambling. With just this little information, you have to achieve your own life and fortune. Yang Yuan, this is not like you. The person who protects the country must be protected by the country. For 40 years, Yang Yuan has firmly believed in this, and there is no reason to bet on it. The guardian of the Grand Qian Palace in the realm of Chaolong's heavenly realm. Not bad. Master, if you had left earlier, you should have personally killed the evil thief Yang Yuan. If we could kill him, how could we make your majesty and you so difficult? Our family is grateful for the country's grace. If we kill the person who protects the country, we will be backfired. Actually, our family is also curious why we insist on Yang Yuan's death, even though the country's fortune recognizes him. You are devoted to practicing martial arts and transcending the secular world, so you naturally do not understand the complexity of the court situation. Yang Yuan seems loyal but actually harbors evil intentions. First, he allied with the Prince of Jinbei, and then he refused to release military power in the eastern region. Now that he has a son, he is even more ambitious. All right, don't tell us about these things. Our family doesn't want to understand that our duty is to guard your majesty and protect the Qian family's territory. As long as your majesty thinks it's right, then it's right. I promise you that after this, I will give you one. The perfect great Qian kingdom, a wise ruler governing the country, and peace in all 4 realms. In this world, our family only trusts His Majesty. Can't the senior Jixia Academy provide us with some help? After my king ascends the throne, I can promise the great scholars of Jixia Academy to enter the court and become officials. Jixia snorted, what do those corrupt scholars say? They disdain conspiracies and tricks. Since 100 years ago, when the Emperor of Dakian did not allow disciples of Jixia Academy to enter the court as officials, he has prohibited his own disciples from entering the world. The seniority of the senior in the Jixia Academy is already extremely high, and even so, cannot it shake the attitude of a gentleman? I don't know what the gentleman is thinking, I can't control him, so naturally he can't control me either. After I left the Jixia Academy, I had nothing to do with it anymore. On the contrary, your gentleman from 100 years ago once said that Jixia would never leave unless the emperor paid attention. When I ascend to the throne, I will naturally look back at Jixia 3 times. Your Highness thinks too much. Every time the prince seizes the throne, he wants to use the power of the state. He thinks that the emperor's 3 considerations are nothing, but once he ascends to the throne, I don't know what happened, but it dispelled the idea of the emperor looking back 3 times and ultimately came to nothing. There's no reason to dismiss it. I don't believe that emperors throughout history couldn't see the power of Jixia. How could it be dismissed? Then we need to wait until you succeed to the throne to find answers to these things. Shenner, why aren't you resting so late? We can start besieging Yang Yuan once the king of Chu and the Qing gang enter the city. It's nothing. I always feel like my second brother is hiding something from me, and there's something strange about his behavior. Although the king of Qing has the highest number of broken realms, my disciple, you should know that breaking mirrors is not a big deal for a teacher. I naturally know that breaking a mirror doesn't matter much, but when things develop into this situation, what worries me more is the heavens and humanity. Or rather, I am currently considering whether to participate in this matter. Shenner, what are these words? You should be clear that killing Yang Yuan is the most beneficial thing for you. You can accept the Jinyui's legitimacy. Yes, but it's obvious that Yang Gong is laying it out. And I still don't know what Yang Gong's situation is until now. And none of the people involved in this game are fools. How could they not see the clues? Are you saying that other princes have their own plans? The world is in chaos. Heaven and man bet on this game. I want to become the chess player, but there are no key pieces. The gentleman from Jixia Academy still refuses to see me until now. Yang Yuan studied at the Jixia Academy back then. The court's offensive has weakened, and I believe those princes should have retreated. Miss Kyoto, you have no reason to delay any further. I know they are probably all waiting for the Green Gang. They probably won't act rashly until we arrive. If we can delay for a while, we can give Yang Gong more time to see the situation clearly. And we also have our own things to do this time, don't we? This chaotic era started by me, how could it end so hastily? Are you sure you really want to use it? Is there a better chance than this one? This game has become so chaotic in the blink of an eye, even I can't control everything. After all, there are too many players in this game, especially Yang Gong. So we should settle for the second best and not consider the overall situation. It's better to focus only on one area and get what we want. After all, greed is not enough and snakes devour elephants. I understand now. I'll go arrange it right away, just in case. It's nothing. If something really happens, what if it's a big deal and the chessboard is overturned? Anyway, the young master hasn't entered the game yet, and there's still a chance. Missing Ming. The king of Chu has arrived. It seems that we won't be able to delay for long. Uncle Fu, prepare to leave. You are the legendary Bloodstained River, but why don't you look very similar? Listening to Bloodstained Jiang, not only is his martial arts extraordinary, but he also looks cold and handsome. You don't look like that, so naturally you're not small. You're just a follower by the young master's side. Where did you get so many famous people from? I have a few words to say to Lao Lu alone when you go in. Young master, do you have any instructions? Can you tell me what Dad is really up to? Even now, I can't see his plan clearly. The only thing I can be sure of is that he won't do anything foolish when Mom goes back. If you play dumb with me, I'll kick you out directly. I'm not going to Kyoto because I'm cowardly. After all, there are so many experts around me, and I'm not ashamed. I'm afraid that if I go, it might ruin my father's situation. It's obvious that my family background is nothing compared to my father's Jinyui and the dead soldiers. If he wants to take it all at once, he can rely on his own strength, so my father doesn't lack helpers at all. Okay, young master. I'll only say this once, listen carefully. Are you joking? Is this so easy? Even though it's so easy, his old arms and legs. The young master underestimates the old master too much. People like to blow the blood-stained river, how powerful it is. But back then, the blood-stained river was captured alive by the old master 3 times. The world only knows that the commander of the eastern frontier, who turned the tide, was the strongest warrior in the 40 years of the Great Qian's advance. But no one knows that the gentleman of Jixia Academy now is the master's senior brother. The two of them studied together under the master of Laojun Palace. Yes, the archives of the Jinyui have never recorded that the master has never spoken to anyone. The young master travels through the martial arts world with the posture of a hidden dragon, but back then, the old master was just a son of a humble family, and step by step, he has come to his current position. How could it be simple? I'm just not thinking about it anymore. In Kyoto, there are also girls like Yenner who are so distracted that they don't look like me anymore. Is that right, young master? What you need to worry about now is how to deal with that regent. No matter how you say it in Kyoto, it's still internal strife. What the regent says is also an external threat, and even the Lord has suffered a lot in the hands of this regent. I am unfamiliar with the northern Rome region, and in order to deceive this regent, I need to find another way. Who else in northern Rome can compare to this regent in taking a different path? Your subordinate has already been in contact with the censor, hasn't he? He was still burned down and arrested in the mansion. Take one step at a time, take a look. At least for now, I am the leader of the business alliance and a completely neutral person. Why does he have such hostility towards me? At least in the short term, he won't know that I am Yang Jio. The business alliance has another steward, Yang Jio. What are you planning to do? Should we still arrest them together or drive out the business alliance together? How to catch up with the business alliance? Nowadays, many people are trading with the business alliance. Do you think the censor is an idiot? If it's not really for the benefit of the country and the people, how could he collude with the enemy? How do we deal with this new steward? Let's take a look first. If the wind is moving towards the center, then catch it. But I think this group of people may have come to save people, so it's better to guard and save them. Now we should focus all our energy on the army. Once the events in Daki and Kyoto happen, we will immediately attack Hanbei Pass. Extreme Winter City. I am a subordinate who obeys orders. Surprisingly, it was so easy to reach the capital of the Northern Rome Kingdom. A country with scarce resources is in great need of external resources, so business alliances can penetrate everywhere. What do a few passes count for? Jillian Tea House. Actually, even now I still don't like the name of this tea house. I'm all yours now, and I still care about a tea house. Everyone, take a good rest. It's estimated that there won't be any rest time after today. Didn't you just say that business alliances can penetrate everywhere? We have many opportunities and a lot of time to plan and save lives with the Regent's group in the dark. That's right, I don't think even the Regent would have thought that someone like you would personally come to rescue someone in danger. Is that so? Do you want to make a bet? What are you betting on? I'll bet on you. Yang Jio, this arrogant and conceited thing, actually went to Barong by himself. I was still thinking about how to quietly kill you, which saved me a lot of trouble. It's impossible. How could someone betray you in the Jinbei army? You're insulting the Jinbei army. So that's why you're saying this is a bet? If you win, there will be 300,000 soldiers from the Jinbei army. I'm spending money to build a steel tool for each of them. If I win, you have to support me. I am already a young master's person. How can I say I support or not? That's boring. I don't understand why people around me like to play dumb, right, Lao Lu? I dare not hide anything from you, young master. Also, my dear brother, do you want us to talk about what the Arctic Glacier really has? The Arctic Glacier, how should I put it? There was something very interesting that kept coming up there, but I punched it back one by one. The most interesting thing is that even my divine weapon can't withstand this punch, but that thing is intact and undamaged. So don't associate me with them. I know everything, but I just don't want to tell you. Oh, so you know everything. Just know. What a good chive. Come on, big brother. Wait, this familiar instant sensation doesn't feel very good. Hello, big brother, what are you? If you guess correctly, senior, this is a way to seal your memory. Is this kind of operation a bit of a violation? Forcefully preventing hand chopping. If it were an ordinary martial artist, even if they operate like a broken mirror, it would be easy to fool themselves. But those who think of the level of junior-senior should be able to use it freely, right? Okay, this time it's okay. Please start your performance. Big brother, wouldn't you dare? It's such a big secret that you risked becoming a fool just to keep it a secret from me. Who should I underestimate? You and I are different from that stinky old man and useless scattered person. They are afraid of saying too much and causing unnecessary trouble, but I never care. Since you don't care, why still? I can tell these secrets if I want, but I can't tell you. Last time you fooled me, the old man from the North Prince began to doubt my intelligence. This is an insult to me, at least the best in the world. Do I not want face? Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. Grandfather is getting old. I don't understand the feelings between our brothers. I thought they were all deception, but they were all genuine emotions. You continue today. If I can remember this world, you can be the first. Recently, the chives have become refined and difficult to cut. Kyoto. Yonggyo really has no plans to come back, and the Jinyui in various places have not made any adjustments. Those people inside actually decided to take action against Yang Yuan, so they naturally thought of all possibilities. Even if they wanted to get into the game, they probably wouldn't be able to get in now. I have told my seniors many times not to underestimate Yonggyo. I have also told you many times not to underestimate Yang Yuan. Okay, so there's no need to participate in this chaotic situation unless we see if there's a chance to defeat the Sword Saint. However, this game is too chaotic unless Senior helps me. You don't have to probe Tianren randomly anymore. The situation between heaven and man is much more complicated than you imagine. If I really take action, the situation in front of me will become even uglier. Is it? Since it will become more complex, Senior should continue to avoid the world and should not choose to enter the world at this time. The hidden breath technique of Miss Yenner is truly breathtaking. I have met your highness. I didn't expect Senior to remember this origin. But now I am just a powerless woman, while my predecessor has become a god who can be bet on. All heavenly beings admire Emperor Hao. As the bloodline of Emperor Hao, you naturally have the same respect as the heavenly beings. If that's the case, why don't you come and assist me, Senior? After all, I'm not as lucky as they are, with heavenly beings standing behind me. Besides me, they also have Tianren betting behind them. I'm just a pawn manipulated by someone. How could I possibly know those things? But isn't the Lord learning how to be a chess player? Let's leave these things to the Lord to think about. Indeed, no matter who you underestimate, you cannot underestimate Miss Yenner. If anyone really thinks they have used Miss Yenner, then he is the biggest idiot in the world. It's rare for the Lord to say a few complimentary words to me, so I also need to give him some advice. If given the opportunity, you can enter the palace to meet His Majesty the Emperor. I think he should have a lot to say to you. I will go see him humming, but definitely not now. This is just a suggestion. Whether you listen or not, it's still with the Lord. It's a good thing that you can meet the Lord at this time and place. Facing me, it's a good thing. I wanted to chat a little more, but the person below probably can't wait anymore. That person is the Lord of Shangwu Pavilion and also the Emperor's father. Why did your highness have murderous intentions and want to deal with him here? If that's the case, Yenner supports him and may even be able to help your highness. Do you want to help me, Miss Yenner, or do you want to see us both suffer losses, Di Yang Yuan? This is where your highness is inferior to the young master, because the young master will not give others the opportunity to plot against him, nor will he be as petty as your highness. If that young master knew that Miss Yenner came out to deal with his father, it would be great if he could still be as magnanimous as he is now. Your highness actually said that. Since you can still believe that Yenner will not betray you, this trust is so touching to Yenner. Trust is not a big deal, it's just that I know Miss Yenner should be a smart person. Getting along with smart people is a very enjoyable thing because smart people know what to do and what not to do. If Yenner wants to rebel, relying solely on these two ruins around her cannot do without Kyoto. Turns out Yenner got on a pirate ship. However, Your Highness, please rest assured that Yenner will never disappoint Your Highness. That's good. As for which young master you are, I believe Seventh Brother also has some arrangements for him. Speaking of which, when dealing with Yang Yuan this time, I also saw the cards of these brothers clearly. It has to be said that the father raised his son well. It seems that Yang Jiu really didn't take me seriously. I really came to extreme winter city like this, swaggering and wanting to play under the lights with me. Your Highness, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If we can capture this Yang Jiuzhen Northern Army, we will definitely be helpless. After all, his identity is ultimately different. Even if the Jinbei army is resolute and disregards his life and death, then his father Yang Yuan cannot ignore the Yang family. He is the only son. That's right, maybe this headache-inducing business alliance can also be won this time. Since he thinks we're in the dark, he'll just hit him off guard. Just a novice stinky kid who really thinks that the territory of Northern Rome is so easy to enter. The prince will arrange it soon. If you don't use my military order to mobilize a few skilled soldiers, you must hit them with one strike. Yang Jiu, I advise you not to resist and to surrender without hesitation. How is it possible to keep a close eye on the city and watch helplessly as they enter here? It's impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could there be a traitor in our northern army? Could it be a business alliance? No one in the business alliance knows I'm coming, and to be honest with you, the business alliance really knows what I look like. No more than 5 of them, how could they expose me? However, this person must be in the Jinbei army. You should be aware of his position. That's right, this person's position is definitely not low. Except for the 5 generals, most generals don't know about your whereabouts this time. As long as you have a clear idea in your mind, you can help the North Army test out this person. By the way, my main purpose of coming here this time is to save people. How else do you want to save me? I advise you to go back before he was in the open and you were in the dark. But now the Regent has realized that your existence will never give you any chance. It's not easy for you to escape unscathed from this situation. You're right. As long as you are aware, I will immediately contact the Jinbei army to assist you. You may not be able to be saved. Anyway, just don't let you get in. No, you misunderstood. I just think you're right. That Regent must think the same way. He will never let me go. Yang Jiu is testing if we have any insiders in the Jinbei army. This time, he failed to catch the person who should have been tried out by him. Before the game even started, he lost half of it. What should we do next, Your Highness? His whereabouts are currently unknown. Since the army has arrived, it is impossible for them to leave so easily. We want the Northern Army to take over. Do they dare to conflict with us now? Go and release all the snow owls. This is the chassis of my Northern Rome. Even his father Yang Yuan almost lost half of his life back then. It's a bit interesting. The Northern Rome's front army is 30 miles ahead. It seems that Xiao Jiu did indeed provoke this town North King over there. There are 20,000 soldiers in the front army of the Northern Rome, and now they have expanded another 30 miles. If that's the case, then eat it and let the white tiger go. Hao Wuxiao, it's been too long since we've fought. I really thought our Northern Army would be afraid of war. How can a tiger that has been hungry for so long let go of the fat in its mouth? It's just that if it eats this, it will be even more difficult for Jun Xiaojio's side. That's good Sun's own business. If he stays well in the Jinbei Wanfu, no one in this world can harm him because he is my grandson Zhao Xiaotian. Now that he has entered the northern realm alone and taken control of the military power, he is the general of the northern territory. When he becomes the king of Jinbei in the future, no one can protect him. He needs to protect the entire northern region and even the entire central plains. If it weren't for your words, I would have thought I had picked him up. If he were a playboy, my indulgence wouldn't matter. If he really has the ambition to indulge, this kind of indulgence will actually hinder him. If that's the case, I can't even distinguish what kind of knife he needs to sharpen. White tiger. Yes, it's a white tiger. Captain, what's the situation? It's just an army of 5,000 people, but we have 20,000. Refund, fast refund. But if we step down now, we will be punished by the prince. That would be a last-minute escape. Don't be foolish. The prince once personally ordered that in case of encountering a white tiger, if the retreat does not exceed 10 times the number of troops, it is not considered escape. If it does not exceed 5 times the number of troops encountered, it is considered death. The northern army of Baihu town actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Since they encountered Baihu, why didn't they immediately surround and kill him? The front army of the prince is too far away. You are aware of the combat power of the White Tiger camp, so just ordered the Snow God army to move forward 20 miles. If White Tiger dares to come again and drag him to death at all costs, the most important thing is to guard against Yang Jio not being able to escape. You can rest assured, Your Highness. Yang Jio will never escape unscathed. Wait, although he may not have that much courage, adding more guards to the place where that woman is being held is a precautionary measure. Your Highness, you're overthinking it. Now that Yang Jio's escape is too late, how can you care about saving people? I would like to remind you once again not to underestimate Yang Jio for the last time. If we release the tiger back to the mountains this time, he will be our toughest enemy to deal with. It's my subordinate. I will never underestimate Yang Jio again. That's best. We should go now. Are you leaving now? The North Army hasn't replied yet. If there's no one to take over, we won't be able to break through their defense line at all. What I'm saying is to move to a different place. This place will soon be exposed. It's the territory of the people in Extreme Winter City. If you stay here for too long, something will happen. Snow Owl, this is the elite regent's personal guard among the elite of Northern Rome. Equivalent to the Jinyui of the Northern Rome. What is the comparability between these people from the Jinyui and the Jinyui? If it's really the Jinyui, we'll be arrested as soon as we enter the city. It's difficult for us to leave this time. Let's find an opportunity and force ourselves out. What's the use of highlighting it? It's not that we can't escape. We just received a message. The Northern Rome Army has moved forward by 20 miles and widened the defense line by 20 miles to prevent us from crossing the border. You reacted so quickly this time that you could even laugh. Such a big move was just to catch you. What's so surprising about this? It's easy for him to mobilize troops to expand the defense line during the war. If he can't predict this, how can I come to Baron? You asked me to take advantage of the chaos to investigate Sia's location. Based on their movements, I did find that location, but just now someone mobilized heavy troops to defend it, obviously considering your purpose of wanting to take advantage of the chaos to save people. You see, I've already told you not to underestimate this regent. I have never seen him before. He was able to make 11 youths suffer such a big setback and risk the world's reputation by burning down the imperial censorate. How could I underestimate him? What are you planning to do? I can't get out now, and no one can save me. Once you know the location, it's easier to launch a strong attack. Do you have a fever? Do you know where we are now? Are you joking? Do you know where we are now? What's the situation with us again? Do you think I'm trying to joke around? You are his wife. What's the difference between not persuading him to do this and being a moth to a flame? I just want to get used to it. Anyway, it's not the first time he's done this. To be honest, if he had made a decision that I could have thought of, I would have felt it was not good. Coco is. Oh, I understand. Did that senior decide to help you? If he decides to take action, then all the problems we're facing now won't be problems. Big brother, you see what he said, otherwise you should take action. Rolling. Don't get too close to me. We have nothing to do with each other. Why should I help you? You see, he asked like this. Can you give him a reason? After all, it's because you want him to take action. Senior, we are not us. I can't say for sure if I've been guiding you all these years in the North, but you haven't given me anything in return. Do you think it's too much for me to break my principles and help you now? But what do you think we should do if Senior doesn't take action? If we go, we'll hit the stone with an egg. We go to nature like moths to a flame, but don't we still have a Phoenix General? You're not just bragging about how powerful the Phoenix will be. Actually, I also want to learn more. Go, 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 Phoenix. How powerful will it be? What does it have to do with my 100 spirits? Anyway, this is the solution. If you feel like hitting a stone with an egg, then you can leave. I'm sorry, okay. If I really fail, I will never let you go in my next life. Is that right? Your Majesty, the Regent has deployed snow owls and even moved the army 20 miles forward. It seems that a remarkable figure has come and made Uncle Huang handle it with such caution. I heard that the person's name is Yang Jiao, the only son of the Yang family. Although he is a young master, he entered our northern realm alone. The Yang family is truly a name full of memories. The first time I saw Tianyu, there was a person named Yang standing next to him. He must be an extraordinary person to make His Majesty remember. Yes, back then, Tianyu was full of energy and carried a gun to shoot a horse. The young man's first sight made people sink, but he still couldn't hide that person's charm. If it weren't for him, Tianyu wouldn't have been able to live without the Northern Rome. Maybe we wouldn't be like this now. It doesn't sound like a good person. He may not be a good person, but he is ultimately Tianyu's nephew. So let's find a way to save his life. Your Majesty wants to steal someone from the Regent. I am still the Empress of Northern Rome, and if I want one person, why bother fighting? If I want to protect one person, why bother with a reason? I apologize for my mistake, Your Majesty. Okay, I know what you mean. Are you worried that if I have a falling out with the Regent due to a person from an enemy country, it will cause dissatisfaction among the ministers? But with only one nephew like him, I can't just watch and do nothing, and your concern is too early. Back then, Uncle Huang and Father Huang couldn't win against the one surnamed Yang. Now that his son only deals with Uncle Huang, I don't think there should be any problem. Even His Majesty has such high praise for him. I am curious about what that person was like back then. You were born too late and never had the opportunity to meet them when you were young. If you see him, you will know what the best boy is. This stinky kid really has to beat up the water wherever he goes no matter what he does. I really went to Beirong. Ah, big brother, you two were there at that time, dying your whole lives, and you even let Xiao Jiao go. Madam, there's no need to worry about me and my elder brother going there that year. We were just third-grade martial artists, just as experienced warriors. We were able to escape unscathed and even kidnap their princess. And looking at our little nine, I don't know how many experts he brought with him this time, and his business alliance layout has been completed. We were warriors back then, but now he is a chess player. Xiao Jiao has also grown up, and I'm worried that he won't be able to come over. On the contrary, don't be distracted by Xiao Jiao's affairs anymore. It's just you. Sigh. Madam, you're back now. How dare I go beyond the borders of the enemy country? I dare to sweep the Four Kingdoms court with my army. I dare to use thunderous means. In the world of heaven and man's ignorance, I will go fishing. In my life, I dare to do anything except to provoke Madame's anger. You always like to brag about these things. I never boast to outsiders because it's only when I mention these things to my wife that I feel proud and honored. To be honest with me, how confident are you this time? Don't scare me or be afraid. I'm worried. I just want to hear you tell me the truth. 10%. Oh, it's been so long now. Gong really has leisure and elegance. You and I have known each other for 40 years, right? After all, before I met your Majesty, you had already served by His Majesty's side. It's useless for Gong to reminisce about our old relationship now. I'm here to escort you on behalf of His Majesty. Your Majesty said that you should also know that everyone has entered the capital. You don't have many days left, so the promise you made to you before still holds true. I said we've known each other for so long not because I wanted you to reminisce about our old relationship, but because I wanted to say. Don't you know that when I'm alone with my wife, I dislike being disturbed the most? This is my only taboo. What are you doing, Yang Yuan? You need to fight me now. Are you crazy? To be honest, aren't you curious about my abilities? Not only are you curious, but I think they are also curious, right? Coincidentally, let them know and let you know today. It's okay to disturb me, Yang Yuan. But my wife has been spoiled by me and has many problems. You have to take care of her, whether you take care of her or not. Yang Yuan, you. This time it's a warning and also a way for you. The next time it breaks, it won't be what you have in your hand. Excuse me, my wife. Appreciating flowers and moon, what do you say? You. Why don't you really think you're my opponent? Do you want to ask the Sword Saint if he dares to really be one-on-one with me? Excuse me for disturbing the princess's flower viewing. Please forgive me. Rolling. You're serious. Just the three of us go save people. Otherwise, how many more people did we have in total? Of course, some rescued and some took over. Then you can play by yourself. I won't accompany you anymore. Are you kidding? This is called saving someone, but I think it's like risking one's life. I heard that the phoenix will defend itself as long as there is a danger. One person against one army, no matter how you say it, it's the Phoenix General's own army to broaden our horizons. And Xia Fengjun also said that although this place is heavily guarded, at most it is only second grade, not even first grade, so we have a lot of hope. I really believe in your evil. This time, I'm really going to put myself on the hook. Let's start, shall we? After a long fight, be careful and protect yourself. Just leave the rescue to me. Enemy. Enemy attack, enemy attack. In just one moment, you sniped the enemy with 8 crossbowmen and 4 messenger soldiers. How did you accurately snipe such a crucial soldier in such a chaotic situation? Do you know if this young master knows about my archery skills? The most infuriating thing is that he knew I had such archery skills, and we could snipe and infiltrate, even though he wanted to make such a big noise. Excuse me for sneaking in, that's all I want. Xylir has taken over the dungeon and entrusted it to you. As for bailing, among the three of us, you should have the most battlefield experience, so there's no need for me to teach you how to do it. Shengguan, even if you charge, there will still be surprise attacks behind you. Don't worry, leave everything to me. Hey, do you really have to block the reinforcements yourself? Of course, after all, what I am best at is using one strong force to overcome the weak. What you're saying is true. Yang Jio went to save people. That's right, after all of us thought he was going to escape before. The elite were all arranged on his way to escape and didn't take the dungeon seriously. Fortunately, the prince had no last resort, otherwise with his previous defensive strength, Yang Jio might have really succeeded. Everyone thought he was going to escape, but he insisted on saving people. Isn't Yang Jio's favorite thing to do is to do the opposite? But if this unexpected way is used too much, it's easy for people to guess. Prince Xingming, the reinforcements are constantly moving towards the dungeon, and we will be able to capture them all soon. No need to surround or trap it. All of our elite soldiers are guarding his escape route, and the border-breaking warriors have also been sent to the front line to prevent the White Tiger from attacking. I'm sure Yang Jiao has figured it out. We won't be able to gather experts in the short term, but he can take this opportunity to kill and nourish himself. Plus, he's learning the swallowing heaven skill, and maybe he can really make him kill to the level of a broken mirror. The more he kills, the stronger he becomes, but he won't be able to stop it. The prince is really calculating and has no last resort. Yang Jiao's realm is not high, but the martial arts he has learned are indeed difficult to deal with. So I personally went to get him, Zhao Tianyu. I don't even care about him. He's just a third-grade guy. The highest one on the other side is only fourth grade, and I have prepared the psychological construction for killing all directions. What is the situation with these archers? If you want to kill and nourish your chi, you have already calculated that there will be no experts in the reinforcement who want to use their hostility to stack and kill. I do have this plan, but what's wrong with these people? They don't charge and rely on archers to drag me. You underestimate the regent too much. You think you're still in Wuzhou and nobody knows much about you. The methods and secrets on your body, since they have been displayed in the north, cannot be hidden from the regent. He's really idle. I'm just a playboy, since he still has so much research on me. Do you still have the mood to say these things? You really tricked me this time. It's okay, how's Xiao Liar doing? At least we need to rescue the person, right? We have been set up with someone who has already been turned away in advance. This is a trap that leads us astray. I'm going to Yangjiao. You were played around by someone this time. It doesn't matter if things can't be done. You'd better have a way to escape now, otherwise I won't let you go even if I'm a ghost. TSK, this regent is really difficult to deal with, especially on his turf. He can play as he wants, while I am tied up. It's a bit unfair. What's unfair? Do you still have the mind to say these things? Believe it or not, I'll shoot you like a hedgehog first. It's okay, this regent does know me, but he doesn't know me that well. And I can't say how much I know about him, but I definitely know him better than he imagined. You're talking in human language. Don't worry, it's not as bad as you think. After all, I am best at taking control from behind. Your Highness, we have firmly held them back and the criminals have already been transferred. You have personally taken action and this time you will definitely be able to capture Yang Jiao. Yang Yuan's son, He, is still too young. I thought I could calculate the world's heroes with a little cleverness. This time, I showed him what a battlefield is. That's right. What kind of latecomer? What kind of layout expert? In front of the prince, nothing counts. And it's still too young to waste so much effort just for a small dead soldier. That's right, for the sake of a small martyr. Wait, for the sake of a small martyr. Isn't that so, Your Highness? What's wrong with you? Everyone knows that Yang Jiao is here to save people. No, that's not right. He made us think that he would spare no effort to save people. Let us think that he was young and passionate, thus underestimating his reality and reality. His true purpose is protect the prince. Call for support. The mysterious sword does not kill lightly. Bloodstained Jiang Liu 2. We have gathered support for a quick and decisive battle. I understand that I will never waste the opportunity created by the young master. Not good. The prince was attacked. Everyone supports the prince. They withdrew. Is this an attack on the regent? That's right, the attack here can only be completed by the three of us. Everyone else has their own tasks. I won't lightly kill Bloodstained Jiang. I have the two strongest assassins in my hands, so I naturally need to use them. What you did was all to lure the regent out of his mansion. Otherwise, even if I have the most powerful assassin, the palace is not so easy to break into. And it's also easy to get them in, but if I could know his itinerary and assassinate him on the way, it would be much easier. So your initial goal was not to save people, but to assassinate the regent. Saving people was just an excuse for you, right? Until now, my goal is still to save people. But I know another truth: seek the top and get the bottom, seek the bottom and get the top. If it's only for saving people, then we definitely can't save them. Only by stirring things up to such an extent can we have a chance to save people. How can you save someone who doesn't even know where they are? What's so hard to guess about this? Since it's such an important criminal, where do you think you're hiding? You can rest assured. The regent's own mansion. That's right, all the prisons are not 1.5 stars worse in defense than his mansion. Only by being by his own side can he truly feel at ease. But even if you know, what can you do? With the people we have now, you don't even have a chance. After all, there are experts there. Wait, the fireworks just now not only helped us clear the siege, but also attracted the experts of the Jinbei Wanfu. You're so smart. Now you can guess where the only broken mirror among us, Xiefeng Jun, went. Where are the worshippers of the broken mirror warrior in the royal palace? Just now, the fireworks lit up and the elders went to save the prince. The mansion is empty. Thank you, young hero. Hurry up and leave. Yang Gonzi once said that if the regent treats others with courtesy, it would be great. If he hurts you, let me burn down their mansion. I can't kill him today, after all, he's a mirror breaker. It's already not easy for an enemy of 10,000 people to reach this level. Master, if there is half a stick of incense left, he will undoubtedly die. His people will be here soon. If you don't leave, you won't be able to leave. It's Master. Your Highness. How are you here? How can you be here? You were assassinated, so naturally There are still skilled guards guarding the mansion. No, Yang Jiao. Is this your game? Remember it to me. Master, you're here. My subordinate was incompetent and allowed my master to personally take risks for me. I deserve to be punished with 10,000 deaths. Please ask the master to give me the death sentence. Do you think I'm a fool? I went to great lengths to rescue you and then executed you. TSK, I feel like you're insulting me. My subordinates dare not just die for you as the master's dead soldiers. If I die for you, it will be my only home, and if I implicate the master, it will be a shame. Didn't I tell you before that your life is mine? When I need you to die, I will naturally tell you. I won't let you die, so you can't die. And this time I came out to lie to my grandfather that you were pregnant with my child, which is why he let me come over. If you're really short, how will my grandfather explain it? How dare a child who is pregnant with its master? But if the master needs to belong to a subordinate, how dare it? No, he doesn't need it, and the Yang family has a young lady. If you want to enter, learn to serve me tea first. Mrs. Xiao, I'll also register my name. Why are you joining in the fun? You haven't explained yet. Where did you learn your bow and arrow from? Are you a spy from Phoenix Camp? From the beginning, I didn't think you were a good person. The kid has 2 moves. His cunning surpasses all the generals in the north. What is this? After we have escaped unscathed, you can praise it slowly. Although it is now safe, I think it has also angered the regent to some extent. Oh, you know how to make people angry, but where did this happen? I'm afraid the whole city is searching for you. You can still be so leisurely and content. I think they won't be able to find it for a while. After all, they can search anywhere else as they please. But this is the palace. Your Majesty is truly a clever strategist, the young master of the Yang family. It's truly a complete victory to play around the regent. Anyway, the regent is also the prince of our country, and that young Master Yang is also from an enemy country. Isn't it not good that you're so happy? Who makes the regent always treat you like this? Finally, someone has made him lose this time. What face does he have to face? Just say these words in front of me. Don't tell anyone outside, otherwise I won't be able to keep your little head safe. Of course, I won't tell anyone except you. By the way, where are these people hiding now? The regent wants to flip over the Winter City and still hasn't found it. If my guess is correct, this group should all be in the palace. What are you saying? In the palace, we. What are we? How could I think of something that even Uncle Huang couldn't think of? Ha ha ha, my great-grandson is truly unparalleled in the world. This game not only saved the person, but also seriously injured Wu Xiao, that stinky kid, and even burned down the mansion. Okay, since the news came over, you've said this almost 10 times now. Who doesn't know the strength of your grandson in the North Army? What are you sour about? Back then, when you and that stinky kid Yang Yuan came back, they were also doomed to die. Look at my good grandson, you can compare my achievements. Back then, we were only 3rd grade. He had the 2 most powerful assassins and the mirror breaker by his side. We believe that with our 3rd rank, we can make a huge impact on the Northern Rome, and that's the true young hero. Nonsense, don't even mention the 3rd grade. I'll give you so many people now. Can you make it for me to see? I'm still training, Dubai. I'm about to start. I'm so busy, I don't have time. Besides, your grandson's job has been done, but how did you come back? Have you ever thought about it? My grandson has his own clever plan. If you really have the heart, you should think about your sister's side. Yang Yuan, that stinky kid, won't give up. It's probably time to start now. Be careful, I'll wait here for you to come back. Don't worry, madam. No matter what happens, I can't bear to leave madam alone in this world. Let's stay a little further away from this courtyard. After all, it's so late, don't disturb my wife's rest. Shinner asked me one more question. If you could show Shinner your trump card and if it's feasible, we are willing to lend you a helping hand. After all, Yang Yuan Shinner is more willing to trust and rely on you in many places. Do you know what's the worst about you, Wang? No matter what, Shinner will definitely be the most holy and wise monarch in the world in the future. This great leader will become better because of him. If we only talk about the emperor's inner skills, the Yuan is indeed a rare king. But unfortunately, lacking some sense of responsibility, he always likes to stand behind and plan to manipulate people's hearts, which is not a good thing for a king. So you and Shinner are destined not to travel together. This is your second weakness. Without a broad mind, he clearly knows that as long as he ascends the throne, I will pledge allegiance, but he still likes to use these little tricks, which makes people feel disgusted. Lack of responsibility and broad-mindedness. When I was young, I was full of ambition and wanted to change my mind. But once you enter old age, you will be filled with suspicion and checks and balances. Don't you feel familiar with such an emperor? Are you saying that Shinner will become the next Your Majesty? After all, he is the prince who most resembles His Majesty, and now I believe His Majesty should also be aware of these issues with himself and his princes. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made such a choice, right, Chao Gong? You guessed Your Majesty's plan. But since you guessed, why did you still? As the commander of the Jinyui, it is my duty to inspect the world. What's the point of knowing this? And dispersing all the Jinyui, I can see the world more clearly now. What are your intentions? You want to harm Your Majesty. I would never harm Your Majesty, but Your Majesty would harm himself. It's clear that a good country must end up like this. What plans does Father Emperor have? Please ask Duke Chao to clarify. After all, I am also very curious. Your Highness, don't listen to him sowing discord. How could Your Majesty plot against his own prince? He has ulterior motives. Okay, Duke Chao, I won't use such low-level means, and you don't have to worry. The arrow is already on the line, and no matter what happens, they won't be able to stop. It's your guilty expression that makes others have to think too much. Even though you've been a factory official for so many years, you're still like a eunuch who can't calm down. You. Let's start now. Everyone has arrived and still likes to chat. You guys are not as good as my Jinyui. After all, under my training, once they lock onto the target, they have absolute efficiency. No matter what happens today, you're doomed. When you had the Jinyui, everyone was afraid, but now it's just one person. As the sixth in the world, I alone can kill you. Yang Yuan, who is truly the Sword Saint, only has his own stubbornness. Jing Fan is good at dealing with Hong Tao. After all, he has repaired 10,000 enemies. Infused with murderous intent, they suffered one-on-one losses, but they almost got into trouble with me. Yang Yuan. The palace has indeed sent out even broken mirrors. And they all went to kill Yang Yuan. Even though they knew about my existence, they still attracted everyone's attention. Yang Yuan, are you really helping me kill the emperor? But it's true that I can't hide it from your highness. I thought I was the last chess player in this game, which can be said to have calculated and utilized everyone, but today you are here to explain everything about me. You are clear about everything. You did a great job in this round, Yenner. I admire you greatly. So you're here to stop me. But I don't think His Highness's cultivation can stop me, or as the bloodline of Emperor Hao, His Highness has any hidden means. Senior, I was joking. You should be aware of my relationship with Dakian. I didn't have time to help you, so why would I stop you? I'm here just to witness a result. I guess it's because many of my goals in this game are the same as His Highness's, so His Highness has no reason to stop me. I think the smartest thing in this game, Senior, is that he didn't calculate anyone who shouldn't have been calculated, which caused Yang Gong to have no reason to stop you. After all, there is only one person you want to kill. Although I claim to be a chess player, it is important to clarify who should be offended and who should not be offended. However, Yang Yuan clearly did not accept my feelings. I have accepted this love, but please think more about why Jixia Academy is not entering the court, even though a gentleman is about to enter the realm of heaven and man. Your Highness's intention is. I don't mean anything, or no matter what I say now, I can't stop Senior. Yang Gong's arrow is on the string, Senior. Isn't that what you said? I wish Senior all the best. Then I'll borrow your Highness's auspicious words. The Emperor is inside, and there are really no experts. What does Liu Yenner's words mean? You should listen to others' opinions more. After all, you have today's cultivation, and it's not easy for you to reach this point. You are a heavenly being. But how could there be heavenly beings in the palace? Does a gentleman not want to enter the court because the Emperor has also seen through your situation? Naturally, Yang Yuan has been so outstanding in recent years that he has overshadowed the glory of His Majesty. You should know that if your Majesty were not wise and powerful, how could he possibly seize the throne again in the rebellion of usurping the throne? How could he suppress a courtier like Yang Yuan? So it's like this. You all thought you had obtained some incredible secrets, but since this method exists, someone has already used it. How could it be left to you, the younger generation? I also have a general understanding of your relationship with the royal family and gentlemen. A eunuch who relies on dragon chi to ascend to the realm of heaven and man truly believes that he can withstand the mighty will of my 1,000-year-old ruler. Heaven and earth have righteous energy in the vastness of humanity and the sun. You may say you disdain the dragon aura, but why are you here? It's not just about relying on dragon chi to ascend to heaven and man, but you're not as good as a gentleman. How could you possibly reach this point? Swallowing heaven's skill is impossible, but why do you possess an endless stream of true energy? Why don't we go together? There are still many broken mirrors, aren't there? By the way, the thing behind His Royal Highness the Qing King has shown me what a pseudo-heavenly being is. It's not urgent. Everyone knows Yang Gong's plan, so we can't take a gamble. If we play together, it would be awkward if we were to come up with a blood-stained Jiang or Yang Gong secret game from somewhere. Oh, I understand. You guys want to kill me, but you're afraid I'll take it all, okay? But these two in front of me are clearly not my opponents. I'm not your opponent, Yang Yuan. I don't know what method you used to give yourself such a majestic aura. But don't forget that I am the 4th in the world and you are only the 6th in the world. Got it, got it. I've heard this too many times. After saying this, shouldn't we use the Demon Slayer sword? The total amount of true chi never represents strength and destructive power. Slayer. It seems that Yanggong's side is relatively smooth. If they attack Yanggong in groups, there won't be any good way. That's right, this lineup can kill Tianren, but it's all smart people who think too much and are afraid of Yanggong's layout. Most people are trying to prevent Yanggong from killing the Qin King with only 2 people. That pseudo Tianren doesn't dare to act rashly and can only stay on the side to prevent Yanggong from escaping. It's okay, I never worried about Yanggong. On the contrary, this person from our academy is not a match for that old eunuch. Yes, that old eunuch, although lacking a lot of things, is still a heavenly being no matter what. This kind of swordsmanship cannot even be resisted by a heavenly being, can it? It seems that Madam couldn't sleep well today. If I had known, I would have sent her out. I've already said that you should just be an honest father-in-law. Why can't I stop a sword that even money and war can withstand? You. What are you? In front of your majesty, you only know how to be sarcastic. Now, facing me alone, you can't even say a word. Qian Zhan was able to block it because he has a gift from heaven and man, but you have nothing to block my demon slayer. Actually, I never knew how you got this kind of anger. The dragon chi of the Imperial Palace and the abyss of the Earth's abyss are clearly not one of them, and although this is a way to ascend to the realm of heaven and man, no matter how you look at it, you are still at the peak of breaking the mirror. Yang Yuan, how much else do you know? I'm definitely just one more martial artist than you. What are you comparing yourself to? Yang Yuan, you're too arrogant. Don't you know? I still have a sword. You know, exiled immortal, but do you really dare to use it? Do you really dare to fight hard here? If the Yuan is really short, he can still get out alive. You heard and saw the Demon Slayer, and I used it to kill Yang Yuan. It's not our family's business, is it? Okay, we've already come to this point. Naturally, we can't be provoked by Yanggong's words. Sword Saint Jia Chao Jingqi cannot kill you. What about adding a celestial puppet? Truly a heavenly being. I really don't know how many years have passed since I became so embarrassed. I thought you were really hiding a lot of strength, but it doesn't seem like that, so today you're still dead. Not bad, it's really difficult to deal with, but fortunately it's not really a heavenly being, so the problem is not big yet. Yang Yuan, how did you achieve this? Your true energy is truly inexhaustible and inexhaustible. I've already told you that you're just a crude warrior. I explained it to you, but you still can't understand. Senior, I am also very curious about how Yanggong did it. The inexhaustible and imperceptible true chi has only one martial art in this world, and that is whether it is the heavenly art or not. However, for the vast majority of people, this technique is just a chicken rib that cannot be broken through even in the 8th grade. The senior's point is that Yanggong has practiced the swallowing heaven technique, but how is it possible for him to achieve the peak of the mirror-breaking swallowing heaven technique? Of course, if someone can really train the swallowing heaven technique to the peak of breaking the mirror, even the child standing at the top of heaven and man may not be a match, right? If Yang Yuan didn't use the swallowing heaven technique, then it should be that one. What the senior didn't tell me was actually something I shouldn't have asked, but the younger generation is really curious about whether the senior helped me or these heavenly beings. What is it for? Is it because of the dragon chi that Yang Yuan just mentioned? Nowadays, Yangpu's true chi is inexhaustible. It should be because he has leveraged the dragon chi, but it shouldn't. How did he find a way to leverage the dragon chi? Pry the dragon chi. Senior just said that this dragon chi should belong to the royal family. If it's there, how can we pry it? Dragon energy is special, and only specific people can use this power in a specific way, otherwise every member of the royal family would be invincible. Just this way, Yan Yuan shouldn't know. Only a few days ago would know. I have met many strong people who tell me that Sword Saint is different from us. If he is not among the top 3 in the world, he is the number 1 in the world. Is this also the reason? Not bad, he found a way to pry this gas. His method can't be called clever or simple. Whether it's simple or not is because even heavenly beings are very afraid of the sword that banished immortals, and whether it's clever or not is because he hasn't been classified as a pseudo-heavenly being until now. Just now Yan Gong said that there is not only dragon chi but also deep chi in the world. What is deep chi? It is something that the Taoist of heaven is guarding. Now that you know these things are not beneficial, let's wait until you reach that position to talk about everything. If you can really become the eternal wise ruler, you may even have a chance to look at Emperor Hao's neck from afar. At this point, I feel like I am becoming increasingly unfamiliar with this world. All the changes today have nothing to do with where you are, but rather with you catching up with this special time, which leads to eternal success and the downfall of an emperor. The senior said that my pressure is getting bigger and bigger. No, you can't achieve this level unless you're like me. I understand now that you dispersed all the Jinyui not only to give us a chance, but also to search for that method. The reaction is not slow yet, but you actually know that there is such a method. Then you should also know that whether it's Sword Saint, Broken Mirror, or even this pseudo-heavenly being, you can't get into this game. Why are we not in your plan, or are you risking your life to hold us back? No, you guys really treat yourselves too much like onions. The danger of this game has never been on you because you don't deserve it. When Yan Yuan was young, you were so annoying when you opened your mouth. Now that you have stepped into a coffin with 1 foot, you still provoke hatred like this. I roughly know who you are, Zhang Tianhe. The young master of a contemporary gentleman, TSK, said that the old palace master is truly a gentleman. Even though 2 generations have passed, he has not done anything inappropriate. Zhang Tianhe's Jixia Academy is now the highest-ranked person in the world of pseudo-celestial beings. It seems that senior brother told the gentleman about your existence but didn't tell me. Your existence should be a secret passed down from generation to generation by the Jixia Academy, and why does the Jixia Academy refuse to enter the court as an official? This is natural. Our family can accommodate a scattered person. After all, we have reached this point. There are 2 heavenly beings guarding us. Maybe there is a chance, but how can we accommodate the entire Jixia Academy? Everyone in your country has learned the Howren Chi, which could have leveraged the Dragon Chi. If you were to become officials in the court, how would our family survive? You are still different from other heavenly beings. Although other heavenly beings can prolong life and rejuvenate, they still have limitations on longevity. And you've been smoking Dragon Chi in the palace all year round. I'm curious about how old you are today. After all this time, I do have a feeling of transcending the secular world, even thinking that I am the only true God in this world. After all, even the Howdy back then couldn't be like me. But it wasn't until I met that child who was under 100 years old and was suppressing me in the palace, a place where no one could defeat me, to the point where he said my way was the most boring he had ever seen before, that I realized the world was still very dangerous. The boring way is really like what he said. All the nostalgia ends here. When I kill you, I still need to report back to your majesty. I'm sure Yan Yuan has also achieved results. To be honest, I can still detect how much he has leveraged the Dragon Chi. And it's still in an ancient way, but it doesn't matter anymore. It's just a lineup like the next Sword Saint, and he won't be able to hold on for long. Your majesty's plans should also be realized. Didn't you just say to guard against my henchmen? These people are all ambushing my henchmen. It's a bit early to come out now. Why don't you ambush a little longer and wait for me to solve the 3 of them? Yan Gong is ultimately Yan Gong. No one present can see in what way you have obtained such a huge amount of true energy. If you continue like this, there will be more changes. So we chose to take a desperate gamble. My daughter-in-law's person didn't come, so it seems that the palace matter is about 80 to 90%. My son found these two daughters-in-law, and I am truly satisfied with them. It's just that they can't compare to my softness. In the end, the Qing gang only brought 2 broken mirrors, so if they don't come, they won't come. We will gradually calculate with the Qing gang. But now, Yan Gong, what are you planning to do? Zhang Tianhe has been surviving for so long, let me give you one last ride. I am the highest ranked person in the Jixia Academy, how could I possibly die here in confusion? The Confucian books that have been condensed by decades of hard work just exploded like this. But it's also important for nothing to be life-threatening, but it won't hurt me. You should honestly accept death, right? I'm only one step away from the emperor of the Qian family. With this one step, I can succeed. Yang Yuan blamed Yang Yuan for the fact that the war between the princes who were supposed to kill the emperor had ended up like this. The sunset glow is ready, but miss, are you really sure? You should know that it's a weapon left by Emperor Hao, and using it once will result in one less use. Uncle Fu, we've been dormant for so long that even in my generation, I'm the only one left with the bloodline of our ancestors. If we don't use these things anymore, we won't have much chance to use them in the future. After all, without the bloodline of our ancestors, these things are no different from waste. Okay, after all, Mrs. Decision has never been missed. The gun that must be hid by the afterglow of the setting sun. It contains the gun intent of Emperor Hao and can pry the dragon Qi inside the palace. The old eunuch in the palace has been consumed by someone, and now it cannot be stopped. What is this? Why did someone pry open the dragon Qi again? I don't know what other changes will happen in Kyoto this time. This is a more powerful artifact than the Imperial Jade Seal. Who exactly is it? Is the legend of Emperor Hao true? Haha, it's true that the most outstanding descendant of Emperor Hao for hundreds of years was actually making this plan. It's interesting, it's really helpful to me. Finally persevered until this moment. Ha ha ha, Yang Yuan, your stranger has arrived. The power you stole from somewhere has finally reached its limit, right? Don't stop, everyone. Now that Dianjuan is in a fierce battle, all we need to do is hold on and he will surely die. I've already told you that you're just a martial artist in the martial arts world, and these princes behind you are too young to participate in this game. I don't understand what qualifications you have to fight me. Yang Yuan, you're on the brink of death and still so arrogant. Arrogance. My opponent in this game is Tian Ren, and a few chess pieces who look down on the situation dare to talk to me like this. Who do you think is arrogant? Peace. Okay, then today I'll let you know what it feels like to be killed by a chess piece. Let you know what it means to be completely defeated. All of you, don't you all want to see the sword of the banished immortal? In my eyes, no one else deserves this sword except for that senior, but Yang Yuan. If he were to kill you, I would feel very happy. Is the sword saint from the legend of exiled immortals really going to be used? This is the exiled immortal. Indeed, in the face of this sword, my heavenly human spirit is nothing. This is the choice made by the sword saint. Although we don't look up to him, the fact that he infused that power into Kendo also proves that his pursuit of Kendo is just. The turbulence in Yang Yuan's aura just now is obviously due to a problem with the palace, but with that person present, shouldn't anything happen. Wait, where is Lu Yin'er? Where has she gone? If the two major wars in Kyoto are not here, then naturally they will be in the Imperial Palace. It's just that there's a conflict between heaven and man within the palace. If I rashly approach, if I'm noticed by the two inside, it will actually create variables. But your highness didn't even break the mirror. How could she dare to argue with heaven and man? Unless... Yang Yuan, are you scared out of your wits? If you interrupt me halfway, I still have a chance, but I don't have a chance now. I've already told you that you're just a crude warrior. Why should you fight me? I just provoked you for a moment, and you used the banished immortal as I expected. Do you know that if you use it early, there's nothing I can do about it? If you use it late, there's nothing I can do about it, but you chose the most inappropriate time. Yang Yuan, your clever tongue is like a spring, it can't save you. Even if you try to make things mysterious, you will also die. Why does my majestic true energy dissipate? What happened in the palace again? What is the purpose of these heavenly beings? Is it just for the throne? You know nothing and are destined to fail. Come on. It said that you will definitely fail. How could this be? How could my exiled immortal be? What's going on here? Yang Yuan just said about the palace, right? Not good, Your Highness. There is indeed something hidden at the bottom of the box. Don't think the sunset glow is just a legend. Let's go to the palace quickly, otherwise it will really cause chaos in the world. I didn't expect that besides Dragon Chi, there was also an unexpected harvest. The Sword Saint did indeed receive a kind of spiritual energy. Senior Xiao Yi calls himself a scattered person, but he is not as carefree as he looks. Trapped by the identity of a heavenly being, it must be said that Senior Xiao Qing Tian is the true Xiao. Your Highness, please put down the afterglow of the setting sun in your hands. You have obstructed my path, even if your status is noble. Senior, there are only two ways now, either kill me or block this shot. Can you just block it with your carefree mind? The only old eunuch who can block the gun just now spent more than half of his dragon energy to block Heiranyi. As for killing me, I am a descendant of Emperor Hao and even have the demeanor of a female emperor. Do you dare to kill me? You. Just now, Senior had a chance to choose, but now. Sorry, it's out of stock. What happened to Senior Lu Yin'er? It's too late. Everything is too late. The world is about to go into chaos. Let's go back to Wuzhou and gather our strength immediately. Is the chaos in the world the Emperor? You knew early on that the afterglow of the sunset really existed, but it was Emperor Hao's weapon. Who dares to believe that legend, but since it exists? My goal has been achieved, and I don't believe you can still block it now. The person with the highest seniority in Jixia Academy is just someone else's pawn in my opinion. It's dawn. What are these two suns? What exactly happened in the palace? It seems like I should go now. I am truly worthy of being an old eunuch who has lived for hundreds of years. Even after fighting to this point, I still have such strength. Senior, look at that person in the palace who still has such astonishing power. I think he couldn't resist this blow. What cannot be stopped is Emperor Hao's weapon. How strong is Howdy, Senior? The power of Emperor Hao cannot be replicated. There is no longer such a perfect combination of timing, location, and people. Let's go. Since I didn't have the upper hand in this round, I can't do it again in the next round. Senior, are you in such a hurry? I thought Senior would take this opportunity to kill me together. I think Miss Yenner is right. No matter how the person inside treats me, he still has this kind of relationship with me. Has Miss Yenner ever thought about it? You should be aware that under no circumstances should you lose your composure. Didn't you see the blow just now? It was the tactic of the descendants of Emperor Hao. Can't you doubt that she has other means to deliver such a blow? Have you done so much now just to take a risk and bet on this game today? I'm sorry, Senior. I lost my composure. Being alone is really difficult to deal with. I was supposed to take this opportunity to kill the money war together, but I was persuaded to do so. It seems like there is not much chance left. But the goal has finally been achieved. This game is too complicated, and there aren't many opportunities to find a gun toss. After all, he is an old eunuch who has lived for 100 years. If he were in his prime, he might really be able to block this shot, but now he doesn't have much chance. Since that's the case, miss, let's leave quickly. The incident today is a bit big, and if they really find out, we'll be in trouble. Don't worry, our game is over. Yang Gong's final game has just begun. Ha ha ha, Emperor Hao, but that's all. Even Emperor Hao did not obtain immortality, but I did. Emperor Hao is inferior to me. Wait, how is this possible? This is clearly a shot thrown out, and its power should be getting weaker and weaker. Why is his power still accumulating and even devouring my dragon chi? No. Your Majesty cannot die now. How can Your Majesty die now when the world is in turmoil? The remnants of Emperor Hao, also want to kill me. I am the Emperor and have my own national destiny to safeguard. You can't kill me. No one in the world can kill me. Even the national fortune knows that the choice I made is right. This national fortune is protecting me. Yang Yuan, it was you who made the mistake. How is that possible? How could I possibly be wrong? My great Qian kingdom. Your Majesty. Your Majesty. It has truly become. Senior brother, I knew I was right. Gentlemen, you perverted scholar. You are delaying the Jixia Academy. As a gentleman, it should be me. Jixia's dragon slaying technique, you are plundering Dakian's dragon chi. The world is in turmoil and the country's fortunes are already weakest. Now that the Emperor of Canada has passed away, there is no more suitable opportunity in this world than now. The group of corrupt scholars in Jixia wanted to live and work in peace and contentment and shared the dragon energy with the world. They thought they were great, but now Jixia has never produced a celestial being. The most infuriating thing is that even though they knew someone like you existed, they still dared not plunder the dragon energy and achieved you in vain. But it doesn't matter. I won this dragon chi alone, achieving the achievement of heaven and man. That gentleman cannot be my opponent. I will lead Jixia to assist Mingjun in sharing the prosperous times. Don't make your own selfishness so great. You clearly want to plunder the dragon chi for yourself, whether it's me or Jixia. We all coexist with the dragon chi, and the more prosperous the great Qian becomes, the more we benefit. But if you plunder the dragon chi, you will break this rule, which is tantamount to killing the chicken for the egg. So what? I am the most outstanding disciple of Jixia, and I will not make mistakes. The world needs someone like me who will never make mistakes. By the way, you reminded me that since I don't need to assist Lord Akira, I can become a king who will never make mistakes, a centenarian king. You're crazy. No, you've been bewitched by Dragon Chi. The legend of Emperor Hao is true. This Dragon Chi is indeed true. Miss, the dragon slaying technique in Jixia is too difficult to deal with. If things continue like this Tianhe will be the one who gains the most. He won't be able to compete with a celestial being like a dragon with all his dragon energy. Yang Gong's layout is for heaven and man. Do you think he will see this scene in front of him? And don't forget to mention that Yang Gong from Jixia is also a disciple of Jixia and the junior brother of a gentleman. Can you make way for me? I'm really in a hurry. You can't leave today in a hurry. Okay, since we can't leave, then don't even leave. Your Majesty, this time I can only protect the country and cannot protect Your Majesty, but I would like to ask Your Majesty to take a look at this situation. Ha ha ha, Yang Yuan, you useless person, how dare you distract yourself from our battle? I've already said I won't leave, and I don't know what you're thinking. Even though I knew I had the means to manipulate Dragon Chi and even obtain infinite true Chi, you still fought me to this point without understanding that means. You're still playing tricks. War is nothing but a matter of timing, location, and people. I can't control timing, location, and people, but I can. But why do I have to risk disturbing my wife's sleep and choose the location of the battle at the Yang Mansion? I have been managing this imperial city for 20 years and living in the Yang Mansion for 40 years. How could I not have made any arrangements and sent out all the Jinyui? Do you think it's just a show of weakness? This is the formation I have seen on the ancient Divine Mountain in the eastern region, but how could it be here? Otherwise, why would I be able to manipulate the dragon chi and continuously obtain true chi? Naturally, this formation helped me transform. It is indeed useful, but it is only a one-time use. However, for the sake of the world, it is not a big deal. And I have already told the world that this Kyoto is the capital of my Jinyui and will never allow anyone to violate the ban with force. Please be calm for a day and a night, and you will be able to leave. But at that time, all the Jinyui had returned, so let's sit down and discuss the matter of the heir to the throne slowly. Let's not fight anymore. Yang Yuan is the only prince in the formation, and I forgot that the others are not here either. Except for His Royal Highness the King of Chu, none of the other princes are warriors. I have enough elite members of the Jinyui in Kyoto to control them. Your Highness the King of Chu, there is no need to worry. His Royal Highness the King of Qin. Now there has been a huge upheaval in Kyoto, and we, the Jinyui, have been ordered by Yang Gong to protect the safety of His Highness. Surprisingly, Yang Yuan underestimated you, but don't forget that I also have a pseudo-heavenly being and the support of the Kyoto family. Please return to the house, Your Highness. I wonder how many assassins are still outside. Your Highness, please come out. The great changes in Kyoto are of utmost importance to His Highness's safety. Yang Gong, how can we play with people like you among us princes? Father, this time I am too arrogant and want to take 100 years of credit. But it's also the fault of Father Emperor who, despite being a generation of emperors, insists on believing in heaven and man when others seize the opportunity. It seems like you've lost your dragon aura, but you've been living like this for 100 years, and now you deserve to die. You have already ascended to the realm of heaven and man. If you continue to plunder dragon chi like this, things will happen in this world, and heaven and man are ultimately human beings. You cannot refine so much dragon chi at once. The person who is about to die still dares to control me. I do remember the comment from the Tianji Pavilion about the Great Tribulation. The Four Tribulation will bring about the decline of all phenomena, and one person will become a saint. The 100 paths will mourn, and one person will become a saint. This one person is me. I cannot control others because there are so many fates in heaven. It is useless to say so. Let's suffer death. Uncle, what a big breath. Did Uncle forget about me as his nephew? Dragon Chi and Dragon Chi are all my Yang Yuan. Back then, you only studied in Jixia for 2 years. It seems that Uncle has not forgotten me, my nephew, but since you haven't forgotten, you should know that I am the one in charge of Kyoto. As a pseudo-heavenly being, do you have to say hello to me when you come to Kyoto? I'll say it again, no one is allowed to violate the ban with force. Now Uncle sure has caused chaos in the world. After studying under Jixia for so many years, he has learned that the people are struggling to make ends meet. How could it be that you're just a broken mirror? And you only studied dragon slaying in Jixia for a few years. How could your dragon slaying skills be stronger than mine? How could you steal dragon chi from my hands? I don't know anything about dragon slaying. It's Jixia's ultimate skill. Even if I were a disciple of an old gentleman, he wouldn't give me such an important thing. It was Master Shu who activated the dragon chi, and he began to lay out the plan. I knew that dragon chi could be used to ascend to the realm of heaven and man, so I decided to take a risk and give it a try. What do you mean by that? You don't know dragon slaying skills. How could you steal dragon chi from me? Uncle, you're wrong. It wasn't me who took away the dragon chi, but the dragon chi chose me. The world is in chaos, and your majesty has passed away. Who else in the world is qualified to master this dragon chi besides me? Why? 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 Why can you master dragon chi? My dragon slaying technique is the strongest in Jixia, and only I am qualified to master dragon chi. This is mine, this is mine. Come over here, you come over here. No one can take you away from me. The important tool of the country, Yuan, has always believed in your existence for 40 years. Yuan has always believed that the people who protect the country must protect them. Stars, celestial objects, no emperor's body, all kinds of flavors. Yang Yuan has been in power throughout the court for 40 years. The emperor suspected that the nobles would exclude and waste their time in Kyoto, but your words are enough to comfort his life. Why did I, Chao Long, protect the royal family for 100 years without any hint of usurpation? Your Majesty passed away, and why did the Dragon Chi not choose me? I understand now. I have never protected my country. What I protect is just a family with the same surname. No, I can't accept this result. I've laid out so much, how could I just fail like this? I have dragon slaying skills, but if it's a big deal, I'll just focus on slaying dragons. If Yang Yuan dies, who else can you choose? Stubborn, I said that sword Saint Jiawufu is not qualified to fight with me. Although Master Shu is a celestial being, he is only a literati. Why should he fight with me, Yang Yuan? How could it be that only specific people and methods can pry open the Dragon Chi? What is the reason for this? Of course, it's up to my senior uncle. If it weren't for him using dragon-slaying techniques to pry out the Jade Seal, how could I have been chosen by the Jade Seal? If you don't pry open this, it will still be a royal property. Once you pry open it, it will become ownerless and you can choose your own master. You are calculated. You're just waiting for the moment when I use the dragon-slaying technique to pry open the Jade Seal. There's no big calculation. If your Majesty's plan goes smoothly, then I'm willing to take my wife and retire. The money war may not be a good emperor, but my daughter-in-law, your Majesty, ignored the most important person who should not be ignored. In that case, your Majesty's strategy for rejuvenating the country has failed. But if you fail, then fail. Anyway, I don't have much confidence in it. It's just treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. As the saying goes, heaven and man are just martial artists. Why should the court let heaven and man have control? So your game is about eliminating all the heavenly beings. In that case, as someone who has already gained insight into the overall situation, I only need to sit back and reap the benefits of the fisherman. There is no need for me to block all the assassination attempts of the princes alone. You have trapped all the princes. It contains some special chi that cannot be split in a short period of time. Is Sword Saint really helpless? What about your one strike that banished the immortal? Are you still underestimating Yang Yuan until now? He wouldn't have thought that my exiled immortal could definitely break through this formation, so he was deceived by Yang Yuan a long time ago. This formation is really a foul. Yang Yuan is just taking advantage of this formation. If it weren't for this, he would have died long ago. This formation is a foul. I actually think this is quite useless. Your Highness wouldn't really think that such a strong formation could be formed in just a moment, would he? Isn't it? If my guess is correct, it will take a long time for this formation to truly imprison us. Otherwise, why do you think Yang Yuan has been dragging us for so long? As long as we all come in, he can simply seal off the formation. This also means that he will block us for at least 2 hours, Your Highness. Ask yourself, even if you have such a heavenly puppet, can you block it? If you can't block it, then you will die. And what if one of them is not in the Yang Mansion? After 10 years of preparation, a formation with such strong limitations, slow effectiveness, and only confinement without killing function, doesn't Your Highness think it's useless? That's right, this formation is not very powerful. What's really impressive is the person who uses this formation. He has maximized the use of this formation. That's it. Keep me trapped in Kyoto, away from military power. What chance do I have? Your Highness, there is still a chance. If all the princes are trapped, there will be no battle to seize the throne. If the emperor dies, you can control the military power and pacify the chaotic times. This is your complete game. Don't you claim to be as close as siblings to the emperor? Now even the emperor has calculated and even traded his life for a peaceful and prosperous era. Yang Yuan, you are really hypocritical. I have already made it clear to your majesty that this time I can only protect the country, not your majesty. And I haven't finished this game yet, both of you have died. This game is truly over, especially since I can only enter the court game without you. The students of Jixia are learning the laws of governing the country and the ways of serving officials. Dakian does not need a royal guardian, but a guardian of the country. Don't forget that there are still heavenly beings in this world. If it weren't for my guardian, what would happen if heavenly beings attacked you again? Own Forbidden Army. Cell phone Jinyui. It's my own. Talented people govern the country, military generals open up new territories, that's all. You are delaying this country. Without my guardian, Tianren can kill the emperor of this country at any time. So there's no need for Senior to worry, but what Senior said is good. Although the existence of the Senior is inappropriate, he has never overstepped his bounds for 100 years, so Yuan only accepts the Senior's Dragon Chi. This way, the Senior can leave this palace where he has been staying for hundreds of years and take a look at the outside world. As for Uncle, I'm sorry. Just stirring up chaos in the world, attacking and assassinating your majesty is unforgivable, and the awkward seniority of Jixia's junior uncle should not exist. Anyway, it's really heartbreaking that a legendary figure who lived for hundreds of years has ended up like this now. Yang Gong is really kind-hearted. Now that this old eunuch no longer has eternal heaven and man, he still has a second-class cultivation and a lifespan of 5 or 6 years. It would be a beautiful thing to go out and see the changes in the world. Uncle Fu, but we are different. We don't have opponents like Yang Gong. If we lose, it will be irreparable, and our victory or defeat is definitely not one person's gain or loss. That's right, miss. We should go prepare now. Indeed, there is no such thing as a last resort in this world. Yang Gong, you are only a little short of a chaotic era. I really broke this formation. Who exactly was that person just now? This formation cannot even break through the pseudo-celestial body. How did he do it? Is it a celestial body, a scattered person, or a Taoist? Senior, I'm running out of time. Something unspeakable must have happened in the palace now. In that case, we'll see each other on the battlefield. Go quickly and protect the King of Qing. You still need to go back to the palace. Maybe Yang Yuan is waiting for you there at this moment. Go back to the palace, no matter what. I am also the Lord of Dongchang Factory. Although I am oppressed by the Jinyui in Kyoto, I am only inferior to them. Oh, I see. Chao Gonggang is still having this idea, no wonder the expert from the East Factory today. I didn't see that Chao Gonggang wanted to sit and collect fishermen. You're crazy. Use the Demon Slayer to kill me. Our opponent now is Yang Yuan. Sure enough, you can also leverage Dragon Chi. Chao Gonggang is also a chess player, but unfortunately he was snatched by Yang Yuan first. I don't know what the Sword Saint is saying. With the current chaos in the world, the Sword Saint should have made plans early. You have no chance to become the next Chao Long. Damn it, Yang Yuan. It's only a little bit close, almost. I can replace my master as the guardian of the palace, which is despicable. Mrs. Yang has returned to the Jin Yi camp, and now Kyoto is under the control of the Jin Yi. But several princes have left Kyoto, right? That formation was eventually broken, and there are still people in this game that I cannot count. That's right. By the time we arrived, the formation of the Yang Mansion had already been broken, and all the princes except for the Qing King had already left the capital. I've always said I don't like playing chess, but now I'm still missing a move. The chaos in the world is inevitable. Nowadays, no one can stop Yang Gong from taking over the military power as long as you are present on the battlefield. The young master is also in charge of military power in the northern region, and the chaotic times will soon be quelled. Take control of military power. This is both strength and restraint. If I were a pseudo-heavenly being or a heavenly being, I wouldn't be like this. Do you mean it will be like Chao Long, but... Go and invite the crown prince. Now the chaos in Kyoto is not over, but starting to escalate. Is it really irreversible? It's Yangon. You. Madam, last night was too noisy and disturbed Madam's rest. Apologize for her husband and Madam. I knew you wouldn't get into trouble. If you dare to get into trouble, I won't let you go. I made an appointment with my wife to be 100 years old. How dare I break my promise? The mere dragon aura is worth that kid paying such a high price to beg me to lend him a knife, so why not? It's just killing a celestial being. It's not like I've never killed someone before. Don't try to be brave, old man. He fought to the death to kill a celestial being back then, and now he can only get through this game in a wheelchair. With so many celestial beings, how could he beg you to take action? Where is it now? Without the emperor trapping him in Kyoto this time, he trapped himself in Kyoto. Although Kyoto is prosperous, it is still too small compared to the world. I have known each other for decades, but I can understand that today, people often appear unable to protect their son solely based on the identity of the commander of the Jinyui. He needs a higher identity. At least no matter what happens outside, as a father, he must give him a safe home and not let outsiders bully his son at home. When are you planning to leave, you brat? Don't think I don't know you secretly gathered blood armor. You guys are really getting more and more troublesome, one by one. Wait until that brat comes back or he can't come back. Yeah, whether he comes back or not, it will always bring war. Now that Yang Yuan, that scoundrel, is missing a move, the situation will only become more chaotic. Wu Xiao, that kid, won't give up this opportunity. Plus, after suffering such a big loss, he has more reason to send troops. Do you think Gue-san will take the opportunity to help you tie up your wife? After all, both of you have done this before, and he has so many experts around him. No one can bring her back except me. 3 days have passed, and I think everyone has already fixed it up, right? If my guess is correct, we should also be exposed in another day. After all, the regent should also take good care of his health. Indeed, the food and drink have been good these days. I didn't expect the palace to be so relaxed and easily enter the imperial dining room. Are you slacking off? I actually feel like only this place is slacking off. It seems that when we meet, I can't help but say auntie. What aunt? Wait. Are you saying that the Empress knows we're here and it's intentional? No matter how you say it, it's still the imperial palace and the imperial kitchen. And how could so many of us spend so many days peacefully? Then I don't understand why this Empress and my general, Mingming Langqing, are still like this today. What kind of love and affection? It's just because the person who came this time is me. If other generals come here, the Empress will not show mercy. After all, you are the enemy and I am my nephew. Yes, the young master is unparalleled in the world. Everything has been confirmed as expected, and half of the snow guards here are missing, so no one can detect us. It seems that my aunt wants us to recover from our injuries and leave directly. Of course, this is also the best choice. After all, what we need most now is a period of breathing. So we're planning to leave and search outside. Although it's tight, your business alliance has penetrated a lot, so we don't have to worry, right? He doesn't want to just leave like this because he thinks what ordinary people should do is not what he should do. Of course, everyone has come. I heard that my father and uncle were only 3rd class in strength and could have kidnapped us back then. Now that we have so many people, why don't we take a chance? And my aunt gave us a chance to rob her, didn't she? What are you saying? Do you not know what the current situation is? Now the regent is about to flip over the Winter City and kidnap their empress. Do you really treat the Northern Rome as mere paper? It is precisely because of the current situation that I am considering kidnapping their empress. It's not easy to go outside, but if we threaten the Empress, who would dare to stop us? To be honest, why are you so stupid that makes the entire northern Rome so afraid, or to what extent is your archery exaggerated? You. I don't know what the young master is saying. Your Majesty, we have received news from Deqian that the Battle of Kyoto has come to an end, and Yang Yuan has won. There's nothing surprising about this. In the past, even the Emperor couldn't win. How could the Emperor win? However, this time he won miserably, and some things that should have been avoided couldn't be avoided. The death of Emperor Deqian resulted in all the princes returning to their own fiefdoms, and the emperor's death was so inexplicable that all the princes had reason to support themselves with troops. That emperor had the opportunity to firmly establish his position in the country. Although he may not be a wise emperor, at least he would not be a foolish ruler. It won't end up like this either. The reason for everything is just a lack of human hearts and snakes swallowing elephants. The emperor is nothing but the most vulgar person in this world. That's the emperor of another family, naturally not my emperor. If I hadn't met Tianyu, I must have been more vulgar than that emperor, right? Your Majesty, it has been so many days. Those few people are probably planning to leave. Since they are the nephew of that person, you do not intend to see them again. He will come to see me, and no matter what, I am considered his elder. There is no elder like me who personally goes to see the younger generation. I came to see you, but what's the situation now? The regent almost turned the whole city over to find them and didn't know how to escape. How dare he come to see you? Perhaps others in this situation will definitely find a way to escape. And he is a little more greedy and lazy than others, always wanting to do more things at once. It's all resolved. Don't worry, this place is tight on the outside and loose on the inside, which is what the Empress made for outsiders to see, so it's very good inside. Moreover, many of the broken mirrors of the northern Rome are on the battlefield, and now there are no broken mirrors in the palace to protect you. This aunt has been very kind to me, so as a nephew, I also want to repay her and make the lovers finally get married. By the way, didn't you hurt anyone? No matter what, everyone here is my aunt's confidant. You can rest assured that doing these things is professional. What should be done and what should not be done are small and clear. I don't think even if you succeed and take away that empress, her life will be happy. After all, no matter what, she is also an emperor. If she is taken away, it will be a humiliation for his people and a morale suppression for his soldiers. Just because she alone made her country like this, How could I not know about this? Since I know, why wouldn't I be prepared for it? I don't believe you have any solutions. I think the reason why the Grand General didn't take away this empress back then was also due to these reasons. Just wait and see. I can do what Uncle couldn't do this time. Yang Gong is very happy, isn't he? The only one in this court who can suppress you is no longer here. Are you very unhappy? After all, if it weren't for me, you should have been able to replace your master's position in this game, but unfortunately, with me by your side, it's not allowed to have such an eternal heavenly being again. I'm joking, Master has treated me with great kindness. Without Master, I might still be a bullied eunuch. How could I be in this position now? So not only do I not resent Yang Gong, but I also want to thank him for giving my master a way out. After experiencing so many things, you have become increasingly difficult to deal with. I am now more and more conflicted about whether or not to deal with you quickly. Yang Gong is joking. I dare to appear by your side in this situation, so I have already made all the plans, and you can bear not to kill me. I also know what you are planning. If I could have trapped all the princes in this Kyoto yesterday, I would have bloodied Kyoto. After all, this country has come to this point where you, whether you are a high-ranking official or not, are the culprits. But now, if you make a mistake, you'll lose the entire game. Although you won yesterday, you only won one life, but you lost the whole game. That's why I firmly believe that Yang Gong wants to kill me at other times, but he will never kill me now because we both know that Kyoto cannot be in chaos anymore. Yeah, That's why I have to work with someone like you. It's really sad, but you should be aware that there is still a prince in Kyoto. If you want to help the crown prince ascend to power, it's too difficult. Isn't there still Yangon? Isn't the main reason why you didn't kill me also because you want to help the crown prince ascend to power? Now that Taishan is 9 years old, His Highness the Crown Prince, as long as he persists for 5 years, Taishan can succeed to the throne. And how could it be that Taishan is personally taught by you? What exactly are you looking for? Now His Highness the Crown Prince won't let you manipulate him anymore, and he remembers all the threats you made before. If you say I have no choice, you definitely don't believe me, and if you say I don't hate you and don't want to break you into pieces, that's also a lie. But this time I want to stand on the same side as you. Oh, what do you mean? After experiencing so many things, especially last night's game, I think you are the future of this country. If you follow other princes or make other choices, you will definitely lose. Although following you may not result in a good ending, you will not lose too badly. Chao Gong, I almost don't know you anymore. After all, we have been in opposition for decades. If you don't make progress, you are not Chao Gong anymore. Your Highness, are you still not coming forward at this national funeral? Many ministers are already dissatisfied with your behavior. I think it's still. Where are we going? Both third brother and seventh brother still have fiefdoms, and I can only stay in Kyoto. If I guess correctly, that senior should have also been killed by Yang Yuan. But no matter what, His Royal Highness the King of Qin still needs to make a decision early. Chao Jingqi and Yang Yuan should be in cahoots, but you still have the support of your courtiers, don't you? Not bad. Yang Yuan's move was just a stroke away, and now the court and even the whole country are in a dangerous balance. Even though Yang Yuan has gained strength, he still dare not act rashly. His Highness is still a wise king, and there is no need to underestimate his foundation. But the Prime Minister should have guessed that Chao Jingqi, Yang Yuan, and their goal is to have the Crown Prince succeed to the throne, and with the sudden death of the father without any posthumous edict, and with the support of these two people, neither can stop the Crown Prince from ascending to the throne. Since His Highness knows that there is no way out, why not temporarily avoid the Crown Prince's coronation? Then let him ascend to the throne. Your Highness, as long as you don't exhaust everything to stop him, you will still be the most powerful prince, right? Bow down to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was born with heart failure and still has a few years left. Nowadays, the world is in chaos, and even if His Highness ascends to power, he is only a target of public criticism. His Highness, who is destined to be an emperor for only a few years, has nothing to wait for and nothing to bow down to. Master Shofu is right. I was too impatient. It's not surprising that His Royal Highness the King of Qin was impatient, but no one expected such a sudden change overnight. It's not a big deal if His Royal Highness loses his composure for a moment. I have to wait for this king. I need to calm down more than anyone else. Your Highness, the opportunity to kill the Emperor came from a combination of fire and pearls, but now it seems particularly calm. Just the calm before the storm, the longer the calm, the stronger the storm will be. Now it seems that the old Taoist's criticism to me is not bad. The reason for the chaos is that this criticism came true, and I just remembered another one. Let's just let these princes compete in our military training, Yang Gong. This time, it should be unavoidable. Just who is the person who broke Yang Yuan's formation, miss? He should be someone like me who doesn't want peace in the world, right? By the way, Lu Zhou and Lu Zhou have been handed over to Uncle Fu. The world is in chaos, and what we need to do is to keep a low profile as much as possible. However, I want to do something that I want to do myself. I'm afraid that if I leave the young master for too long, he may forget about me. Young master, do you want to go to the north? Of course, I heard that the young master played around with the arrogant regent in Beirong. And whether it's the world's #1 or the most powerful army in the world, aren't they all in the north? We must go and see for ourselves. I shouldn't have stood in the way of any decision you make, but now the world is in chaos and the north is. The young master in the northern region who cannot participate may seem powerful, but in fact, he is the least powerful. I'm not a high-ranking official. I don't like to add icing on the cake, I just like to lend a helping hand in times of need. Don't you think it's a bit quiet today? Quiet, do you mean that a few of you have left? It's not that he left, he should have come to see me. It seems that he understands the rules and only hurts people, not kills anyone. Otherwise, even if he's Tianyu's nephew, he will have to teach him a lesson today. If it weren't for his aunt, Yang Jiao probably wouldn't have lived to this day. Even without me, you wouldn't have died here, Xia Shuangtu. There is one situation where I will die, and that is my uncle getting married. I'm sure my aunt won't give me a good face. You're really like Tianyu said. You're good at using everything around you to stir up others' emotions. All right, the person has also seen you. It's time for you to leave. It seems that in recent years, my uncle may have been lonely, but he has been writing letters to my aunt to convey his feelings. As the saying goes, in this era, carriages are too slow, communication is too long, and only one person can be loved. Don't play dumb with me. You're chatting with me to stabilize me. Your real plan should be to burn down the entire palace, right? I don't know what my aunt is saying. This method is not bad, it can be said to be a win-win situation. The palace fire killed the empress, and there is no longer the Northern Rong empress in the world. There is only one unknown Jinbei princess. The people of Northern Rong only know that their emperor died in an accident and did not risk the world by marrying or being kidnapped by the prince of Jinbei. So much so that I underestimated my aunt. Not bad, that's my plan. Auntie, come with me. Don't worry, if you don't burn everything, just burn 1/3. And if anyone really dies, I will compensate the Northern Rome. You show great filial piety to your elders. Tianyu is fortunate to have you as his nephew. Auntie, I'm sorry to hear that. In the future, I will also be your nephew. You are all fortunate, and after all these years, my uncle is getting old. You're a smart, emotional, and worldly child, but you don't understand me. In this world, besides power struggles and interests, there are responsibilities that are even greater than personal relationships. Does Auntie have to do something that she regrets? Lover's life is actually short, why choose to spend it this way? Some people are unwilling to take responsibility, but others must take responsibility for their children. There must always be someone in this world who regards responsibility as the heaviest. That's right, maybe in a decade or so, I will regret or occasionally regret not leaving with Tianyu, but I still have my own people and the entire Northern Rome. I don't care, I'm just a child. I will definitely take my aunt with me today. As for the responsibility, leave it to my nephew. I will make Barong better. So you want to take me away by force? Who made you so smart, Auntie? It seems that I don't have much authority at all, to the point where you, this little slick, forget that I am the Empress. My Emperor is the most extraordinary woman in the world, and I have my own authority and persistence. Uncle, Mom, you are actually a warrior. But how could that be? If you were a warrior, my uncle and his friends back then. That incident was a shame for me back then. I am the heir to the throne, and since I was kidnapped by 2 bandits. Xia Shuangtu, I am an emperor. The true emperor is different from the one in your palace. Thank you for showing mercy, Auntie. That's strange. How could it be so fast? In just a moment, you block my meridians. Bloodstained Jiang not only kills lightly, but also the youth of Tianji Pavilion. Do you want to go together? Auntie, you are a mirror-breaking warrior, but even if you are a mirror-breaking old Lu and his team. Madam, you're really good at joking with me. I dare not disrespect you. Young master, how do you talk to the madam? How did the master educate you? He still hasn't apologized. Did you know early on, old man? You can't harm her inside the palace unless there is a divine presence, otherwise this emperor is invincible. Not bad, I have some insights. You know this time, right? I am a true emperor. The king of northern Rome is well deserved. Wang is just the most vulgar. This is also the fate of the country. It's the most useless thing to either seek but not get rid of or not get rid of. It is precisely because your majesty is extraordinary that he is favored by this. If the person has also seen and tried their best, then retreat. After leaving this palace gate, I will no longer be concerned with you. Go back early. I've been trapped in the palace for the past few days. There's a lot of news, but you don't know that Dakian is going to be in chaos now. Auntie, it doesn't matter if you don't come with me, but what exactly is this power and why does it exist in the palaces of various countries? It's not that I didn't tell you, but I really don't know. After all, I don't have the curiosity you have. Just dealing with these things in front of me has already exhausted me, and I can't afford to worry about anything else. My aunt is really not simple. What exactly is this power? Let's talk about it, big brother. I don't know. To be honest, I don't like these things. It's just a matter of taking shortcuts and seeking eternal life. These are all too vulgar. But whether or not to say, the aura emanating from that empress is somewhat similar to that of the Arctic glacier. I have some guesses about the Arctic glacier. Young master, I am indeed very interested in these things now, but what we need to worry about now should be the regent. How could he let you go after causing him such a big setback? No need, we won't meet this time. Although my aunt doesn't want to come with me this time, it doesn't prevent her from still being my aunt. What does that mean? Can that empress still help me attract the regent? Otherwise, my aunt, I don't know how strong that person is in Beijing. I doubt whether my uncle is worthy of my aunt. Just now, the aura of the snow god came from the palace. It seems that your majesty used ice breath. Is Bingshi like this now? Send me an order to command Snow Owl to gather and go to the palace. Those people are in the palace. The palace wants to kidnap your majesty. This Yang Jiao is really greedy and underestimates me too much. He just forgot that this emperor is not the same as Deqian now. Although your majesty has received recognition from the snow god, I am concerned about your majesty's relationship with the general of Jinbei. Although your majesty may not be able to handle many things, as an emperor, she doesn't know how much better she is than Deqian. If I hear you talking nonsense about your majesty again, don't take your head. The prince is the prince. Although I think I can do better for her, you just need to know that it doesn't affect her being a qualified emperor at all. Your majesty, the prince has arrived. They should also go out now, right? The regent and his team entered the palace and brought most of the snow owls with them. We didn't expect to escape so easily. This time, everything went so smoothly because of that ant. Unfortunately, my aunt is really amazing, and she is also very impressive in all aspects. As expected, Miss Yenner is the most considerate. She has been trapped in the palace for the past few days and has not received many messages in time. Lu Yenner hummed, "It's only a few days. How much news can we get?" Even though no one is around, they still use this method to make you remember her forever. Who is Lu Yenner? One fox spirit, one culprit. Let's go back to the north. What's wrong? Lu Yenner, something happened, right? She's so smart, how could something happen? No, it's not that something happened to her, it's that something happened in this world. Didn't you just ask me how much can happen in just a few days? The emperor passed away and the crown prince succeeded to the throne. All princes returned to their respective fiefs to gather military power. When we left Kyoto, we were just a group of rioters. But now it is a truly chaotic era and an unprecedented battle to seize the throne. The emperor passed away and the crown prince succeeded to the throne. Are you sure we only stayed in the palace of northern Rome for a few days, not a few years? This war is really coming. What are you waiting for now? Is it time to announce? Although we are still at the national mourning, we both know what the situation is now. We are in a hurry and cannot afford so many formalities. What is your highness thinking? Listen to Yang Gong's arrangement. Father Emperor, son minister, unfilial. I only came today to keep watch for my father's funeral. Everyone knows that my second brother was seriously injured, so I'm sure father will not blame him. After all, my younger brother is unfilial. Fortunately, there is still my elder brother in Kyoto. Who made me your big brother? What does this Qin King mean? He dares to come over now. Why don't we? Okay, this Prince of Qin may be more knowledgeable about current affairs than you imagine. What does Yang Gong mean by saying that the King of Qin is smarter than I imagined? Big brother, now that such an incident has occurred with our father, it would be even more disrespectful to say such words according to etiquette. However, now that the chaos in the world has not been resolved, for the sake of my dear brother, I still have to say. My younger brother respectfully requests His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to ascend the throne as soon as possible, in order to unify the country and reassure the people. What did the King of Qin just say to allow His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to succeed to the throne? It has been said that His Royal Highness the Qin King is far smarter than imagined. If he were not so smart, things would have been much simpler. My younger brother, father, just passed away. How could we make such a big decision now? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince's father was framed by traitors and did not make a will. In that case, the Emperor passed away and the Crown Prince succeeded to the throne. This is the world. Your Highness Qin, we don't like to hear this. Who says the late Emperor didn't make a will? This is the testament issued by Your Majesty announcing the succession of the Crown Prince. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, has ascended to the throne. This is the recognition of the mandate of heaven by the late Emperor. If there is any doubt, the whole world will fight against it. The testament is just a clever attempt to add unnecessary details. Minister Yang Yuan-gong respectfully requests His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to ascend the throne in order to establish the 9 continents and reassure the people. I respectfully invite His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to ascend to the throne. Yang Gong and the Prime Minister respectfully request His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to ascend to the throne, as requested by the officials who serve the country and the people. However, respectfully invite the Crown Prince to ascend to the throne. This palace understood and obeyed the will of heaven to ascend to the throne. Greetings, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Long live the Emperor. Now there are many things waiting to be revitalized. I have 3 orders for you to listen to. I would like to invite the gentlemen of Jixia to be appointed as cabinet elders. From now on, students from all over the world can enter Jixia to study. Jixia students can take the imperial examination and become officials in the court. The gentleman of Jixia Academy was clearly ordered by the late emperor not to allow Jixia to enter the court. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince changed the previous emperor's decree as soon as he ascended the throne. Shoo, Your Highness the Crown Prince has always had no foundation in the court. It may be Yang Gong's intention. Your Majesty, I have been studying in Jixia since I was young. On behalf of Jixia students, I would like to express my gratitude for Your Majesty's holy grace. Look, this command is indeed Yang Gong. Yang Gong has already taken control of the Jinyue, and now he is going to insert his own people into the court for a long time. Stupid Yang Gong stood up at this moment to help His Majesty block the hostility of you fools and ignite the fire on himself. I am willing to worship Yang Gong as the Emperor's teacher. All disciples of the royal family should treat Yang Gong as their own teacher. As for the selection of the 3rd teacher of the Crown Prince, I also ask Yang Gong to do it on his behalf. Since Emperor Taizu once appointed a gentleman from Jixia as his imperial teacher, he has never held this official position again, has he? I knew Your Majesty would rely heavily on Yang Gong, but I didn't expect him to rely so heavily. I will not disappoint Your Majesty's trust. Order 3, all soldiers and horses in the world, except for the defenders of the 4 realms, should be sent to suppress the remnants of Emperor Hao. I will personally write a book and present it to several younger brothers. How can we not seek revenge for such a great grudge? Your Majesty, Saint Ming. Miss, I miss you so much these past few months. It's all because of Lu Qing's lack of strength that she can't stay by Mrs. side. Not bad, it climbed from 5th grade to 4th grade in just a few months. You can come with me to the north. Lu Qing vows to follow Miss to the death. Your Highness, I'm afraid you won't be able to go to the north this time. Kyoto sighed. Uncle Fu, don't panic. Is it possible for the Crown Prince to inherit the throne and issue a clear imperial decree for the world to attack us? Not good, exactly. It's just that the news just came through, miss. How did you find out? What's so hard to guess, Uncle Fu? Just remember the orders I gave us. We're only responsible for stirring up chaos in this chaotic world. As for how chaotic this chaotic world is, it's none of our business. I understand that it's just. Nowadays, this new emperor of the Great Qian dynasty's imperial edict carries some weight as a nationwide campaign, but more importantly, it is just a test. No one will really offend us, and so far I can tell Uncle Fu that there is only one person we need to guard against. Qianzhan. That's right, but it's okay. If he moves Uncle Fu, he just needs to wait for my message. Since Miss has already made arrangements, I won't say much. Uncle Fu, it's time for you to disembark. So what you mean is that Yang Jiao saved people from my northern realm without spending a single soldier. That's right, based on this calculation, it should be Your Majesty's cooperation this time. Who dares to disrespect Your Majesty and say that Your Majesty has secretly released the enemy? Our king will kill them. Doubt between ruler and minister will never appear in the court of my northern realm. Remember, subordinate. How will the Lord of the Business Alliance handle it? Yang Jiao really left me a difficult problem. This business alliance is neither staying nor just a matter of military affairs. The business alliance is not allowed to interfere in any other way, and it is up to Your Majesty to decide. They left Baron. Your Majesty, it's just that the prince is asking the business alliance again what you plan to do with it. This little slider left me with a difficult problem. Everyone in the business alliance thinks it's for the benefit of the state, but it's always the enemy's business alliance. This time it's this little slider. If something like this happens again next time, sigh. Your Majesty, the members of the business alliance request to meet with Your Majesty. Hurry up, please. Your Majesty, this was handed over to me by my employer 7 days ago, asking me to hand it over to you. Why did you only hand it over to me today, 7 days ago? The owner and merchant have always had countless ingenious ideas, and ordinary people like me dare not speculate on the deep intentions of the owner of the Dong family. The business alliance will not act and will not become the eyeliner of all the royal families in the UN intelligence organization, but the business alliance can supervise and determine the autonomy. If we want to maintain one is excessive intervention, the Gaoming can only withdraw from the branch of our business alliance in North China, which can be controlled by the people in North Italy. But everything we do should be based on the business alliance's yardstick, which can also be changed according to the delicate balance of our customs in North China. We only want to see how the mother can control how to determine the responsibility. We only hope that the business alliance in North China is not the business alliance of the dry country, but the business alliance of the world. The world's business alliance is such a big deal, isn't it? The world of business alliances should be said to have great ambitions, but let him be. Anyway, for my sake, he won't do anything to the northern realm. As for Uncle Huang, he has been waiting and preparing for this war for so many years. In my opinion, it is indeed the best opportunity for Uncle Huang to fight the war. Let him go and fight it. Yang Jiao's letter was requested to be sent by you 7 days ago. Did you already know that you might not be able to kidnap that empress? Big brother, can you also guess? Do I know about anti-strength? Who would care about such a small matter? No matter how you say it, it won't be my opponent. It's just that you want to go see the Arctic glacier, don't you? I won't go this time. Of course I want to go. I think if we go to the Arctic Glacier to see that thing, many things may now have answers, but who would have thought that the situation in Kyoto would change so quickly, and war is about to come? This matter can only be temporarily shelved. Your war is really the most boring thing in this world. Young master, we have arrived at Hanbei Pass. The old prince is also waiting for us. Not bad, this time you were able to escape, which saved us from getting into a passive situation and also caught up with the final battle of the military strategy in Dabi. It seems that I haven't dodged it yet, but fortunately, I didn't have much confidence in the previous 2 games. The most confident one is undoubtedly this time's military strategy, which is also a good opportunity to catch up. But we don't have much time left. Since you came back to Beirong, Wu Xiao has once again gathered troops and stationed them on the border. Even the White Tiger can't attack anymore. I am naturally aware of the changes in Kyoto, and I am prepared for war. I heard he's back. And this time he did a good job in Beirong, which can be considered as promoting the name of our town's northern army. It's also worthy of that massacre. What's wrong with this? It's not just that I have 2 strongest assassins under my command, but also that I won once or twice with my background and these external forces. I can't win everything. It seems that you haven't changed after all these years. At that time, the general said he wanted to take over Yangjiu, but you also wanted to go. However, the general and the old prince decided to let Bai Hu go. Hu said I was just going to pick him up, just to go on the battlefield and kill enemies, and if I go on, I can definitely do better than the White Tiger. Sure enough, how could someone taught by the general be inferior to 3 games where you and I each win 1? You should know what the result of this military strategy represents and why the general is conducting such a hasty comparison at this time. After following the general for so long, I naturally know his deep meaning. This derby is said to be no different from the usual derby. But we both know that this time the general has to do his own thing, and the old prince cannot be present on the battlefield. The winner of this competition will be the commander of the next war. Since we have reached a consensus, we can only wait for the final battle of military strategy. Whoever wins will be the commander-in-chief. You don't have to keep testing me. Since I already know the general's intentions, I naturally won't go against his wishes. If you win, you will naturally be my commander-in-chief and charge forward without hesitation. Okay, if you win. This is the second reason why I don't like you. I never speak directly and only like to probe and test. As for me winning, I naturally know what you would do. We've known each other for so many years, and if there's no trust, why would you say comrade? You did a good job in this big competition, but now it's hard to say whether you win or lose. Dad, isn't that just to avoid this situation? This big competition only has 3 games, only 2 wins in 3 games, and there won't be any accidents. That girl can't be the head coach without participating in the White Tiger and doesn't want to be the head coach. As for Xuanwu, it's even more difficult to say. Not only the 2 of us, but also the entire Northern Army knows that the next commander-in-chief or the commander-in-chief of this war will always come from between the 2 of them. Have you forgotten that my good grandson has returned, you brat? Didn't I always want him to come here just to give us another choice in the north? You're overthinking this time. If the first 2 games were more about personal strength and the ability to command the army, I think that kid might be able to come up with some fancy tricks. After all, when it comes to personal strength, he has invincibility, which means he has the ability to lead an army in group warfare. Whether he has natural talent or not, a person is an army. And you always say that compared to conspiracy, no one in our Northern Army can compare to him. However, this military strategy and theory are compared to real experience in leading troops to fight. Even if he is last minute, how can he possibly compare to the 2 most outstanding young people in our northern region? I don't care, but I believe my good grandson is the most outstanding. Then you can continue to believe it. The battle is about to begin, and as the general of Jinbei, I also need to prepare to leave. How many sins have been done to bring about such a disaster? As the general of Jinbei, he spoke so fresh and ethereal about escaping from battle. young master, we have shared joys and sorrows for so long. Can you let me live here? You little fairies, don't you really care about me as a young lady? Even if CA is seriously injured, let's not worry about what's wrong with you. I don't want to go back to the military camp and squeeze with those big men, and I really want to know. How is the young master planning to deal with this military strategy, or will he still participate? Originally, his plan was to use this opportunity to establish a firm foothold in the Northern Army. But this time he went to Barong and missed out on many military tactics that he had never been to the battlefield or led troops before. Please punish the master. Stand up, young master. When did I ever make a loss-making deal? Master, I know how much you have sacrificed for me this time. The Northern Territory is something you have always wanted to hold in your own hands, and the best opportunity to hold it in your hands is this big competition. For this, you even took the risk of breaking through the mirror and learned the invincible intention of being the best in the world, but because of my poor performance in handling affairs in Northern Rome, you lost such an opportunity. My subordinates deserve to die for their crimes. I didn't bring you back to suffer from self-pity every day like this, and how long have you been by my side? Don't you know that when I play chess, I will take one step at a time and then take 3 steps at a time? Coco is. It's nothing, but your accident this time gave me a good reason to think that my weakest skill is military strategy and tactics. However, in fact, although I have cultivated invincibility and become a third-grade warrior, I still have no confidence in defeating Qinglong and Qilin on the battlefield. After all, there are some gaps that can never be filled. They are the generals of the 100 battles fought on the battlefield, and I only relied on a little cleverness to have my current strength. How can I compare with them? Master, don't underestimate yourself. Hee, do you also think that I can't beat them in military strategy and theory? Young master indeed lacks experience on the battlefield. Not bad, I like your honesty. I just talked about your experience on the battlefield, and I can't compare with them. Of course, I can't defeat them with force, but military strategy and tactics are different. Even though they are excellent generals, compared to the experience summarized by countless predecessors, they still have no comparability. I will definitely not lose in terms of military strategy and tactics. What's on my master's mind? No matter what, I will spare no effort to do it for him. There is indeed such a thing. If it's about planning and strategizing, I don't think I'll lose to others. It's not that I'm smart, it's just that I have enough chess pieces in my hands, but leading troops in battle. I have never done this before, and I am not so confident about myself. Master, why do you say this? I'm not afraid of anything, but I'm afraid the master has lost the most important thing, which is your confidence. Who learned this confidence from? This time it's a bit different. These people in the north are too beautiful. And I have always felt that I am not a good person, so I lack confidence. Lord Prime Minister, you said that the world is about to go into chaos. In my opinion, the world is so stable that no one wants to break this balance, and the situation is directly frozen here. Your Highness, please calm down. What you need to do is continue to be a wise king, so that Yang Yuan has no reason to attack you and your Majesty has no reason to attack you. If the situation remains deadlocked for a year or two, do you think I still have a chance when my nephew grows up? And I believe the Prime Minister can see that Yang Yuan's decision to bring Ji Xia into the court is clearly aimed at me, and he wants to replace all of my people. Now that a gentleman has become an elder in the cabinet, the next step is to strip you of your power. Now His Royal Highness the cabinet feels that there is no use in causing chaos in the world. The cabinet's orders are just nonsense. If your Majesty wants to give them to him, it would be. And what His Highness needs to fight for is military power, the Western Frontier Army, and the Forbidden Army in the city. These are His Highness's bottom line. If His Highness wants to take back His Highness, he just needs to slowly let go. Well, it seems like that's all we can do. As long as His Highness no longer usurps Yang Yuan, there is no reason to move His Majesty. The only danger is Chao Jingqi. In fact, The biggest headache for Yang Yuan and Chao Jingqi to join forces is that Yang Yuan is good at using Yang schemes to emphasize righteousness, while Chao Jingqi has no bottom line and makes good use of conspiracies. The two complement each other, making it difficult to find weaknesses. However, today Chao Jingqi took a wrong step. You took a wrong step. Are you referring to the testament? Chao Jingqi wanted to give this new emperor a flawless coronation decree, but it was nothing more than adding unnecessary details, leaving room for the princes to speak. But today's coronation ceremony was indeed perfect. Sometimes I really doubt that my former crown prince brother is the biggest chess player. After all, the person sitting on the dragon throne now is him, not the intelligent seventh brother. It's already the third one. Let's send troops to attack Liuzhou to avenge the late emperor. Even in turbulent times, there are benefits to it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to easily obtain the Yeyang Tower. We all know very well that Yeyang Tower is just a tool for accumulating wealth. Now that chaos is approaching, what's the point of guarding such a dilapidated building? Of course it makes sense. Didn't Master just say that there were 3 imperial edicts? Then let's continue. The first one is to clean up the remnants of the Green Gang left in Yeyang Tower. As for sending troops, I have always been a filial son. My father's mourning period has not yet passed, and I do not want to raise troops and commit more atrocities. Let's wait until my father's mourning period has passed before we can talk about it. If you accept this imperial edict, it means you acknowledge the succession of the crown prince. If you want to compete for that position in the future. Master, why do you think the crown prince can live for so long? What if we acknowledge his position if he can't live that long? At least we're not in Kyoto, so we don't have to kneel in front of him every day like my second brother and greet him. Far away in Yangzhou, we just received an imperial decree. At least Kyoto won't target us. It's good if you have a plan. I'm just worried that the crown prince's position will become more stable, and it will be even harder for you to act after that. Master, I admit that the crown prince's brother is the emperor. But some people won't admit it, so let them fight first. Are you referring to the king of Chu? Yes, what my third brother has always lacked is not courage, nor strength, but a reason to send troops. There are so many things happening in Kyoto now that he has as many reasons as he wants to send troops. The king of Chu received the order. Chao Jingqi falsely passed on his father's imperial edict to deceive the crown prince, but the crown prince disregarded the national mourning. Today, we will rise up without a decree to inherit the throne. 1 day will be spent on military advice, and 2 days will be spent on the side of the Qing emperor. We pledge to follow His Royal Highness the King of Chu to the death. Starting today, gather the army and prepare food and supplies, waiting patiently for the king's order. Your Highness's decisiveness impressed the old man. High Priest of the ancient Yen Witch clan. Such compliments are unnecessary, and I will definitely fulfill my promise to the High Priest. But now the king is worried that the High Priest will not keep his promise and take advantage of my northern airspace to launch a false attack on my southern border. Your Highness is overthinking. Looking around, there are only a few members of our witch clan who are oppressed by barbarians. We can only choose to follow your Highness in order to have a place to breathe. As long as the High Priest does not disappoint the king, then the king will not disappoint the High Priest. However, if the High Priest really has any wolfish ambitions, even if the king fails, he has the ability to destroy your small witch clan. Your Highness, rest assured that the old man will not dare to risk the entire witch clan. It's best that way. After all, I don't want any unpleasant things to happen with the High Priest either. Since His Highness has everything prepared, why not immediately send troops? After all, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has not yet secured a stable position in the court. Isn't it safer for us to move faster and slower? Refusing the imperial edict is just to confirm the determination of my soldiers in the southern region, but I am a prince stationed on the border, better at marching and fighting than anyone else. Nature will not let others sit idly by. If they are willing to delay, then continue to delay. The longer we wait, the more prepared we will be. In short, I will not fight this first war. Your Highness is wise. Young master, you really surprised me. I thought you were planning to leave directly this time, but you actually came to participate in this military strategy discussion. Madam, you don't have to be so wary of me. I'm just the young master's lackey. Even if the young master had me in the room that day, it wouldn't have threatened your status. That fox spirit is coming soon. I can't let you little foxes become demons. 10 miles of red makeup all over the city, everyone knows you are my Yang Jio's legitimate wife. If you are a legitimate wife, you must have the demeanor of a legitimate wife. Do you really think that I don't understand anything? You said that the legitimate wife still plans to marry a concubine. No, madam misunderstood me. To get back to the point, there are still many things to be done today. Let's wait until you go back and slowly get jealous, okay? I'm not the kind of little woman who specializes in military strategy. You're really confident, and even if you win, it's just one game. Since then, you, Qinglong, and Qilin have all won one game, and this big competition is meaningless. Take one step at a time. Now in this northern region, I am just a small battalion commander. How can I handle so many things? Anyway, this time I can only confirm one thing, and that is that I am sure to win. General Yang's confidence is truly admirable, but I've heard that he hasn't been exposed to military strategy, has he? General Yang, that's a strange title, but it feels good. You're not afraid of flashing your tongue, you will definitely win. Are you really being a strategist? You can make up for your martial arts level with your unconventional skills, but military strategy relies on experience and talent, and there are no shortcuts. It feels so good to see you, Qinglong. It's really difficult to deal with people like Qilin. What do you mean by that? I'm not as good as Su Tianyang. If you didn't participate in the first 2 games, why don't we have a competition today? I've been here for a long time to see how the rumored Northern Five will become powerful. The descendant of Gun God, Sr., even said that you are qualified to be his successor. I also want to see if you are as powerful as rumored. Wait a minute. Today is military strategy and tactics. I don't think there's any reason to use force here. Why don't we add some color to this game? Oh, I guess General Yang's bow must not be small, right? If you bet money on the integrity of our town's northern army, it would be too vulgar. Vulgar. I come from a humble background and my family background is really limited. But even so, I still feel that gambling is actually the smallest. I'm afraid General Yang wants to bet too much, and even the wealthiest merchant in the north is not qualified to be at this gambling table. Oh, even the wealthiest businessmen are not qualified. Who is qualified to be at this gambling table? You and I are just the 3 of us, Qinglong. Or rather, you forcibly pulled yourself onto this gambling table. No wonder he's a Kirin general. Since you already know it. Then don't be so stingy. You 2 are also gambling. Why don't you add me? I understand what you 2 mean by the gambling table of 2 people, which is the position of the head coach of the northern region. Yang Jio, are you crazy? Even now, do you still dare to covet this position? Didn't you 2 already discuss it, or in other words, the outcome of the big fight is like this? Whoever wins in the end with this military strategy will be the commander of the next war. Since we added one more, what's wrong with me? Let's compete together. Whoever wins the last game will be the head coach. You see, the rules haven't changed, so I just added one more. We've known each other for so long, so don't be so stingy. You can be stingy if you want, but you don't have any chips, and Qinglong and I want a game alone, so don't blame me for speaking too bluntly. You don't have the qualifications to sit at the table. You can't say that. Please think carefully, Kirin. What if I win this military strategy game? It will be a draw, which means there is no head coach. Now that the war is here, there is not much time for us to hold another big battle. I think Kirin will understand the consequences of going to the battlefield without a commander better than I do. Although in your perception, the probability of me winning is very small, if it happens, it is an inevitable outcome, and my probability of winning is already small. I am just avoiding the risk of a draw. What concerns will Kirin have? You're right. I never thought you would win, so I can choose not to pay attention to you. You can deceive me with this trick, Senior. I don't want to eat this trick. You're wrong. Others won't eat my tricks, but you definitely will. As the saying goes, if a gentleman deceives you, you will not leave any hidden dangers. Even if I win a military strategy, someone who can surpass you in terms of tactics and theory may become the commander-in-chief, right? I agree. The outcome of this battle will be the commander of the next war. You're right. If you can beat me in military strategy, I can sit in that position. Just remember, this is not a gambling game. The Northern Army is not tied to personal interests. All positions must be occupied by those who are capable. You are such a gentleman who deceives us with such cunning and clever schemes. The five of us combined are not as good as you. Even though you foolish people have an advantage, you still need to have a clear conscience so that I can have such an opportunity. This is not stupid. I know. The generals we trained are really too honest. Yang Yuan, that old boy, was a chicken thief when he was young, and now his son is also a monkey spirit who ate these silly boys to death. Just be content, my obedient grandson. Although he may be a bit clever, he is honest and upright. If you are really someone with malicious intentions, you need to worry about what these idiots you have cultivated should do. I'm just saying what I'm telling you honestly, and what you're saying about being a fool. Isn't that the most rare advantage of these brats? What do you think? If it weren't for these few brats who can make me feel at ease, you would think I would let you be stubborn. Of course, if it weren't for them, I wouldn't have said that this kid has put in so much effort to get this opportunity. Does he really want to surpass those two guys in military strategy and theory? I think it's almost certain, otherwise there's no reason to put in so much effort. Besides, you've known this stinky kid for a long time and haven't had many surprises for you. Okay, you're right. No matter what, he's still my own nephew. It would be best if the only grandchild of the Yang family and the Jinbei prince's mansion could sit in that position. If it is a peaceful and prosperous era to guard the border, both Qinglong and Qilin are good candidates. Not bad, and have you thought about it carefully? But don't you think that in the current situation, our northern region needs people like Good Sun even more? Your Majesty, the King of Chu directly killed the envoy you sent. Do you think it's appropriate to invite Jixia to the court? Chao Gonggong, please believe that I do not need an eternal heavenly being. Yang Gonggong's path is the right one, and please do not make such plans. Both I and Yang Gonggong have bottom lines. Your Majesty, the old servant knows. If you really want to wait for a peaceful and prosperous era, I will no longer interfere. If you want to compete with Jixia, I will not obstruct you too much. But all of this is based on the fact that Dakian can thrive in Yanchang. I think you know better than me what the current situation is. The King of Qin and the court appears to be united in appearance, but the gods are far apart. Various regions have their own ulterior motives. Although I may have ascended the throne smoothly, I am actually in a precarious situation. Your Majesty, the old servant understands. It's just that he hasn't seen Yang Gong. Today, Yang Gong invited me to the imperial tomb to meet the late emperor. After all, Yang Gong and the late emperor. Even though such things happened later, the late emperor was not just an emperor to Yang Gong. Your Majesty, perhaps I missed the days when I called you Your Highness even more. Back then, you also valued the people over imperial power. Does this mean that once people climb that position, they will definitely change? In fact, even when there was no one around, I was wondering if it was really because of me that Your Highness became the person he is today. If that's the case, then I am the culprit behind everything. It seems that I am getting older and enjoy self-pity like this, but Your Majesty, I don't care. I can resign, but my family cannot. Since I have already lost my son, I will definitely quell the current chaos as long as I have the ability. The martial arts competition is here, and we also write military strategy and theory here. The theory of natural military strategy is also considered as a martial arts practitioner. Generals are not just generals, but also reckless warriors. Therefore, as generals, they not only kill but also have more strategic plans. I really underestimated you. That's a bit interesting. If practicing martial arts cannot protect the country, then one can only be considered a reckless man who only violates the ban with martial arts. What is this? It's so simple and not a strategy. If you don't even have this idea, it's better to go down early to avoid writing something embarrassing, such as my grandfather, the Prince of Jinbei. How did you know about this? You wouldn't really send someone to supervise me, would you? You also need to have the qualification to supervise you. These are nothing but rumors spread by that crazy woman Phoenix. During your days in northern Rome, they became the laughingstock of the entire army. I almost forgot that this kid had this trick. If you say he really wrote a story about me, Grandpa Jinbei Wang, how will you judge him? What's the point of saying it's perfect? Just hearing this name makes me think it's a great strategy piece. You are serious. What are you serious about, my dear grandson? Just forget about joking with me. You brat, how dare you make jokes about me? If I don't beat you up, I'll kill you. I'm also curious about what kind of things this kid can write. Oh, you're